Chapter 101. Frozen Moment. 2. The frost giant snapped its fingers. Frozen moment. With Levi as the center, within a radius of 10 meters, the temperature suddenly dropped in the blink of an eye. The cold wind howled, and the lake froze. Sharktooth Knight's wet clothes, armor, hair, and body froze in the lake. He stood frozen like an ice sculpture. However, a powerful physique and black gas prevented him from dying immediately. Black gas rose from the armor. His battle consciousness as a Grand Knight allowed him to use the black gas surrounding his entire body to resist the destructive cold power. Although his body was still stiff and severely frostbitten, he survived the initial burst. The black gas heated his blood, and white gas steamed upward. The ice seemed about to melt. This matched exactly what Levi had guessed. A Grand Knight stood at the peak of the knights, second only to legendary figures. The black gas was an extraordinary power. Levi did not hesitate to take advantage of the frozen state. Frostmourne gleamed in his hand, dipped in man-faced spider tears. The black snake seed, giant rhinoceros seed, siren seed, and the man-faced spider life seeds gave Levi strength and courage. Golden cross slash. Intermediate ripple. The perfect cross-shaped sword light cut through the air like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Under the Grand Knight's shocked gaze, Levi arrived before him. The ice cracked. Levi used all his strength to execute the intermediate ripple slash. The strike broke the iron helmet of the Grand Knight and pierced through it. Then, Frostmourne seemed to stab into a thick fog, blocking the follow-through. Levi did not panic. Instead, he released a thick cloud of man-faced spider breath directly at the Grand Knight's face. The Grand Knight breathed in the poison. Then, taking advantage of the final freezing moments, Levi attacked with the Seal of Flames. Torrents of flames blasted directly into the opponent's face. Even though the black gas of a Grand Knight was thick, Sharktooth did not specialize in defense. Without the iron helmet blocking Levi's strength, this sword would have been enough to pierce through the black gas and cut off his head. The scarlet flame stream instantly burned the Sharktooth Knight. His black gas dissipated under the intense heat. The temperature burned his face beyond recognition, charring the flesh. However, the man was not completely dead yet. Just as Levi prepared to cast another seal of flame, spider sensing flared, causing his hair to stand on end. At the same time, his intermediate vibrosensing perceived a sudden force fluctuation. Levi quickly retreated. A huge hand filled with black gas lunged forward like a demonic claw from hell, grabbing toward Levi's chest like a black tiger snatching his heart. There was no time to cast the seal of protection. Although Levi reacted fast, the claw still managed to snag his chest. Leather armor tore apart. His dragon armor covered in cracks, but held together. The force passed through the dragon armor and struck the frost giant armor. Levi's chest trembled, and his body flew backward. Although he had blocked the attack, the inhuman power still made his chest feel stuffy. He flew far away, hit the ground, and immediately stood up, uninjured. The frost giant armor could block a Grand Knight's attacks, which made Levi feel much more at ease. The terrifying figure stood up. His face was completely unrecognizable, his eyes blinded. Life neared its end under the rapidly decreasing temperature. This was just a final struggle. He staggered forward, and Levi easily dodged him. The previous exchange had simply been too close to avoid. Levi flashed behind the Grand Knight, shouting that he knew the man worked for the Duke of Montenegro, and stabbed his back with Frostmourne. The golden cross slash shattered the opponent's armor. The Grand Knight, who had almost lost his 5 senses, relied entirely on battle instinct. He brandished his broadsword and charged. Levi had already prepared his second seal of flame. The blazing flames engulfed the Grand Knight's body. The iron armor grew scalding hot. In the cold lake water and ice shards, ice and fire clashed, sending white smoke rising 10 meters into the air. The Grand Knight attacked frantically, unable to touch Levi at all. His consciousness wavered between clarity and chaos, on the verge of collapse. Ice and fire surrounded him completely. After Levi's 5th seal of flame, the Grand Knight's armor was scorched black, and the flesh beneath the armor was covered in burn marks. It was a terrifying sight. Even though the black gas was powerful, the man could not see his opponent, and remained severely frozen. Movements were slow, making him no match for Levi. The Grand Knight stood alone in the cold lake as the man-faced spider breath and man-faced spider tears took full effect. Ice, fire, poison, and all kinds of sword wounds took their toll. The once invincible Sharktooth Knight looked in Levi's direction with a charred and twisted face. He slowly collapsed after releasing a final unwilling roar from his burning throat. Levi waited a long time, keeping his distance and attacking with his bow and arrows. When intermediate vibrosensing no longer picked up the other party's breathing, he quickly used Frostmourne to crush the man's heart, ensuring he would never be able to come back to life. As the image of the megalodon shark in the man's heart disappeared, the Grand Knight died completely. Levi panted heavily, his back covered in sweat. He had killed a Grand Knight, and though it ended safely, the danger had been real. Everything had gone as expected. The frost giant's sigh was powerful, but the Grand Knight reacted too fast. If it had not been for the lake, the frost giant's sigh would not have been as effective. According to the Gullwig witches, the frost giant's sigh functioned more as a control spell than a killing spell. Lowering the surrounding temperature would freeze the enemy's bodily fluids, freezing their bodies and restricting their movements. This spell was only cast on the mithril armor, and its power did not compare to that of an official wizard. However, for Levi, this power was enough for the situation. With so many trump cards, He had achieved a feat that no one had ever done before. He killed a Grand Knight with the body of a regular knight. This battle allowed him to experience how difficult it was to deal with a Grand Knight. On one hand, it was because of the armor. On the other hand, it was because of the opponent's powerful black gas and physique. Even though this Grand Knight did not specialize in defense, a Grand Knight had no obvious shortcomings compared to a normal knight. Similar to the substitute panel in popular fiction, if Sharktooth's strength was an A, then his other attributes were AC, or even AB. After Levi rested, he looked at the frozen Grand Knight, and began to loot the corpse. It was his first time looting a Grand Knight's body, and he wondered what precious items lay waiting to be found. Chapter 102. Lonely Soul of Hell, I grant you a new life. 1. Levi dragged the Grand Knight's corpse onto the rocky shore, the heavy armor scraping against the pebbles. He set to work unbuckling the plates. The devastating heat of the Seal of Flame had scorched and melted most of the items carried on the body, leaving behind blackened ruins. Levi paused, a sudden thought striking him. Damn it, it is a good thing this man did not carry a breathing technique inheritance diagram. If a treasure like that had burned, his heart would ache to death. Even with that realization, Levi knew he would make the exact same choice if he had to do it all over again. A breathing technique was undeniably precious, but ensuring the absolute death of a Grand Knight was far more critical. In the end, his search yielded a few hundred gold coins, a heavy shark-toothed broadsword, and a half-burnt portrait. Levi studied the remaining half of the face captured in the portrait, and recognition clicked in his mind. He had killed that middle-aged noble before, and obtained the spirit exorcism manual from him. That man carried ties to the Duke of Montenegro, and the Duke had clearly sent this Grand Knight to hunt him down. Could the Duke of Montenegro also be searching for clues regarding wizards? Did he also know the secrets of the 4 great spirit exorcism families? Levi pondered the possibilities. He smiled to himself. Either way, the inheritance belonged to him now. Now that he had stolen it out from under his nose, that Montenegro mountain rascal must be furious. The most satisfying part of it all was that the Duke of Montenegro had absolutely no idea who had intercepted his agent. Aside from the gold coins and the shark-toothed broadsword, the Grand Knight carried nothing else of value. Levi lifted the weapon, testing its weight. Trash sword. Only the material is decent since they added some mithril. I will return it to this big guy. The warrior was dead, and Levi did not know his name. It did not matter what people called him in life. From this moment onward, Levi decided to call him Magic Shark. Anticipation stirred in his chest. Now, he could look forward to what came next. The Seal of Hell. Levi drew out the core of the undead, the small object cool against his palm. The Seal of Hell required a fresh, intact corpse to function, operating much like the arts of a corpse herder. A Grand Knight's corpse, revived by the Seal of Hell, should at least possess the strength of a peak knight. Casting the ritual still required several secondary materials. Levi carefully concealed the Grand Knight's body in a secure spot, then turned and made his way back toward Icewind City. Far from the hidden shore, inside the walls of Silver Mountain Castle, the elegant Earl of Silver Mountain stood before a tall mirror, admiring his reflection in a set of brand new, polished armor. Perfect, he muttered, though it remained unclear whether he praised the craftsmanship of the armor or his own image. Moments later, a subordinate stepped into the chamber. My lord, the invitation has been delivered to Master Tyra. You are scheduled to meet at the Shining Tavern in 3 days. All right, you may leave. As the servant departed, the Earl of Silver Mountain looked back at the mirror, his thoughts shifting to the Frostheart item from the recent auction. As a renowned noble of the kingdom, and a Grand Knight himself, his understanding of the world stretched far beyond the knowledge of ordinary men. The world had been changing since the turn of the millennium. The church had fiercely denied the existence of evil spirits prior to the millennium, yet now they openly acknowledged them. This sudden shift in attitude spoke volumes. Across the country, reported attacks by evil spirits rose with every passing year. Granted, the number of casualties remained a mere fraction of the devastation caused by natural disasters, wars, and famines, but the trend remained an ominous sign. If the spirit attacks were considered a minor threat, the frequent incursions of snow demons into the Evernight Kingdom signaled the true approach of a dark age. Snow demons lacked the reality-warping terror of true evil spirits, existing as physical creatures that ordinary men could cut down, but their numbers multiplied daily. According to secret intelligence gathered by the Earl of Silver Mountain, these monsters appeared to be mutations born from the actual residents of the Evernight Kingdom. No one could pinpoint exactly when the disaster began. At first, the authorities paid little attention. By the time winter locked the land in ice, the snow demons had already become a raging plague. The entire Evernight Kingdom faced absolute chaos because of these tireless, undead creatures. The Snow Queen repeatedly sent messengers to the neighboring Emerald Kingdom and the Tuva Empire, begging for military assistance. Unfortunately, the rulers of the Emerald Kingdom proved too old and timid. The king sat atop a dying throne, flatly refusing the Snow Queen's request, preferring to spend his limited energy plotting against his own domestic nobles. Meanwhile, the neighboring Tuva Empire remained locked in a brutal civil war following the Great Rebellion at the end of last year. The legendary Fist of the Empire had vanished entirely. Although the rebel army briefly held the Holy City, the passionate loyalists of the Fist of the Empire continued to fight on tenaciously. The two factions spread the flames of war from the capital across the entire countryside. With both nations distracted, no one marched to aid the Snow Queen. The Earl of Silver Mountain, however, had witnessed the true horror of the snow demons firsthand. He knew with absolute certainty that if the three nations bordering the extreme north failed to unite immediately and crush the monsters in their infancy, the plague would spill over. It would sweep from the Evernight Kingdom into the Emerald Kingdom, consume the Tuva Empire, and eventually threaten the entirety of the Seven Realms. The closest territory was the Montenegro province, and the Icewind territory within that province would be the very first to face destruction. We have to take action, the Earl thought. This rotten kingdom is too massive to fall cleanly. It behaves like a monstrous millipede, with every single foot moving to its own independent thought. Regardless of whether the crown chose to act, a great noble of the north had a duty to protect his thousands of subjects and preserve the legacy of the Silver Mountain family. He knew the Duke of Montenegro likely shared the exact same realization. With that grim future in mind, the Earl of Silver Mountain had already begun accumulating vast stores of mithril. Chapter 103. Lonely Soul of Hell, I grant you a new life. 2. He needed a truly skilled craftsman, someone like Master Tyra, to outfit an entire army with the finest mithril armor and weapons. The Earl of Silver Mountain muttered to himself, marveling that a tiny bit of mithril would prove to be the key to fighting against undead creatures like snow demons. He settled in to wait for the meeting with the master 3 days later. In Icewind City, Levi moved quickly, gathering the necessary materials to cast the seal of hell from the Jade Chamber of Commerce and the Shining Tavern. After confirming no one followed, he slipped away, returning to the small island on Heavenly Lake. Harris hovered in the sky above, keeping watch. On the small island below, Magic Shark's corpse lay cold. The biting northern temperature kept the body from rotting quickly, a benefit enhanced by the Grand Knight's exceptionally powerful physique. Levi lined up the materials, counting them one by one: preservatives, mercury, and the remaining components. Before casting the seal of hell, the corpse required embalming, filling with mercury, and wrapping securely in the manner of a mummy. The preparation took half a day. Finally finished, Levi drew out the core of the undead. The beautiful blue mist within resembled the soul fire dancing in the eyes of undead skeletons. He recalled the complex hand gestures for the seal of hell, memorized long ago, and began to form the seals. His fingers blurred, and he began to chant in the special language of the Constantine family, reaching out to connect with the realm of hell. Lonely soul of hell, I grant you a new life. A heavy power surged from the dark. The core of the undead spun slowly, emitting a dazzling blue light before drilling straight into Magic Shark's charred, unrecognizable head. Levi gripped his casting materials for the seal of protection and the seal of flames, ready for any unexpected danger. Within a few breaths, blue flames erupted from Magic Shark's empty eye sockets. Waves of frost washed over the dead face, trailing wisps of cold air. The blue fire began to shrink, compressing until it reached the size of a green bean, shining like a brilliant blue eye. The dead body trembled, then snapped upright, standing perfectly straight. Levi stepped back, priming the seal of flames in each hand while black gas enveloped his upper body. The corpse remained motionless. Levi adjusted his hand seals, projecting a command. The body took a step forward. The initial stiffness melted away, the movements growing smoother until the figure walked like a living person. This is much better than expected, Levi thought. He commanded Magic Shark to attack a nearby tree. Magic Shark charged forward with the force of a locomotive, snatching his heavy broadsword from the ground. Black gas coiled around the dead arm, flowing into the weapon. With a loud crack, the blade sheared through a tree trunk as thick as a bucket. The sheer power of the system amazed Levi. The puppet could still channel black gas. He spent the next 10 minutes testing various combat maneuvers, gradually mastering the controls. The puppet's combat strength fell short of what the Grand Knight possessed in life, but it still far exceeded a peak knight, functioning as a semi-grand knight. Levi tested the puppet against himself, discovering that Magic Shark adapted well to combat. Without relying on his ultimate trump cards, Levi found the puppet a formidable opponent. An external force, yes, but my battle prowess has increased again. Excitement stirred in his chest. Magic Shark provided a massive advantage. Even at half the strength of a living Grand Knight, a completely loyal puppet offered far more security than a living subordinate who might harbor betrayal. Magic Shark would never rebel. Levi opened his proficiency panel to check the results. A new entry appeared at the bottom. Seal of Hell, Level 1, 5 out of 1000. The third seal had finally manifested. Levi paused, puzzled by the rapid increase. In his experience with the Seal of Flame and the Seal of Protection, each casting yielded only 1 proficiency point, completely different from the slow cultivation of a breathing technique. Then, a series of notifications flared at the bottom of the panel. Seal of Hell Proficiency +1. Seal of Hell Proficiency +1. Seal of Hell Proficiency +1. The realization struck him. He did not need to recast the spell. Maintaining the hand seals to control Magic Shark over a prolonged period caused the proficiency to climb steadily, gaining a point with each interval of active control. This skill will level up quickly, Levi realized. However, a catch remained. The energy stored within each core of the undead was strictly limited. Active combat drained the core rapidly. Levi formed an ending hand gesture, bringing Magic Shark to a halt. The core of the undead floated out of the puppet's eye socket and settled back into Levi's hand. A quick inspection revealed that 1/20th of the total energy had already vanished. At this rate, exhausting an entire core would only grant 100 proficiency points. Reaching level 2 would require 10 such cores. finding that many would be a massive headache unless he went out to hunt snow demons himself. Levi chose not to push the puppet any further for now. Perhaps the quality of this specific core is simply too low. According to the handbook, stronger undead creatures yielded far higher quality cores. Levi reinserted the core into Magic Shark's body, issuing a simple command to follow rather than fight. This passive state changed the consumption drastically, drawing barely any energy from the core. At this resting rate, the core would lose only 1% of its total power per day. The core functions like a battery. Walking keeps it on standby, while fighting actively drains the charge. Relief washed over him. If ordinary movement required heavy energy, the seal of hell would be far too impractical, forcing him to lug the puppet around in a massive coffin. Levi used his prepared supplies to disguise Magic Shark's features and mask the faint scent of decay. He ordered the puppet to don its armor and iron helmet, then guided the hidden figure back into Icewind City under the cover of darkness. The following day, Levi found a local smith to reforge the highly recognizable shark-toothed broadsword into a standard blade. He also commissioned a custom suit of fully enclosed heavy plate armor. The new gear concealed every inch of Magic Shark's body, and the airtight iron helmet completely obscured his identity. Though a faint odor persisted, many knights and nobles neglected basic hygiene, making a strange scent entirely unremarkable. Chapter 104. Breaking the limit again. It was the year 1009 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of grass. Magic Shark stood in the small and obediently, completely still. Wait for me here. Do not move, Levi said, looking at his companion. A bitter smile touched his lips. Why am I talking to a puppet? It does not understand. Maybe I have been lonely for too long. Leaving the puppet inside the room, Levi headed out toward the Shining Tavern. This would be his final stop before returning to his territory. Now that he had successfully killed the Grand Knight, the next move belonged to the Duke of Montenegro. He slipped into a deserted alleyway and donned his golden mask, instantly shifting his posture and tone to match the identity of Golden Warhammer. When he arrived at the tavern, the staff informed him that a distinguished guest wanted to speak with Master Tyra. The messenger stressed that it would be best to make the trip, signaling that the client was a great noble holding significant power within Icewind City. The clerk led Levi into a quiet private room. Inside sat a middle-aged man with a firm, delicate face. He lacked a burly frame, yet his posture exuded nobility. A glorious mustache and striking silver hair caught the eye immediately. It was the Earl of Silver Mountain. Master Tyra, it is not easy to see you, the Earl said, offering a warm smile. Earl, may I know why you are looking for me? Levi asked. He kept his tone balanced, neither servile nor overbearing. Even facing an Earl, a legendary craftsman maintained a respected status. He could not lower himself and ruin his professional reputation. The Earl of Silver Mountain showed no offense, gesturing toward a seat. Master, please sit. A jug of black rum rested on the table. The Earl poured a full cup for Levi. Master, I want to hire you as my personal blacksmith. Earl, you must know that many rulers in the Northern Territory want to hire me, and I have rejected them all. I do not lack money, Levi replied plainly. I naturally know that money does not move you, Master. So I must ask, what is it that you desire? Name it, and I will do everything in my power to satisfy your request. The Earl smiled gently. I cannot think of anything I lack for the time being. My life is fulfilling as it is, but I will consider your suggestion, Levi answered politely. Seeing the blacksmith remain unmoved, the Earl leaned forward. Are you worried about restrictions on your freedom? If so, please put those fears aside. I only need your help to complete a specific batch of mithril armor and weapons. The forging process will simply take some time. I can tell you possess a vast amount of mithril, Earl. This is an extremely rare metal. Even as a craftsman, I rarely see it in such quantities, Levi noted. The Earl of Silver Mountain possessed massive ambitions to forge an entire batch of mithril equipment. Even if the metal was used only as an alloy coating, the expense would be staggering. Master, you have undoubtedly heard about the snow demons in the Evernight Kingdom, the Earl said. That is correct. Those creatures appear highly dangerous. Levi felt his pulse quicken slightly, wondering why the noble chose to share this information. The Earl grew solemn. Then do you know that more than a dozen noble territories in the Evernight Kingdom have already been completely destroyed because of those monsters? I did not. Levi spent his days completely consumed by his training, leaving him no energy to worry about global affairs. To be frank, Master, I am preparing this mithril equipment to face the potential arrival of a snow demon army. This past winter, their forces displaced countless families. Unfortunately, many important figures in our kingdom fail to realize the gravity of the situation. According to reports from knights who fought on the front lines, snow demons are almost indestructible. These monsters refuse to die unless the frost heart inside their bodies is completely shattered or removed. Ordinary iron blades are horribly inefficient against them. So far, only one metal inflicts substantial, efficient damage to their flesh. Mithril. Winter has arrived, Master. The snow demons from the extreme north will wreak havoc across our northern borders sooner or later. The entire Montenegro province will face the assault when that happens. You are a respected craftsman, but you require the protection of a powerful noble. In this entire region, aside from the Duke of Montenegro himself, you will find no greater shield than me, the Silver Mountain Knight. The Earl looked at Levi with piercing eyes, his confidence radiating a powerful aura. Having recently killed Magic Shark, Levi could instantly tell that the Earl of Silver Mountain possessed strength far eclipsing that dead Grand Knight. Though Grand Knights occupied the same formal tier of power, individual combat capability varied wildly. At this stage, differences emerged through breathing techniques, combat styles, equipment, and raw personal talent. A warrior with a superior breathing technique, prime gear, and sharper instincts would naturally dominate. This variation explained why the Fist of the Empire could fight off 2 Grand Knights simultaneously, while injured, single-handedly suppressing both the military minister and Pale Shadow. While the Earl of Silver Mountain might not match the legendary Fist of the Empire, he remained one of the Northern 7 Flying Cavalry, occupying the same legendary status as Levi's own father. His combat prowess was undeniable. Levi fell into deep thought. The Earl's warnings carried the weight of truth. The Snow Demon Plague was tearing the Evernight Kingdom apart. Furthermore, Levi understood the origin of these creatures far better than the noble across from him. The return of the Dark Wave, the opening warning of the Spirit Exorcism Manual flashed through his mind, causing a stir of unease. The world grew more unstable by the day. Whether dealing with restless evil spirits or marching snow demons, these threats were merely the vanguard, the opening act of the Dark Wave's return. Over time, far more terrifying entities would cross into this realm. When that happened, human civilization and the Grand Knights everyone revered would tear like fragile paper. Yet, Levi refused to lose himself to panic. The full return of the Dark Wave measured its progress across thousands of years. By the time the true horrors arrived, if he failed to walk the path of a wizard and extend his life, he would have long since died of old age. Worrying about the distant future was pointless. However, the immediate chaos of the snow demons and local spirits remained a tangible threat. The Silver Mountain Knight offered incredible power. Forging a loose relationship with him through his craft might prove highly beneficial. Levi took a slow, deep breath, simulating the posture of a man weighing a heavy choice. "Let us do this, Earl. Please grant me some time to consider your offer," he said, deepening his voice. "Very well. I shall look forward to your reply, Master. You are welcome to visit my estate at any time." The Earl of Silver Mountain rose and departed with elegant strides. He walked away confident that no man truly welcomed death. The blacksmith did not lack funds and clearly possessed some personal strength, but surviving the coming winter calamity alone would prove nearly impossible. Levi watched the door close behind the noble, a smirk playing under his mask. "Even the Earl of Silver Mountain comes to pitch me personally. Master Tyra, you are quite something." From every piece of intelligence he had gathered, the Earl seemed to be a genuinely honorable man, holding an excellent reputation among both high nobles and common laborers. Still, Levi possessed his own territory and hated the thought of operating under another man's thumb. Living under someone else's roof brought nothing but discomfort. Even so, the warning regarding the metal remained crucial. "I never expected Mithril to hold such specific utility." The other nobles must have realized this as well, which explains why the supply has completely dried up in the north lately. Levi paused, reviewing his inventory. "Fortunately, I possess a full suit of frost giant armor forged from Mithril. I can defend myself. Frostmourne is also a pure Mithril blade capable of rending those monsters." He refused to panic. If the snow demon horde overran the northern territories, he would simply pack his essential belongings and flee, abandoning the Blackwater Valley if necessary. At the end of the day, the valley was merely property. He would defend his assets as long as reasonably possible, but if his life hung in the balance, he would cut his losses instantly. There is no need to rush a decision regarding the Earl's contract. I can take my time. After scanning the trading floors of the Shining Tavern and finding nothing else of immediate interest, Levi returned to his room, collected Magic Shark, and slipped out of the city under the cover of night. To ensure the puppet never startled the locals, Levi directed him straight into the underground shelter. All his most valuable possessions rested within those walls, making the puppet the perfect guardian for the vault. Overall, the journey to Icewind City had proven incredibly lucrative. He returned with over 1,000 gold coins and several large manufacturing orders. More importantly, he had secured the core of the undead and successfully constructed Magic Shark, securing a guardian possessing the baseline strength of a Grand Knight. Finally, he had obtained a new breathing technique. Levi pulled out the inheritance diagram for the red pig breathing technique. The parchment depicted a massive, blood-red boar resting on crimson soil, like a small mountain, surrounded by 20 tiny figures offering worship. One of the absolute worst shallow breathing techniques available. Still, better than nothing, Levi muttered. It took him only a few days of focused study to master the fundamentals. The catalyst required for the training proved to be the simplest secret medicine Levi had ever encountered: wild boar meat. The Montenegro mountain range crawled with the beasts, and they frequently raided the valley's cultivated fields. Levi possessed an abundant supply from his regular hunting excursions. With the meat acting as his secret medicine, a month flew by. By the month of flowers in the year 1009 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, Levi successfully pushed the new technique to its absolute maximum at the 4th level. Deep within Levi's heart, the spiritual manifestation of the giant rhinoceros lowered its head, driving its massive horn straight through the newly formed red boar. The horn acted like a siphon, completely absorbing the creature's essence. The physical energy and spiritual focus required for the assimilation proved minimal for a warrior of his current stature. Once his breathing steadied, he opened the proficiency panel to inspect the change. The breakthrough counter for the giant rhinoceros seed shifted from 2 out of 3 to 3 out of 3. The technique successfully shattered its limits. Giant rhinoceros breathing technique, level 5, 1 out of 30,000. Special effect, intermediate strength. Excellent. Next comes level 6, Levi whispered, his mood lifting instantly. The current interface looked far cleaner than it had in the past, bringing a sense of order. He reviewed his active repertoire. The black snake technique rested at level 6. The man-faced spider, giant rhinoceros, and siren techniques stood at level 5. The blood whale technique occupied level 3, followed by the turbolarian technique at level 2, and the giant technique at level 1. A profound sense of accomplishment washed over him as he surveyed the list. The next major milestone belongs to the black snake. Once it reaches level 7, and I achieve the status of a peak knight, I can make my final push toward the rank of a grand knight. A grand knight. That legendary summit had once seemed entirely out of reach. Yet, after 6 years of unyielding, daily discipline, the destination grew closer with every passing breath. Time to set a milestone, Levi told himself. By the time I turn 20, I will become a grand knight. Chapter 105. Giant double-legged beast and red lotus breathing technique. 1. Becoming a grand knight at the age of 20 was nothing short of a fantasy in the eyes of others. Even the White Horse Knight, hailed as a genius, became a grand knight at a much older age. However, Levi now had ample ambergris and the black snake secret medicine. With his current speed, the transition to level 7 of the black snake breathing technique would arrive in the second half of this year, pushing him to the status of a peak knight. By next year, the black snake breathing technique would reach level 8, and the rank of grand knight would be his. Levi walked out of the shelter, feeling hopeful. Magic Shark stood there quietly, maintaining a low power consumption state. Stepping onto the city gate tower, Levi breathed in the fresh air. In the sky above the territory, the snow-white Harris merged with the clouds, flying freely. Under such circumstances, threats rarely went unnoticed. If anything happened, Harris would scream and alert the authorities. The 3 brothers, whom the Grand Knight had injured, had completely recovered. Their bodies grew larger each day, resembling rhinoceroses with astonishing weight. Their appetites increased by the day. A lesser baron would have been left penniless by the food bill, but Levi possessed ample wealth. Down on the training grounds, Sam stood alone near the area where Fred used to train his soldiers. Sam possessed a decent talent for breathing techniques, a fact that would have made Fred very happy if he were alive. Unfortunately, even when Sam became an official knight in the future, Fred would not have the chance to see him. With the continuous improvement of the forging industry, the current Blackwater Valley did not need any additional investment from Levi. The economy could develop and grow on its own. The previous battle with the Grand Knight proved the power of the Red Blood Cavalry. Supported by the 3 brothers and the infantry, the Red Blood Cavalry could cause significant damage to Grand Knights. The current strategy relied on forming a crushing advantage in numbers, so the army construction of the territory continued. It was the year 1009 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of warmth. During the past month, Levi continued to cultivate, practice his swordsmanship, and occasionally forge iron or mix medicine. Moreover, he dedicated time to learning painting techniques, emulating masterwork paintings within his busy schedule. This practice in copying was not for pleasure, but for the upcoming trip to Icewind City. At the Silver Mountain Castle of Icewind City, Master Tyra, wearing a golden mask, strode to the front of the Earl of Silver Mountain's fortress. The carriage behind him carried 3 sets of mithril armor and weapons forged during this period. In the end, Levi had reached an agreement with the Earl of Silver Mountain. The noble provided the mithril and raw materials, while Levi forged the mithril armor and weapons. The agreed volume sat at 3 sets per month, representing the limit of an ordinary blacksmith. Of course, the truth was that Levi finished the forging work in 5 days. Meanwhile, the Earl of Silver Mountain provided a fee of 300 gold coins for each set of custom-made equipment. 100 sets of custom-made equipment would be required across 3 years. 300 gold coins was the discounted price Levi gave the Earl of Silver Mountain. It was a large order, and since the Earl of Silver Mountain provided all the materials, demanding too much would ruin the relationship. In return for Levi's preferential treatment, the Earl of Silver Mountain agreed to grant Levi access to the blueprints of the bloodline breathing technique inheritance diagrams he had collected. The reason for this request was that Levi no longer had any pursuit for basic forging. He operated as a breathing technique collector, wanting to examine more breathing technique inheritance diagrams, to study ancient mythological knowledge. Levi harbored no hopes for the sole authentic copy of the breathing technique inheritance diagrams. The Earl of Silver Mountain was a collector, so he would never give the originals to Levi. The noble did not lack money. Thus, Levi only hoped that he could obtain some hand-drawn copies and see if he could cultivate them. This requirement explained why Levi had been practicing his copying skills these past few days. The Earl of Silver Mountain readily agreed. Many people collected breathing techniques simply to gain mystical knowledge or to show off their taste and money. As for selling these fake bloodline breathing techniques, only a fool would buy them. Authentic breathing technique inheritance diagrams had been passed down since ancient times. The exact origin could not be verified, though the major nobles claimed that their ancestors created them. The special ancient parchment used for originals was completely different from the parchment manufactured by the people of this era. Without that material, the diagrams would have been unable to resist the erosion of time and survive until now. Therefore, the authenticity of breathing technique inheritance diagrams could be easily determined. For bloodline breathing techniques, other than the genuine copy, additional copies held no value to collectors. Previously, some people sold copies of the non-bloodline breathing technique for money, but very few people bought them. This resistance existed because it was impossible to determine the authenticity and accuracy of a duplicate. Even a small error in breathing techniques was enough to cause serious consequences. People frequently went berserk when cultivating flawed breathing techniques. In the eyes of the Earl of Silver Mountain, the bloodline breathing technique inheritance diagrams in his collection were no different from the paintings hanging in an art gallery. Just by giving Master Tyra some copies of the bloodline breathing technique, he could secure a real discount and a good impression from the master. The trade made perfect sense. The Earl of Silver Mountain's castle was very stylish. Although it could not compete with the grand church in the city, the fortress still stood as the second tallest building in the region. Chapter 106. Giant double-legged beast and red lotus breathing technique. 2. The retainer smiled, gesturing toward the grand hall. Welcome, Master Tyra. To celebrate our first collaboration, the Earl has prepared a sumptuous banquet for you. Master Tyra adjusted his golden mask. It is my honor. Stepping through the heavy doors, Levi waited while the retainer summoned the official blacksmiths under the Earl of Silver Mountain to inspect the delivery. The retainer pulled the chief artisan aside, whispering softly, "How is it?" He was not patronizing us, was he? The artisans carefully observed the appearance, design, and texture of the armor that Levi had forged. They lined up weapons and armor forged by ordinary blacksmiths, placing them side by side with the pieces delivered by Master Tyra. All contained the exact same ratio of mithril alloy, yet the comparison left the castle smiths utterly speechless. The armor and weapons forged by Master Tyra were far superior to ordinary work in terms of internal quality, structural balance, and sheer exquisiteness. Originally, the official blacksmiths felt a pang of resentment that the Earl had bypassed their workshop for an outsider, believing their lord looked down on their standards. Now, all doubts vanished. The decision was entirely correct. The legendary blacksmith possessed divine, ingenious skills. One smith shook his head, running a finger over the flawless metal. "Is this the difference between us and a master? The gap is enormous." Another nodded in agreement. "We cannot compare. A blacksmith master's comprehension and skills in forging are far above ours. I want to ask him for advice." The retainer revealed a satisfied smile, watching the artisans marvel at the craftsmanship. Inside the elegant reception room of Silver Mountain Castle, the Earl of Silver Mountain gestured toward a long table laden with rich food. "Master, come and eat." Levi offered a polite, helpless bow. "My respected Earl, it is all right. I had food before arriving. I am very full." The Earl of Silver Mountain stood up, his silver hair catching the light. "All right then, master, follow me. I will let you see my great collection." Levi followed the noble through a long, quiet corridor before arriving at a massive round hall. Dozens of breathing technique inheritance diagrams hung on the walls in exquisite frames, arranged like oil paintings in a gallery. Levi stared at the display, a rush of excitement tightening his chest. This hidden hall was absolute heaven for him. The Earl of Silver Mountain observed his guest's reaction, quite pleased with himself. To make a legendary blacksmith master show such profound excitement meant his collection truly held immense value. The Earl gestured proudly to the walls. "Master, I, Silver Mountain, have collected 22 breathing technique inheritance diagrams." He glanced at Levi, testing the waters. "I wonder how many sets Master has in his collection." Levi kept his voice calm and self-deprecating. "Me. I only have a few pieces. I just started this line of work, so it cannot be compared to the Earl's collection." Secretly, Levi cursed the limitations of the era. If only a camera existed, he could take pictures of these inheritance diagrams individually and bring them back to cultivate, completely eliminating the grueling need to copy them by hand. The bloodline breathing techniques that others regarded as useless artifacts, fit only for a collector's vanity, represented the most precious treasure in the world to Levi. The Earl of Silver Mountain smiled warmly. "Master, the 17 breathing techniques displayed outside are shallow bloodline breathing techniques. They are not worth mentioning. Let me show you something truly remarkable." Finding a fellow collector who seemed to share his niche hobby made the Earl eager to show off. He pressed a concealed mechanism near the center of the hall, causing the floorboards to shift. A stone platform rose slowly from the ground. 5 distinct breathing technique inheritance diagrams rested on the pedestal. Of these 5 breathing technique inheritance diagrams, 4 are of excellent quality, and 1 is of perfect quality, the Earl explained, his voice softening with reverence. They belonged to the 5 great families, who stood as equals to our Silver Mountain family in history. Time has passed, and the world has changed. Now, these families have long disappeared into the dust of history. While most nobles valued the romantic legacy of bloodlines, Levi cared only for practical results. He focused entirely on the perfect grade breathing technique. The parchment depicted a massive, 2-legged beast breathing torrents of flame, enjoying the worship of hundreds of small people. The presence of more than 100 tiny figures confirmed its status. A perfect grade breathing technique was indeed extraordinary. The Earl pointed to the flaming beast. "This is the Red Lotus breathing technique, the absolute crown jewel of my collection. It is the bloodline breathing technique of the Red Lotus family, who perished 600 years ago. Their lineage produced many legendary Grand Knights, including the famous Red Lotus Knight." The Earl sighed, looking at the parchment. Unfortunately, that Grand Knight appeared briefly before disappearing. If the Red Lotus Knight had successfully advanced to the legendary tier, then the Red Lotus breathing technique would no longer be classified as perfect quality, but legendary. In other words, a legendary knight achieves a legendary breathing technique, not vice versa. There is no essential difference in the source between a perfect and a legendary grade breathing technique. The Earl turned to Levi, his eyes shining with intense ambition. Master Tyra, you might not know this, but my Silver Mountain family's bloodline breathing technique is also of excellent grade. If one day I become legendary, then my Silver Mountain family will become a legendary lineage. Therefore, I sincerely invite you to join our Silver Mountain castle. Only a legendary family can properly support such an outstanding blacksmith master like you. If you are willing to join me, I will grant you 1 or 2 excellent breathing techniques from this platform. The Silver Mountain Knight exuded a powerful aura, standing tall like a proud, confident silver beast. Levi paused, slightly stunned by the revelation. The Earl of Silver Mountain was far more than a simple provincial lord. A perfect grade breathing technique meant his heritage was even more advanced than the Black Snake family's history. As far as Levi knew, only the Duke of Montenegro's family possessed a perfect grade technique among the Northern 7 flying cavalry. Now, a second emerged. Levi maintained his posture, declining with a smooth, firm tone. Dear Earl, I appreciate your kindness. However, although I am only a blacksmith master, I do not like to depend on others. I have always believed that heroes create families, not that families create heroes. The statement stunned the Earl of Silver Mountain. He blinked, then broke into a loud laugh. All right, it seems Master's ambition lies elsewhere, so I will not force the matter. With a wave of his hand, the Earl lowered the stone display containing the 5 elite breathing techniques back into the floor. According to their contract, Levi only possessed permission to copy the 17 shallow bloodline breathing technique inheritance diagrams, excluding the treasures on the pedestal. Levi walked toward the outer walls, defusing the tension with a compliment. The Earl's collection is really rich. I might need a lot of time to finish copying these diagrams. The Earl of Silver Mountain waved his hand politely. Although these breathing techniques are useless to the untrained, I have spent a lot of effort collecting them. As long as you do not destroy my authentic collection, Master, you may copy them without worry. I will ask the servants to bring you food if you are hungry. If you grow sleepy, there are many rooms in the castle prepared for your rest. Thank you, Earl. With the Silver Mountain Knight keeping him company for the first hour, Levi inspected the remaining 17 diagrams. Most focused on strength and speed, while a small portion offered attributes for physique and defense. Not a single one offered a perception-type skill like the man-faced spider breathing technique, proving just how rare his sensory ability truly was. Once the inspections concluded, Levi unpacked his drawing board, thick parchment, and fine charcoal pens. He sat directly on the polished floor, beginning to sketch under the watchful gaze of the Silver Mountain Knight. Initially, Levi had planned to hire a random painter in Icewind City to handle the duplicates. However, after witnessing the abyssal quality of local street artists, he chose to master the skill himself. A single error in a copying line could cause a practitioner to go completely insane during cultivation. He trusted no one else with the task. Focusing his mind, the proficiency panel manifested in his thoughts. Beneath his professional skills in forging, pharmacy, and beast taming, a new lifestyle skill flickered into view. Emulation, level 2, 1 out of 5,000. Thanks to his rigorous practice sessions back in the safety of the valley, his copying skill had already safely reached the 2nd stage, ensuring absolute accuracy in every stroke. Chapter 107, Level 7 Black Snake. 1. Emulation referred to copying calligraphy and paintings directly from the original source. Breathing technique inheritance diagrams were essentially unique, highly intricate paintings. Not only did a person have to draw a lifelike ancient beast, but most importantly, they had to replicate every posture, movement, and rhythm of the small figures surrounding the creature. This precision served as the absolute key to cultivating breathing techniques in the future. Levi remained unsure if he could actually cultivate the breathing technique inheritance diagrams he copied. Up until now, every technique he practiced came directly from an authentic, original diagram. He had never attempted to train using a counterfeit. A universal rule existed among warriors, stating that a practitioner must only use authentic breathing techniques. One could not rely on fakes or learn the arts through the verbal instruction of others. Breathing techniques differed fundamentally from combat styles. If a person learned a combat technique incorrectly, they merely took a detour or moved in the opposite direction, failing to unleash the style's true power. If a person learned the wrong breathing technique, however, a light punishment meant severe internal injuries, while a heavy punishment resulted in death. Despite the risks, Levi chose to make this bold attempt. Collecting authentic breathing techniques through conventional means simply took too much time. In the future, whether he focused on the black snake style or other variations, he would require countless shallow breathing techniques to break through his limits. Only by acquiring a vast library could he continuously deduce new paths, break past his boundaries, and evolve his power to the highest realm. After learning that the Earl of Silver Mountain operated as an avid collector, Levi had readily agreed to cooperate. However, he had subtly altered the terms of their agreement. Instead of becoming a personal retainer and working directly within Silver Mountain Castle, Levi chose to deliver a set number of goods to the Earl each month. Put bluntly, Levi worked with the noble, but not under him. In this life, Levi refused to ever become a corporate laborer. Most importantly, Levi lacked the courage to cultivate inside another man's territory. Over a long period, an observant host would easily discover clues and flaws in his routine, especially since Levi used the alias of Master Tyra. The sensory perception of a Grand Knight was far too sharp for ordinary people to comprehend. Levi felt certain that the Earl of Silver Mountain could see through his true physical strength, but the noble remained discreet and chose not to care. Levi began to copy, focusing entirely on finishing the task quickly so he could return home to cultivate. As long as his copies remained perfectly accurate, his future training would proceed smoothly. The Earl of Silver Mountain stood nearby, observing Master Tyra's progress. The artisan worked with astonishing accuracy, demonstrating a rare talent for the brush. It seemed unusual that a rough blacksmith could handle replication with such delicate grace, yet talent often defied expectations. Eventually, the Earl of Silver Mountain detailed a high-ranking knight from his personal guard to watch over the hall. The noble bid farewell to Master Tyra and departed to attend to his official duties. No matter the cost, securing a long-term cooperation with a blacksmith master brought immense benefits to the territory's development. Dozens of great nobles had approached Master Tyra with similar offers, only to face flat rejections. The Earl stood alone as the only lord to secure a contract. The achievement filled the Earl of Silver Mountain with pride. His expensive hobby of collecting useless breathing technique diagrams had finally yielded a practical reward. With the Earl gone, Levi dropped his rigid posture. In the silent collection room, the lone guard watched him from a distance. Levi focused his attention on the proficiency panel and began the monotonous, repetitive task of sketching. Emulation proficiency plus 67. Emulation proficiency plus 54. The exhausting process stretched on for more than half a month, keeping Levi confined to Icewind City. During the day, he maintained a thick skin and worked inside Silver Mountain Castle. Aside from drawing, he took the initiative to provide pointers to the official blacksmiths employed by the estate. Under his masterful guidance, the local smiths felt thoroughly enlightened, and their respect for the visiting master grew exponentially. At night, Levi returned to his room at the local inn to continue his personal cultivation. The Earl of Silver Mountain felt highly pleased whenever he noticed Master Tyra carefully instructing the castle blacksmiths. Consequently, he ignored the craftsman's shameless, prolonged presence in his gallery. Copying the diagrams caused no physical loss to his collection. Before long, the busy Earl shifted his focus to pressing political matters, entirely forgetting about Master Tyra's presence. As a powerful provincial lord, he managed countless responsibilities within his territory and the noble factions, separating his lifestyle completely from that of a minor baron like Levi. Under the weight of constant repetition, Levi's emulation lifestyle skill rapidly approached its limit. Finally, Levi paused, dark circles visible beneath the eyes of his golden mask. He looked at his maximized skill counter and allowed a confident, gratified smile to touch his lips. There was nothing in this world that could not be accomplished. If a task failed, it simply meant a person had not worked hard enough. Emulation, level 3, maximum. Special effect, fake or genuine. The special effect notification explained that his replication skills had reached a peak. No difference existed between his copies and the original works. While a massive difference remained regarding the age of the paper, the texture of the charcoal, and the ink color, the physical lines and structural content matched perfectly. Levi felt confident that the duplicates would not negatively impact his cultivation. Now he could copy the remaining diagrams without a single worry. Next, he would show the world the true meaning of a manual copy and paste. Chapter 108. Level 7 Black Snake. 2. Levi focused his gaze on the 17 breathing technique inheritance diagrams and set to work. The first text, the Rock Dragon breathing technique, was a shallow bloodline art that prioritized defense. The illustrated rock dragon resembled a giant, scaled lizard, the only feature connecting the beast to the legendary dragons of myth. Only 16 small human figures bordered the central monster. The sketching took a full hour to complete. The second text, the Windcat breathing technique, focused entirely on speed. This layout featured 20 small figures, demanding an hour and a half of meticulous coordination. The process stretched over several days, until all 17 duplicates rested securely in his pack. He departed Silver Mountain Castle completely satisfied. The grueling schedule delayed his monthly production quota for weapons and armor. Levi promised the Earl of Silver Mountain that he would gradually make up the missing inventory over the coming months, a compromise the noble accepted without complaint. With his prizes secured, Levi bid farewell to the Lord and journeyed back to Blackwater Valley. I am completely exhausted. Levi collapsed onto his bed inside the underground shelter, his muscles aching with fatigue. Even with the assistance of a maximized lifestyle skill, forcing an effect to its absolute limit within a single month took a massive toll. Replicating intricate artwork demanded immense concentration, a delicate process that drained his stamina far more than hammering iron at the forge. Thanks to his training, the finished duplicates possessed the unique quality of looking indistinguishable from the originals. The modern parchment and fresh ink exposed them as fakes to a collector, but the lines, rhythms, and instructional content matched the authentic inheritance diagrams perfectly. Financial gain played no part in this endeavor. Selling a counterfeit bloodline breathing technique was a pointless venture, as no warrior in the kingdom would risk their life buying a copy. Forging premium weapons provided a far faster route to wealth if he ever lacked gold. Levi resisted the urge to begin training immediately. He ordered Magic Shark to guard the vault, then sank into a deep, uninterrupted sleep that lasted for 3 full days and nights. Once his energy and physical stamina returned to peak condition, he unrolled the duplicate for the wind cat breathing technique to begin his first session. Speed served as the foundation of the style. His siren breathing technique approached its 6th level, meaning he would soon require multiple speed-based attributes to shatter his next major limit. Developing these shallow techniques now provided the perfect insurance policy for his future growth. A day of intense practice yielded immediate results. The proficiency panel shifted, displaying a new entry. Wind cat breathing technique, level 1, 1 out of 1000. The success proved the absolute reliability of his system. The panel possessed no visible limits. Through his arrangement with the Earl of Silver Mountain, Levi had secured 17 distinct bloodline paths. In terms of market value, the duplicates fell short of a full suit of mithril plate, yet collecting 17 authentic diagrams through legal trade would have taken a lifetime. To a practitioner striving for growth, time was far more valuable than gold. Regret lingered over the treasures kept on the stone pedestal. The Earl of Silver Mountain had flatly refused access to the 4 excellent diagrams and the single perfect raid text. Levi remained content with his haul despite the restriction. The weeks flowed by in a blur of disciplined training. With his attention fixed on production and personal cultivation, Levi quietly dissolved his remaining ties to the wild boar knight. The Wilderness Brotherhood remained silent, locked away in their own secretive plottings, and no news reached the valley for months. Fulfilling a lingering vow to young Milan remained the only reason to hunt the rogue leader. At his current level of strength, confronting the wild boar knight felt like entering a playground to bully small children, offering zero sense of achievement. The Blackwater Valley operated at a pace that rendered the presence of another official blacksmith completely irrelevant, as old Toby managed the furnaces perfectly. Still, a promise was a promise. The pursuit relied on principle, not economic gain. He had sworn to Toby that he would bring his father back, and Levi refused to break his word when he possessed the physical power to enforce it. He dispatched his scouts to investigate the locations Fred had detailed, but the search yielded nothing. The Wild Boar gang had completely abandoned their primary stronghold, leaving behind shattered equipment and the unmistakable signs of a recent battle. The realization brought a wave of frustration. The worst outcome of a planned revenge was discovering that the enemy had completely vanished before the blow could land. Levi abandoned the active hunt for the time being. He retrieved a worn piece of parchment from his desk, ink flowing as he added a brief note. Wait a little longer. The document served as his personal chronicle of grievances, listing every faction and individual who had crossed him in the past. It functioned as a physical reminder, ensuring a hectic schedule never caused him to forget an outstanding debt. The revenge list kept his focus sharp during peaceful times, preventing complacency. The entry at the very top of the page read, "The Duke of Montenegro," accompanied by a stark notation, "Undefeatable for now." The second and third positions belonged to the Earl of Blood and the Earl of Siler Silk, both carrying the exact same warning as the Duke. Further down, the names of the Bird of Death's voice and Priest Abraham filled the lines. Every individual recorded within the pages possessed significant power. With each passing day, his own strength grew. The month of harvest arrived in the year 1009 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, bringing another bumper crop to the valley. The serfs labored in the fields, gathering the wheat under a clear sky. Levi watched the harvest from his battlements, well aware that these peaceful seasons were drawing to a close. The persistent cold wave continued its steady march southward, carrying the relentless snow demons within the freezing winds. Those monsters possessed the power to erase everything his people had built. If the northern lords failed to contain the plague, the valley would face total destruction, forcing him to prioritize his own survival. For now, the danger remained a distant threat. The Evernight Kingdom and the high nobles of the frontier stood as a massive shield, keeping the Blackwater Valley isolated from the front lines. Levi used the quiet months to push 3 distinct speed techniques to their absolute limits. The Windcat style, the Moon Rabbit style, and the Flying Snake style reached level 4, and level 5 respectively. Maxing out these shallow systems offered little excitement, akin to a high-level warrior repeating basic training exercises in a novice village. By the time the autumn harvest concluded and the month of the northern wind locked the land in frost, both the siren and the giant rhinoceros techniques reached the absolute peak of level 6. The proficiency panel updated the status. Siren breathing technique, level 6, maximum, breakthrough available, current progress 0 out of 4. Special effect, advanced speed, giant rhinoceros breathing technique, level 6, maximum. The combined attributes of his auxiliary styles resonated through his muscles, yet Levi held back. He refused to force a breakthrough for the siren technique just yet. His foundational style, the black snake technique, had not achieved level 7. If the siren technique advanced past level 6 prematurely, the conflicting energies might disrupt his physical balance. The black snake technique needed to maintain absolute dominance over his secondary styles before he allowed them to evolve. Accompanied by the silent vigil of Magic Shark, Levi spent another month locked in deep meditation. The northern winds howled against the stone walls, bringing the expected winter freeze. Amid the biting cold, the foundational art finally shattered its barrier, advancing to level 7. Black snake breathing technique, level 7, 1 out of 50,000. Special effect, top-tier defense. The new designation filled him with curiosity, wondering what level of protection the tier actually provided. Levi emerged from his meditative state, a profound warmth spreading through his chest. Deep within his heart, the black snake seed throbbed with immense power. Tiny, crystalline scales began to manifest across the surface of the spiritual spark, a definitive sign that the seed was approaching an extraordinary evolutionary stage. Thick, pressurized black gas erupted from the core, far exceeding the volume of his previous techniques. The dark energy surged outward, enveloping his entire upper body, and wrapping securely around his waist, an area that had previously remained exposed during combat. The overall volume and density still fell short of the massive shroud magic shark could manifest, yet Levi knew the defensive quality of his energy surpassed the puppet's armor. Protection served as the absolute specialty of the black snake lineage. He had reached the peak Knight realm without realizing it, standing a mere 50,000 proficiency points away from the rank of Grand Knight. Chapter 109. Advanced Waves. 1. Peak Knight. In the entire kingdom, it was an extremely rare existence. With my strength as a peak Knight, the top-tier defense of a level 7 black snake, the advanced speed of a level 6 siren breathing technique, the advanced strength of level 6 giant rhinoceros, the level 6 golden cross slash, and the frost giant armor, even if I do not use the frost giant sai, I should be able to fight against magic shark at his peak. Of course, this was only an assumption. Actual combat demanded the use of the frost giant sai. Only a fool would refuse to deploy a spell. Aside from the 7th level of the black snake breathing technique achieved during this period, the other 3 foundational arts remained in the same state. The golden cross slash that Knight Fred had taught him had reached level 6, and the intermediate ripple style had evolved into advanced waves. Next up came the most difficult skill, revolving force, but there was no need to rush. The intermediate ripple alone, coupled with the mithril fused frostmorn, achieved the effect of cutting through iron. The advanced waves could cut through iron like mud. Now, unless opponents were armor mixed with mithril, they would possess no effective protection. Even the Dawn Swordsman Sir Fred's Ripple Force realm likely fell short of this current level. On the path of the Golden Cross Slash, only the original creator had gone further. At the same time, the Blood Whale breathing technique reached level 4, giving birth to a special effect, Beginner Endurance. However, with the strength and physical fitness of a peak Knight, this basic endurance offered little notice, requiring continued practice of the breathing technique. This excellent breathing technique should easily reach level 7, though level 8 remained uncertain. Among all the active styles, only the giant breathing technique and the black snake breathing technique carried a certainty of reaching level 8. His father and the Grand Knight of the Melon family had verified those 2 forms, proving they represented the upper limit of the excellent tier. Above that tier rested the perfect grade. Although beginner endurance offered little immediate boost, the most anticipated aspect of the blood whale style lay within a different, magical development. The whale sac. Upon reaching the 4th level, the body developed this new internal organ. A full whale sac allowed a peak Knight to go an entire month without eating, functioning exactly like a camel. This saved immense time for cultivation. Time resembled water inside a sponge, waiting to be squeezed out. For a master of time management, the ultimate grinding emperor, every saved moment meant progress toward another shallow breathing technique. Of course, to enjoy delicious food, regular meals still satisfied the appetite. The siren breathing technique successfully fused with the 3 speed-based techniques obtained from the castle gallery. Breaking past the previous limit allowed the steady accumulation of experience points once more. Strength increased with every passing month, a feat impossible for ordinary knights who required years or decades to advance. With the proficiency panel, this growth occurred naturally. Fred was gone, but experiments against the magic shark proved the increase in power. Without deploying trump cards like the wizard seals or the frost giant sai, the training sessions shifted from a dead draw to a stable, commanding victory. Strength improved at a visible rate. Plenty of the black snake's secret medicine remained in storage, providing full confidence that the rank of Grand Knight would arrive by the end of next year, before the 21st birthday. The only lingering dissatisfaction involved the giant breathing technique and the vortex beast breathing technique. Lacking the necessary secret medicines made training highly inefficient, so these 2 excellent grade forms remained neglected, failing to even reach level 3. The search for the secret medicines continued, but the trading boards at the Shining Tavern yielded no news regarding a Turbolarian egg or a frost ape. On the other hand, changing the bounty name to the more widely recognized Frost Heart brought immediate results, yielding a few more cores of the undead. This progress provided real hope for upgrading the Seal of Hell to level 2. According to the Spirit Exorcism Manual, reaching level 2 with the Seal of Hell multiplied the number of living dead a practitioner could revive and control simultaneously. Constantine's records described an ancestor who controlled 5 living dead at his peak, suggesting the true limit of the skill rested at level 5 or higher. If I can control 5 living dead Grand Knights simultaneously, it will be something worth looking forward to. The thought brought a wave of anticipation. Even if the living dead lacked the full strength of their living forms, sheer numbers offered an overwhelming advantage. In this era, 5 heavy puppets would slaughter anyone standing in their way, or simply serve as tireless laborers if combat proved unnecessary. A level 5 Seal of Hell remained entirely realistic. As the snow demon calamity deepened, a steady stream of undead cores would inevitably flow from the Evernight Kingdom down to Icewind City. Reaching the 5th level required nothing more than an abundant supply of cores. As for the remaining 2 seals, the flame seal recently advanced to level 2. The orange-red flames upgraded to a fierce yellow-white discharge, while the maximum range stretched from 2 meters out to 3. The destructive power increased significantly. Chapter 110. Advanced Waves. 2. Due to the extreme rarity of pyroxene, the seal of protection remained stagnant. No amount of careful tracking or gold could force the market to yield the scarce casting materials, proving that some resources remained entirely beyond the reach of simple hard work. The final mystery, the seal of dragon might, remained a source of deep frustration. An evil spirit held a firm grip on the Black Water River, and cutting the creature down carried a high probability of yielding valuable evil spirit dust. Yet, the memory of that entity cast a dark shadow over childhood years, inspiring a deep caution. Even the Grand Knight, Magic Shark, had chosen to flee in terror, rather than face its gaze. Approaching the waters now seemed entirely reckless. Fortunately, enforcing a strict ban on entering the Black Water River area kept the territory safe. The Phantom remained in the deep waters, suggesting it chose its targets selectively rather than attacking individuals at random. In previous years, dozens of local fishermen spent their days working along the banks, washing and casting nets without ever encountering the horror or hearing whispered tales of a haunting. Magic Shark, however, had barely spent a few nights near the river before the entity manifested. The targeting was blatant and specific. The entity functioned like a hidden time bomb tucked away inside the heart of the valley. Sooner or later, the threat required a direct resolution, or the Blackwater Valley would have to be abandoned entirely. Since Magic Shark successfully outrun the Phantom, the monster possessed clear limits. Extraordinary physical energy could likely inflict genuine damage to its form. Strengthening the foundational black gas offered a potential solution, perhaps allowing a future confrontation, without relying on the elusive seal of dragon might. The physical requirements for such a feat, however, remained incredibly high. A standard Grand Knight possessed only enough power to defend himself during an encounter. Resolving the haunting permanently would require the intervention of a top-tier Grand Knight. The intense meditation session concluded, leaving an empty stomach rumbling in protest. The energy reserves within the whale sack were completely spent. The time for the monthly gluttony ritual had arrived. Servants carried heavy platters into the chamber, filling the long table with roasted meats and rich broths. The young master ate with mechanical efficiency, operating like a relentless consumption machine. Between heavy bites, attention shifted to the recent stack of territory situation reports. Ever since the development of the whale sack, these massive monthly feasts provided the perfect opportunity to review the affairs of the outside world. By the time the final platter cleared, enough sustenance had been consumed to sustain the body for an entire month, the food converting rapidly into dense energy storage. The valley remained perfectly quiet, free from uninvited guests or border disputes. The only notable event involved a visit from Priest Abraham, who had stopped by the gates 3 days prior seeking an audience. The matter caused no real concern. Abraham had spent years attempting to purchase the Black Water Valley, never once abandoning his goal. However, after facing a series of calculated setbacks, the old man had adopted a far more polite demeanor. Stepping out onto the battlements to breathe the crisp winter air, a sharp, high-pitched cry echoed from the clouds. Harris, the snow eagle, circled the gray sky, signaling a warning. Looking down toward the narrow border road, 2 distinct figures rode into view. A deep frown creased the young master's face. The annual taxes had been delivered to the church weeks ago, yet Abraham and Knight Glimmer were approaching the gates once more. Their unannounced visit 3 days prior clearly carried some hidden urgency. A mental command sent Magic Shark into hiding near the council hall while the Lord walked down toward the courtyard to receive the guests. Priest Abraham, what brings a busy man like you to our remote valley? A kind, welcoming smile masked the calculation, presenting the perfect image of a naive 19-year-old noble. The priest offered his signature, hypocritical grin. Baron Levi, it has been far too long. I found myself missing your company. I rode out to see you a few days ago, but your servants informed me you were occupied with administrative duties, forcing a brief delay. Age had taken a visible toll on Abraham. The old man's posture sagged, and his eyes lacked their former sharp intensity. The sudden decline caused a tightening in the young master's chest. The target was growing frail. If the old man succumbed to natural causes before the trap could close, years of planning would yield nothing. Waiting could not be allowed to become a regret. The decision crystallized instantly. Within a few weeks, the White Wolf mask would emerge from storage to end Abraham's life, reclaiming every single coin ever paid in tribute to the local church. Baron Levi, your selfless support of the Holy Church remains an absolute credit to the Northern Territories. The Heavenly Father smiles upon such devotion. However, a matter of immense gravity requires our immediate attention. Let us step inside where we can speak without distraction. Of course, Priest Abraham, please follow me. The small party moved into the warmth of the meeting hall. Knight Glimmer stood rigid at the priest's right hand, chin high and chest thrust forward. Through the church's deep pockets, the guard had managed to advance from a mid-level warrior to a high-level knight over the past few years. Yet, as he crossed the threshold, an unsettling sensation washed over him. Baron Levi exuded an underlying aura that inspired a subtle dread, a presence reminiscent of the 7 Grand Radiant Knights who commanded the Holy City. The guard suppressed the rising doubt, chalking the feeling up to a lingering fear of the late Black Snake Grand Knight. The memory of the father simply projected an illusion onto the son. Priest Abraham, if a problem troubles your mind, speak freely. I will do everything in my power to accommodate your needs. The priest leaned forward, his voice dropping to a confidential whisper. Next year brings a significant shift. The high commands have recalled me to the central headquarters of the royal church, ending my tenure in the Icewind Valley. Your constant cooperation has made my time here incredibly productive, allowing our parish to thrive and save many lost souls. However, my successor, Priest Zaraf, carries a far different reputation among the clergy. The brothers refer to him as the shameless priest. He employs brutal, unprincipled methods to secure his objectives, and his temperament remains entirely unpredictable. Becoming a neighbor to such a man will undoubtedly complicate life for a young baron. Abraham paused, watching for any sign of panic. Because of our long history, I choose to offer you a graceful exit. Sell the Blackwater Valley to me directly. I am prepared to offer double my previous valuation to reflect the improvements made to the infrastructure. With that fortune secured, you can establish a quiet, comfortable estate in the south, far from the frontier. Word reached my ears that the Serpent Vulture Knight perished in a tragic accident, leaving you entirely isolated. Managing these wild borders alone is an impossible task for a single youth. The proposal carried a desperate edge. The approaching transfer was an absolute command from the higher UPS, leaving no room for negotiation. Yet, the rumored treasure of the Mellon family, long believed to be buried somewhere within the valley's borders, remained a constant obsession. Abraham refused to leave the province empty-handed. If the youth rejected the financial offer, extreme measures would become necessary before the new priest arrived. Priest Abraham, an offer of this magnitude requires careful consideration. Grant me 7 days to review the estate ledgers, and I will deliver a definitive, satisfactory response. Very well. I trust you will weigh the consequences carefully. We shall take our leave. The two visitors departed, leaving the young master staring out into the empty courtyard. The persistent obsession with the territory made little sense unless the soil hid something far more valuable than standard farmland. Regardless of the priest's hidden motives, the period of patience had run its course. The years of submission were over, and the time to collect interest on the humiliation had arrived. 3 days later, dark clouds choked the moon, and a bitter frost rode the northern wind. Inside the perimeter of the church grounds, a silent silhouette crouched against the high stone dome. The figure kept its profile small, features hidden beneath the stark porcelain of the white wolf mask. Below, in the warmth of the private quarters, Abraham turned the pages of the parish ledgers, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. What a tragedy to leave this place behind just as the investment bears fruit. But as long as the search yields the location of the Mellon family fortune, before Zaraf takes the keys, the relocation will matter little. The secret remained his alone, the sole driving force behind his relentless pursuit of the valley. A shadow materialized behind the desk, moving with absolute silence. The intruder held a gruesome prize in his left hand, the severed head of Night Glimmer, features locked in a mask of frozen shock beneath a layer of crystalline frost. Before the old priest could register the temperature drop, a massive hand clamped around his throat. A sharp, effortless twist severed the connection, plucking the head cleanly away. Bastard, enjoy your journey to the afterlife. The silent farewell echoed through the empty room as the shadow melted back into the winter night. Chapter 111. Chaos, Insanity. 1. The night air pressing against the stone walls of the Abraham church carried a bitter frost. Deep in the dark hours, a church clergyman woke up and shuffled toward the courtyard outhouse. A thin silhouette wearing a black bird's beak mask bolted from Priest Abraham's private quarters, sprinting across the snow before melting into the shadows. The clergyman froze, horror locking his throat before he shattered the quiet night. Someone. An assassin. Catch the assassin. Send help. Instantly, the entire compound erupted. Clergymen threw off their blankets, waking from deep sleep to grab whatever weapons lay within reach. They spilled out into the dark corridors and swept the grounds, searching every corner for the intruder. Their frantic efforts yielded nothing, leaving them shouting into the wind. Where is the assassin? Who said there was an assassin? The true infiltrator, Levi, had already left the Abraham church far behind. After thoroughly destroying the corpses of his victims, he ran across the frozen wasteland, returning to the absolute safety of the Blackwater Valley. Stepping into the underground shelter, Levi dumped his heavy loot onto the stone floor to count the haul. A wide grin spread across his face. This single operation had secured a total of 6,000 gold coins, alongside a collection of Abraham's personal luxury treasures. Valued together, the total worth easily exceeded 10,000 gold coins. It has only been a few years, and that man milked the peasantry for so much wealth. Being a priest is incredibly profitable. But what is the use of earning a fortune if a person has no life left to spend it? If given the choice, Levi would have preferred to delay his strike. He wanted to wait a little longer, allowing his own power to mature. However, Abraham's aggressive ultimatum before his planned departure forced the issue. The youth could not hold back his hand, striking early to eliminate the threat. The Holy Church possessed an ability to accumulate wealth that completely put his own territory to shame. The profits far surpassed the honest revenue Levi generated through his local construction projects. No matter the era, hard, honest labor could never compete with the lucrative returns of illicit schemes. The assassination itself had been executed with flawless precision. No one witnessed his silent infiltration into the church property, nor did anyone see him close the distance to slide the blades into Night Glimmer and Priest Abraham. As for the wandering clergyman who spotted the fleeing figure at the end, Levi had planned that encounter on purpose. He intentionally planted a false lead, giving the surviving church staff a clear sign that a professional killer from the Bird of Death's voice had executed Priest Abraham. With his current physical condition approaching the absolute tier of a Grand Knight, executing a corrupt priest without alerting the guards was trivial. He simply waited for a random servant to wake up in the night, creating a perfectly timed coincidence. The Frost Giant's Sai is incredibly useful. Night Glimmer had advanced to the rank of a high-level knight, yet Levi cut him down instantly with the frost spell, freezing the warrior solid into a static ice sculpture before a single blow could be traded. This manifested the true, terrifying power of the Frost Giant armor. Even a legendary Grand Knight like Magic Shark had been thoroughly subdued by that magical force, leaving a common high-level knight with zero chance of survival. As for the sniveling priest Abraham, he was not even worth mentioning. Levi drew a dark ink line through the name Abraham on his secret revenge list. He possessed no desire to challenge the entire holy institution directly, but plucking a corrupt local official from the hierarchy was well within his means. Over his long career, Abraham had fields of enemies in the outer provinces, making it perfectly reasonable for a wealthy rival to hire a professional blade from the Bird of Death's voice to settle a score. The church must be in absolute chaos right now. But what does that have to do with me? I am merely a pious, kind-hearted young noble who provides generous donations to the parish every single year. I am a recognized friend to the late priest Abraham. If the high authorities require a culprit to blame, they can focus their wrath entirely on that damned Bird of Death's voice. Levi muttered the justification to the empty room, stashing the gold. Aside from the coin, his search of Abraham's desk had revealed a faded piece of parchment. It carried no inheritance diagrams for a bloodline breathing technique, presenting itself instead as an old treasure map. Levi unrolled the document, studying the crude markings. The regional landmarks placed the alleged site squarely within the borders of his own domain. Was this the true reason Abraham remained so thoroughly obsessed with the Blackwater Valley? The drafting lacked precision, riddled with errors and geometric distortions. Driven by curiosity, Levi spent the following days wandering the remote corners of his land, tracing the lines against the natural landscape. Eventually, he identified a physical landmark that matched the coordinates perfectly. The trail led directly to the entrance of the old Wolf King's lair, a cavern he had already cleared and explored years ago. Levi stood at the cave mouth, caught between a laugh and a sigh as the puzzle pieces finally snapped into place. Abraham, that greedy scoundrel, spent years scheming to wrest control of the Blackwater Valley for this specific cave. He believed a legendary fortune lay buried in the dark, entirely unaware that the prize had already been claimed. Before his throat was cut, the old priest likely spent his final hours dreaming of the Mellon family treasure, the exact legacy Levi currently wore on his chest. With the reality of the Frost Giant armor backing him, calling the artifact a supreme treasure was no exaggeration. To ordinary mortals, its value was completely priceless. 3 days later, official word of priest Abraham's sudden disappearance and the missing knight reached the borders of the Blackwater Valley. Levi immediately dispatched a formal messenger to the parish house, delivering his most sincere condolences, expressing deep sorrow over the tragedy, and loudly condemning the lawless actions of the unknown murderers. Within a week, the crisis report reached the main church branch operating inside Icewind City. The regional bishops immediately forwarded the news to the central headquarters, while assembling an investigative team to inspect the abandoned church compound. Abraham's position carried significant weight, given his status as a direct appointee from the Holy City, a rank that guaranteed the constant protection of an official radiant knight like Glimmer. Now, both the high priest and his elite guard had been eradicated. An incident of this magnitude had not occurred on the frontier for decades, forcing the church to launch a thorough, aggressive inquiry. Yet, Levi had broken the line without leaving a single trace behind. Given the primitive criminal investigation techniques of the current era, linking the youth to the crime scene was an impossible task for the local magistrates. Even if the Templars somehow managed to uncover a clue, apprehension was out of the question. With his current physical dominance, no boundary could hold him back, and the entire continent lay open before him. Chapter 112. Chaos, Insanity. 2. The chaotic Tuva Empire was a good place to go. No matter how powerful the Church of Holy Light became, its reach could never stretch into those distant lands. That territory belonged entirely to the Church of Storm. Deep inside the underground shelter, the hours ticked away in silent cultivation. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing cry echoed through the gray skies above. Harris had signaled an alarm. Levi focused his mind, his advanced perception immediately catching the distant disturbance. Who could it be this time? Levi muttered the question as he climbed the cold stone stairs to the top of the castle walls. Far down the narrow border road, a slow-moving column of riders emerged from the winter mist. Their bright robes gave them away instantly. These visitors belonged to the church. Levi hurried down to the courtyard to offer a proper greeting. Before long, a heavy horse trotted into the gates, carrying a fat priest with a round head and thick, heavy ears. 2 official knights rode at his flanks, leading a dozen heavily armed cavalrymen. Baron Levi, I am Zaroff, priest of the Holy Church. I have officially taken up my duties at the Abraham Church, and I am here to personally investigate the cause of priest Abraham's death. Levi kept his expression perfectly still, though his heart skipped a single beat. The execution of the old priest had clearly accelerated Zaroff's schedule, forcing the man to arrive far earlier than expected. "Welcome, Priest Zaroff. The tragic news of my good friend, Priest Abraham, has broken my heart. Please, I beg you to track down the murderer and bring him to justice, granting peace to the soul of kind Priest Abraham in heaven." Levi kept his voice low and mournful, casting his eyes downward to mimic absolute grief. Zaroff rubbed his massive belly, his face completely indifferent to the display. "We shall do our best." However, the bodies of Priest Abraham and Knight Glimmer have vanished without a trace, making the investigation rather difficult. Worse still, the cold-blooded killer cleaned out the parish vault. "I currently lack the necessary funds to even hire a proper detective." Levi kept his smile buried deep. The bodies were reduced to absolute ash by the power of the Seal of Flame, ensuring no magistrate would ever uncover a clue. Yet this damned fat pig had barely set foot in the valley before attempting to extort the local nobility. Of course. Whatever is required to find the culprit and avenge Priest Abraham, you need only ask. If there is any way I can assist your holy work, please let me know." Levi let out a heavy, submissive sigh. Zaroff smiled, highly pleased by the young baron's cooperative attitude. The noble clearly understood how business was conducted on the frontier. Levi gestured to a nearby servant, who quickly brought forward a small leather pouch containing over a dozen gold coins. Levi pressed the coin into the priest's heavy hand. "Priest Zaroff, please accept this minor token to assist with your investigation expenses. I only hope it is not too modest, and that the church can uncover the truth as quickly as possible." Zaroff weighed the gold with a satisfied nod, stashing the pouch into his robes. "We shall be neighbors from this day forward. By the way, Baron Levi, I have personally reviewed the parish ledgers. The outstanding taxes for the Blackwater Valley must not be forgotten." "Naturally, they will not be. Rest assured, Priest Zaroff. This year's tribute has already been delivered in full. Before the next deadline arrives, the balance will be paid without delay." Zaroff patted his stomach, turning his horse back toward the gates. The cavalry clattered out of the courtyard, leaving the valley behind. Levi watched them disappear, a dark curse echoing in his thoughts. First Abraham, and now Zaroff. The greed of the church was endless. Fortunately, the late night raid had secured 6,000 gold coins ahead of time. The parish might extract a few coins in taxes, but the valley would never truly lose this exchange. Judging by Zaroff's lazy demeanor, the mystery of Abraham's disappearance would soon be buried in the castle archives, forgotten by the bureaucracy. No clue could ever point back to the manor. The mask of the Bird of Death's voice had hidden every feature, and the physical stance used during the infiltration matched nothing of his true form. Discovery was impossible. The assassins of that hidden order had targeted him repeatedly in the past, and forcing them to take the blame for a high-profile murder felt like a perfectly appropriate return of the favor. The winter melted away, bringing the first month of the new year, 1010 of the Holy Brilliance calendar. Just as life in the valley seemed to settle into a peaceful, rhythmic routine, a massive shockwave shattered the political landscape of the kingdom. Deep within his private training grounds, the wife of the White Horse Knight had discovered her husband's withered corpse. The legendary warrior was dead. The tragedy had not occurred recently. The man had perished the previous year, but the royal family had aggressively concealed the news from the public, allowing the populace to believe the fist of the empire was simply locked away in deep meditation, breaking through to the mythical legendary tier. The truth could no longer be suppressed. Within a single month, rumors of the Grand Knight's demise swept through every province of the Emerald Kingdom. Levi found the news completely unbelievable. How could a warrior of that caliber fall so suddenly? Even if the breakthrough to the legendary realm failed, the physical backlash should never have taken his life. The White Horse Knight stood at the absolute peak of the era, a force capable of matching the highest authorities of the land. As the mystery deepened, the final words of the old Melon ancestor echoed in Levi's mind, casting a grim light over the situation. The hand of the church moved in the shadows. This was the ultimate consequence of displaying too much power openly. In the coming years, absolute secrecy remained the only safe path. He would accumulate strength in total isolation, keeping a low profile and avoiding the trap of arrogance. A warrior could possess limitless power, but achieving fame was an absolute death sentence, serving only to draw the lethal attention of the Holy City. The Emerald Kingdom tolerated only one supreme authority, the Heavenly Father. Mortals who dreamed of ascending to the rank of legends were viewed as heretics. Although a grand figure had fallen, the high politics of the court mattered little to the daily life of the valley. Levi remained inside his shelter, focusing entirely on his personal training. A few days later, a scheduled delivery of forged weapons required a trip to Icewind City to meet with the Earl of Silver Mountain. As he entered the crowded markets, another massive announcement crashed over the populace, leaving the young master stunned. The king was dead. The father and the son had passed into the afterlife one after the other. The public criers announced that the sovereign had passed away peacefully in his sleep, showing zero signs of poison or foul play. The court physicians claimed old age had simply claimed his breath, yet whispers in the dark taverns painted a far more terrifying picture. The common people suspected the intervention of the evil spirits. Even the crown was vulnerable to the phantoms of the mist. The realization raised a grim question, wondering what the legendary Grand Knights of the Royal Guard were doing, while a shadow crept into the royal bedchamber. Chapter 113. Chaos, Insanity. 3. The world fractured further into madness each day. Levi hurried back to his territory, the weight of an impending storm pressing heavy against his chest. No escape existed from this gathering doom, save for the single-minded pursuit of absolute physical power. By all metrics of muscle and steel, his personal strength had reached an incredible peak, yet he remained an insignificant piece on the grand chessboard of the Emerald Kingdom. The true motivations of the high authorities remained entirely obscured from an outsider looking in. Before the body of the late sovereign could even be lowered into the earth midway through the first month, terror struck the northern frontier. Traces of the legendary snow demons manifested along the border separating the Emerald Kingdom and the Evernight Kingdom. The Duke of Montenegro, the Earl of Silver Mountain, and the Earl of Iron Lake joined forces with a faction of northern lords to exert immense political pressure on the Jade royal family. The coalition demanded an immediate royal decree to mobilize every noble house in the land, pooling the resources of the entire nation to form a grand northern alliance capable of smashing the incoming monster army. The royal court reeled in absolute confusion. Edward the White Horse Knight, the chosen champion and future star of the regime, lay dead in his tomb. The old king rested beside him. The high clergy had not even gathered to perform the sacred coronation of the young heir. Now, the aggressive lords of the northern flying cavalry demanded a massive, expensive military expedition into the frozen wastes to fight an enemy most people believed to be a fairytale. Even if the grieving crown agreed to the mobilization, the wealthy nobles of the southern provinces refused to budge. Wasting gold, grain, and soldiers on a distant campaign against an unseen threat seemed like a foolish joke. A bitter geographic divide split the aristocracy. The northern lords stood united, their proximity to the dead lands of the Evernight Kingdom granting them a direct, terrifying preview of the incoming disaster. Met with absolute silence from the capital, the Duke of Montenegro took matters into his own hands during the month of Germinal, launching a massive, independent conscription campaign across his vast feudal domains. The Duke intended to march alone against the vanguard of the Frost. Every minor lord, vassal, and landed knight under the Montenegro banner received a strict ultimatum to supply a designated quota of armed men and war material. Within a single month, a formidable force assembled beneath the mountain crest, thousands of heavy cavalrymen and disciplined infantry standard bearers locking shields in formation. While the southern lords watched the northern mobilization with passive amusement, a sudden fire ignited in their own backyards. Outlaws and rebel factions marching under the banner of chaos and freedom launched coordinated uprisings across the southern territories. The Wilderness Brotherhood worked tirelessly in the shadows, adding fuel to the spreading fires. Without warning, the Earl of Blood of the Lush Forest Province and the Earl of Silversilk of the Blue Sea Province mobilized their house guards. The two southern magnates launched a savage, unprovoked assault against the neighboring estates, tearing up the sacred peace charters signed years ago under the watchful eyes of the late king. An unjust war of raw aggression erupted across the fertile plains. As the weeks bled into months, the truth behind the northern mobilization finally shattered the illusions of the court. The grand army of the Duke of Montenegro never set foot on the frozen northern border. Instead, that massive, battle-hardened host marched directly south, bursting onto the rich valleys of the Blue Sea Province and the lush forest province like a thunderbolt. The rumor of snow demons on the horizon had been nothing more than a brilliant, deceptive ruse. The Duke of Montenegro never intended to guard the realm. His true ambition relied on uniting with his secret southern allies to carve up and devour the richest agricultural lands in the kingdom. The high church leadership branded the Wilderness Brotherhood as vile heretics, yet the Holy Knights turned a deaf ear to the sudden outbreak of civil war, refusing to intervene. In the span of a few short months, a dozen rival factions tore the map apart, plunging the entire Emerald Kingdom into total anarchy. Deep inside the stone walls of the Black Water Valley, Levi sat in his subterranean sanctuary, the chaotic energy of a dying empire vibrating through the very earth beneath his feet. Chapter 114. All Breakthrough. Although the Black Water Valley was poor, it was still a territory that the Emerald King had directly granted to Levi's ancestors 200 years ago. Therefore, it was not under the Duke of Montenegro's or his subordinates' jurisdiction. Levi did not need to send troops to support the Duke of Montenegro. He would not support his enemies either. However, the reality of the situation finally settled in. The Duke of Montenegro's complete lack of reaction after Magic Shark's prolonged disappearance made sense. The Duke of Montenegro was a powerful lord, far too preoccupied with grand campaigns to care about an insignificant character. A small wave of disappointment brushed through Levi's mind at being so thoroughly overlooked by his enemy. Still, the rising chaos offered a welcome advantage, granting him more vital time to breathe. Let them fight. Let everyone tear each other apart, as long as the chaos stays clear of my cultivation. With the current military strength of the Black Water Valley, the territory could hold its own against anything short of a full-scale invasion. 100 elite red blood cavalry trained in secret within the hidden valleys of the Montenegro mountain range, forming the true trump card and core combat force of the domain. On the surface, Black Snake Castle maintained a garrison of 100 full-time soldiers and 200 militia, a modest force meant to cooperate with the cavalry and keep potential enemies guessing. The spreading wars drove waves of desperate refugees into the serf markets. Levi capitalized on the influx, rapidly expanding the regional population, reclaiming abandoned wasteland to boost agriculture, and scaling up the local forging industry. Even if an enemy host marched on the borders, the valley possessed the means to survive. Consequently, the safety of the domain rarely troubled Levi's mind. In the absolute worst-case scenario, he could simply abandon the land. With a physical strength hovering on the cusp of a grand night, every corner of the continent lay open to him. Yet, having grown accustomed to the safety and comfort of his current fortress, he felt far too lazy to seek out a new dwelling. Meanwhile, the secret trade between Master Tyra and the Earl of Silver Mountain proceeded without interruption. The Earl of Silver Mountain had chosen to completely bypass the Duke of Montenegro's southern expedition. For months, the Earl believed the Duke shared his deepest fears, matching his daily panic over the impending snow demon calamity. Only when the Duke of Black Mountain launched his sudden betrayal did the Northern Lords realize they had been used as blind instruments of his ambition. The Duke of Montenegro possessed no real concern for the monsters of the frost. His true grand design mirrored the history of the Tuva Empire, utilizing heavy cavalry and an iron fist to forge a peerless Montenegro mountain empire, tearing down the Emerald Kingdom entirely. The Earl of Blood of the Lush Forest Province and the Earl of Silver Silk of the Blue Sea Province operated as mere pawns on the board, securing the wealthy southern territories on the Duke's behalf. The master strategist had spent years executing this plan, pulling dozens of minor nobles into the rebel alliance. Faced with betrayal, the Earl of Silver Mountain could only rely on his own walls. In an era of total fracture, trusting an outside alliance for survival was a fool's errand. The Lord extended multiple invitations for Master Tyra to join his household, only to receive a polite, firm refusal each time. Closer to home, the diplomatic relations of the Blackwater Valley shifted smoothly. The newly appointed shameless priest, Zaroff, proved far easier to manage than his predecessor. After Levi delivered a series of discreet financial donations, the heavy-set clergyman left the young baron in absolute peace, raising zero trouble for the estate. Deep inside the underground sanctuary, the private treasury swelled with a steady influx of gold. Levi spent his nights sleeping directly upon a floor carpeted in glittering coinage, mimicking the luxurious, solitary habits of an ancient dragon. His days vanished into a relentless cycle of self-discipline and physical labor. To prepare for the formidable threats on the horizon, he refined several specialized variations of the man-faced spider neurotoxins. Unfortunately, the chemical process differed fundamentally from the rhythm of the forge. Compounding identical batches of medicine failed to yield any further pharmacy proficiency points. Forcing the skill to level 4 demanded the mastery of an entirely new formula, a resource he currently lacked, forcing him to shelve the project for another time. Yet, the physical training yielded spectacular results. The blood whale breathing technique advanced to level 6, unlocking a powerful special effect, advanced endurance. The change resonated through his muscles instantly. In the heat of combat, his physical stamina expanded exponentially, allowing him to sustain explosive, high-output physical exertion for long durations without flagging. The advanced endurance transformed him into a tireless combat engine, significantly upgrading his overall durability on the battlefield. Simultaneously, the man-faced spider-breathing technique achieved its absolute peak at level 6. The intermediate vibrosensing attribute evolved into advanced vibrosensing, expanding his radius of absolute sensory awareness out to 30 meters. Within this circular boundary, every subtle movement, shifting footstep, or incoming projectile registered clearly in his consciousness, granting him a defensive reaction time that exceeded all standard nightly expectations. The siren breathing technique also shattered its limits, advancing steadily to level 7 and manifesting top-tier speed. During a series of private trials across the valley floor, the young master covered a full 100-meter sprint in a mere 2 seconds flat, when operating at maximum capacity. The sheer velocity bordered on the illusion of flight. While such a violent, full-force exertion drained his energy reserves too rapidly to be sustained over long distances, the immediate burst surpassed the acceleration of a hunting cheetah, the fastest mammal of his past life. Crucially, the level 7 black snake seed maintained its absolute dominance over the spiritual spark of the level 7 siren form. The internal spiritual conflict Levi had long feared failed to materialize, proving that he had significantly underestimated the foundational strength of his family lineage. Relieved by the stability of his core, he focused his energy on pushing the giant rhinoceros style to level 7, unlocking top-tier strength. The physical upgrade was immense. His raw muscle power eclipsed the combined physical strength of his 3 war beasts, who were rapidly approaching full maturity. In a straight tug of war, the 3 massive predators would struggle to move him an inch. He had advanced far past the realm of wrestling wild bears, possessing the dense muscular frame required to physically grapple with a mature elephant. Driven by the constant synthesis of his various martial arts, the proficiency panel reflected the coordinates of a perfectly rounded warrior. Seal of Flame, Level 2, 2,333 out of 5,000. Seal of Protection, Level 2, 2 out of 5,000. Seal of Hell, Level 1, 600 out of 1,000. Black Snake Breathing Technique, Level 7, 15,555 out of 50,000. Special Effect, Top Tier Defense. Blood Whale Breathing Technique, Level 6, 120 out of 40,000. Special Effect, Advanced Endurance. Giant Rhinoceros Breathing Technique, Level 7, Maximum. Breakthrough Available. Current Progress, 2 out of 5. Special Effect, Top Tier Strength. Siren Breathing Technique, Level 7, Maximum. Breakthrough Available. Current Progress, 1 out of 5. Special Effect, Top Tier Speed. Bone Shrinking Transformation. Man-Faced Spider Breathing Technique, Level 6, Maximum. Special Effect, Advanced Vibrosensing, Spider Sensing. Vortex Beast Breathing Technique, Level 2, 368 out of 5000. Giant Breathing Technique, Level 1, 256 out of 1000. Aside from the Vortex Beast and the Giant styles, which remained entirely stagnant due to the scarcity of their corresponding secret medicines, Levi had successfully forced every single branch of his martial repertoire into an elite tier. I currently command top-tier defense, top-tier strength, and top-tier speed. My immediate path requires the acquisition of top-tier endurance, a superior physical physique, and maximized vibrosensing. There may be other exotic bloodlines waiting in the wider world, but I must work with what is within my grasp. The practical application of these skills was terrifying. In a direct sparring match, he could now completely suppress Magic Shark, a heavy puppet possessing half the combat capacity of a peak Grand Knight, within 5 short rounds. To achieve this level of dominance, Levi spent the previous year systematically breaking down the secondary strength and speed forms acquired from the Earl of Silver Mountains collection. After driving those minor styles to their individual limits at level 4, he systematically merged their attributes into the foundational templates of his Siren and Giant Rhinoceros techniques. The continuous infusion of raw experience points forced those two shallow systems, which traditionally capped out at level 5, to shatter their historical boundaries and ascend into the level 7 realm. The modified Siren and Giant Rhinoceros techniques could no longer be classified as simple, shallow arts. They had transformed into excellent breathing techniques. While they still lacked the dense, ancestral complexity of the primary black snake or giant lineages, their overall efficacy now matched standard third-class systems like the Vortex Beast style. However, pushing past the level 7 barrier presented a massive logistical hurdle. Further advancement demanded the simultaneous cultivation of 5 separate secondary breathing techniques of an identical attribute, each pushed to its absolute limit at level 4. Lacking such an extensive library of text, he chose to halt further expansion for the time being. Progress on the mystical front remained equally slow. The development of the Seal of Flame, the Seal of Protection, and the Seal of Hell dragged on at a tedious pace. The root of the delay remained entirely objective, a severe lack of specialized wizard casting materials that no amount of personal discipline could overcome in the isolated north. Levi stepped out from the underground shelter into the pale winter light. Harris noticed the shift immediately, diving from the gray clouds to settle onto his master's leather pauldrons. Over months of shared scouting, the coordination between the young noble and the great snow eagle had achieved a level of absolute perfection. Clad in full heavy armor and carrying his custom weaponry, the young lord presented an extraordinary silhouette as he crossed the drawbridge of Black Snake Castle. Leaving Magic Shark behind to anchor the defenses of the vault, he traveled alone toward the distant markets of Icewind City. His first destination was the crowded, smoky cellar of the Shining Tavern, where he successfully purchased another core of the undead from a frontier smuggler. A single crystallized core provided exactly 100 proficiency points toward his necromantic arts. With the resource secured, his progress on the Seal of Hell climbed to 600 points. Locating 3 additional cores in the future would grant him the energy required to force the spell into its second tier. Once that milestone arrived, his mental capacity would expand, allowing him to command 2 Grand Knight level puppets simultaneously, provided he could locate another carcass of sufficient quality to match Magic Shark. Aside from the undead core, the tavern boards offered nothing of value. The trading networks yielded 0 leads regarding hidden breathing techniques, evil spirit dust, turbularian eggs, or the blood of a frost ape. The silence caused no frustration. Having spent years tracking these rare components, he had grown entirely accustomed to the slow, agonizing pace of the path. Cultivation was a long, solitary road. Leaving the tavern behind, he slipped into a quiet, snow-covered alleyway where the winter wind howled between the timber buildings. The muscles in his shoulders shifted, his bones sliding smoothly beneath his skin as the bone-shrinking transformation took hold, altering his physical height and posture completely. Slipping the polished golden mask over his features, he assumed the identity of the master smith and carried his monthly delivery of premium weapons directly to the estate of the Earl of Silver Mountain. The exchange was executed with professional efficiency. The master of the house guard accepted the crates, verifying the standard of the metal before offering a warm smile. Master Tyra, please do not depart just yet. The Earl has requested an immediate audience with you in his private chambers. Levi paused, shifting the heavy cloak across his shoulders. Very well, lead the way. Over a year of consistent, fair dealing, a mutual respect had formed between the craftsman and the provincial lord. Setting aside the traditional vanity common to the high aristocracy, the Earl consistently operated with absolute integrity. Amid a northern nobility frequently characterized by savage, barbarian behavior, the lord remained a refined, approachable gentleman, a quality that made a long-term business partnership highly sustainable. Inside the primary study, the Earl of Silver Mountain sat behind a massive oak desk, buried beneath a small mountain of mobilization orders and regional troop tallies. Seeing the masked artisan enter, the noble put down his quill, offering a weary sigh. My apologies, Master Tyra. I hate to impose upon your valuable time, but the administration of the territory has grown increasingly frantic of late. It has been far too long since we possessed the leisure to simply sit and converse. If a specific problem weighs upon your mind, speak clearly, Lord Earl. I shall assist you to the absolute limit of my craft. The Earl shook his head, leaning back into his leather chair. It is not a matter of the forge, my friend. I simply wish to deliver a personal warning. Unless an absolute necessity demands your presence, avoid traveling to Icewind City in the coming weeks. My scouts have confirmed that a massive host mobilized by the Wilderness Brotherhood is currently marching toward our walls. The city will soon become a theater of war. If you require a secure workshop to weather the storm, my Silver Hunter Guards will ensure your safe passage, or you may move your entire operation directly into the keep of Silver Mountain Castle. The noble spoke with absolute calm, showing zero fear of the approaching rebel army. To a disciplined lord, the Brotherhood represented a disorganized mob, a desperate gathering of brainwashed serfs, and starving laborers, whose rusted equipment could never match the tactical cohesion of a trained house guard. The intelligence caused a sharp spark of interest in Levi's mind. Thank you for your immense generosity, Lord Earl, but I shall not impose upon your hospitality. I will withdraw from the city walls for the time being, and our regular deliveries will resume once the field is cleared. The Earl of Silver Mountain smiled warmly, extending a hand. A wise choice, master. Stay safe in the wild. Watching the masked craftsman retreat through the heavy double doors, the old lord let out a low, bitter murmur to the empty room. We have not even laid eyes on the true vanguard of the snow demons, and the kingdom has already fractured into absolute madness. Outside the primary gates, Levi navigated the crowded streets, observing the city laborers as they frantically dug defensive trenches and reinforced the stone palisades. A major siege was clearly imminent, yet he possessed no intention of fleeing the theater entirely. The approaching rebel offensive offered the perfect opportunity to slip through the chaos, tracking the movements of the local cells to extract definitive intelligence regarding the location of the wild boar knight. I only hope that old rogue hasn't perished in a ditch somewhere before my blades can find him. Otherwise, who will pay the debt of my revenge? Chapter 115. Battle of the Grand Knights. 1. In the year 1010 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, during the month of flowing fire, the summer air in Icewind City carried an unnatural chill. The weather felt comfortable to the skin, but it whispered of dark omens. This lingering cold pointed toward the presence of the dark wave. A distant, grim future seemed inevitable, a time when the entire northern territory would freeze into a wasteland matching the dead lands of the far north. The thought of those troublesome snow demons added a heavy weight to the mind, tightening the chest with anxiety. Survival demanded an escape from these mortal perils, making it imperative to master the path of a wizard and enter the realm of the unbelievers as quickly as possible. Throughout these tense weeks, the regular forces of the Earl of Silver Mountain maintained a relentless, daily patrol along the stone battlements. The arrival of the Wilderness Brotherhood remained an open question, but the defenders stood ready for a siege. From the surrounding country, a steady stream of vassal lords dispatched fresh conscripts and cartloads of grain, filling the storehouses of Icewind City to the brim. Elise Townhouse served as a quiet, isolated sanctuary for daily training. The siren, giant rhinoceros, and man-faced spider styles remained locked at their absolute physical limits for the time being. Lacking the necessary exotic secret medicines to progress the giant and turbularia styles, the long hours belonged entirely to the refinement of the black snake form, the blood whale breathing technique, and the repetitive, muscle-tearing motions of the golden cross slash. Regular visits to the crowded cellar of the Shining Tavern continued, driven by the constant hope of discovering rare ingredients, though each journey concluded with the familiar sting of disappointment. One afternoon, the long walk back from the tavern ended abruptly, as the brass notes of an assembly horn blared from the high eastern ramparts. The sudden vibration signaled a clear warning. The army of the Wilderness Brotherhood had finally arrived at the gates. A white wolf mask slipped over the features, concealing the face before the muscles and bones shifted, altering the physical frame completely. Utilizing the top-tier agility of a master skirmisher, a swift dash led straight toward the center of the unfolding chaos near the outer walls. Dense formations of heavy infantry crowded the stone walkways, their faces grim and pale as they stared out at the approaching host. The invading force choked the horizon, a thick, sprawling mass of humanity that easily approached 10,000 spears. The Earl of Silver Mountain stood at the center of the primary redoubt, fully clad in his ancestral armor. The brilliant red cloak contrasted sharply against the polished plates of his Leviathan armor, creating a striking, imposing image. His gauntlets gripped a long, heavy war spear, his deep gaze locked onto the sea of enemies below. 2,000 disciplined soldiers manned the crenellations, representing the entirety of his standing army. These men were veterans, thoroughly trained to hold a line. Below them, occupying the wide stone avenue leading to the main gates, a detachment of 200 alpine warhorses waited in formation. This elite unit formed the trump card of the Silver Mountain domain, the feared Silver Charging Team. Every single heavy cavalryman rode in full barding, equipped with long lance spurs and supported by personal squires. Once the gates swung wide, their collective momentum would shatter any infantry line, allowing the following foot soldiers to sweep through the wreckage and harvest the survivors. Out beyond the cleared fields, the vanguard of the Wilderness Brotherhood appeared ragged and poorly equipped. A broad rectangular block of large Pavis shields formed the front line, tasked with absorbing the inevitable storm of defensive arrows to protect the masses behind them. Behind this iron wall stood a vast, chaotic horde of thin, poorly fed militia. The rear of the rebel formation, however, held a terrifying surprise. For massive, heavily armored beasts advanced through the grass, Each creature sported a single thick horn, standing over 4 meters tall, and weighing well over 10 tons. These monsters were the rare ice rhinoceroses of the northern highlands. The Brotherhood had outfitted all 4 beasts with custom-fitted, overlapping iron plating. This metal armor, combined with their naturally thick hides and dense muscle, transformed the gentle giants into living battering rams, designed specifically to tear down city fortifications. The presence of such rare, expensive war beasts caught the Earl of Silver Mountain completely off guard. In the wild, ice rhinoceroses maintained a docile temperament, rarely attacking humans unprovoked, but their mass alone made them incredibly lethal on a battlefield. A single stride could crush any standard knight, below the tier of a Grand Master. Only their inferior speed and lower natural aggression kept them from competing with the legendary popularity of the earthly dragon beasts. Now, wrapped in black iron, their defensive vulnerabilities were entirely gone, posing a severe threat to the stone gates. The collective weight of the 4 giant creatures made the earth vibrate, sending a low shudder through the boots of the defenders. A wave of nervous murmurs rippled through the ranks of the garrison. The Earl of Silver Mountain intercepted the rising panic immediately, his voice booming across the battlements like a thunderclap. "Hold the line, men. Stand firm. I shall descend to slay these 4 beasts myself." The confident proclamation swept away the fear, sending a surge of morale through the infantry as the archers steadied their bows. Far from the formal lines, a silent shadow slipped through a side sally port, vanishing into the rocky wilderness outside the walls. The tremors of the grass registered clearly through advanced senses. The Wilderness Brotherhood had brought a formidable force to the field. The plan required patience, waiting for the lines to clash. Once the chaotic meat grinder commenced, it would be simple to pluck a few isolated rebel soldiers from the flanks, interrogating them to uncover the current whereabouts of the wild boar knight. The debt of revenge needed a final settlement. At the same time, the confusion would provide the perfect cover to locate and rescue old Toby, fulfilling the old promise made to little Milan. The field commander of the Wilderness Brotherhood, a formidable warrior operating at the absolute peak of a high knight tier, swung a massive iron meteor hammer in slow circles. His cold eyes remained fixed on the silver figure atop the wall, completely unfazed by the presence of a legendary Grand Knight. A moment later, the entire valley erupted into violence. Massive stone boulders hurled by heavy catapults tore through the air, crashing into the earth with a deafening roar. Clouds of arrows rose from the high battlements, falling like a dense, hissing sheet of gray rain across the advancing ranks. The armored ice rhinoceroses moved forward like iron juggernauts, ignoring the bouncing projectiles as they accelerated toward the main gates and the base of the stone walls. The Earl of Silver Mountain vaulted from the top of the rampart, his silver armor catching the pale sunlight, as he dropped into the dust like a god of war, sprinting directly toward the 4 charging monsters. Safely eliminating those living siege engines would allow his heavy cavalry to ride forth, scattering the disorganized peasant infantry and securing an easy victory. As the 2 main forces collided in a roar of steel, the white wolf mask flickered through the swirling dust clouds of the outer perimeter. A stray rebel soldier fell out of formation, dragged silently into the brush by an unbreakable grip, before anyone noticed his absence. "Tell me where to find the wild boar knight," a cold, low voice demanded, staring down at the terrified face of the captured Brotherhood conscript. Chapter 116. Battle of the Grand Knights. 2. The prisoner gasped, shaking his head against the dirt. "What? I do not know." A sudden, sharp crack echoed through the brush. The soldier's head spun 360 degrees, his body collapsing into a lifeless heap. Levi dropped the corpse and scouted the fringes of the chaotic battlefield, until he located a new target. This man wore the insignias of a team leader, moving with the distinct confidence of a quasi-knight. On the field, he might have been a formidable warrior, but in an unbreakable grip, he became nothing more than a helpless chick, entirely unable to retaliate. "Tell me, where is the wild boar knight?" The team leader thrashed against the hold, his face flushing deep red. "Who are you? Let go of me. Do you want to die?" A sickening crunch shattered his bravado as Levi crushed his shoulder blade into fragments. The man screamed, his defiance instantly melting away into whimpers. "I will ask you again, where is the wild boar knight? My patience is limited, do not disappoint me." The team leader spoke fast, the words tumbling out in a frantic rush. I will talk. Please do not kill me." The vice president sent the wild boar knight away to execute special missions. "I do not know where he went exactly. I am just a small team leader, and the wild boar knight oversees the entire equipment department. I really do not know where he is." "Where is your vice president, and what strength does he possess?" "Our vice president is out on the battlefield right now. He possesses the full strength of a Grand Knight." "All right, you may die now." A quick twist ended the team leader's breath, and the body slid into the tall grass. Levi retreated deeper into the wilderness, his brow furrowing beneath his disguise. Good heavens, when did the Wilderness Brotherhood manage to accumulate such terrifying power? A mere vice president already commands the status of a Grand Knight. Taking revenge on the wild boar knight is turning out to be far more difficult than expected. He leaned against a stone outcrop, tracking the movements of the distant armies. "Forget it, let us wait and see just how strong this vice president truly is. Why have I not spotted him since the fighting commenced?" Advanced perception swept over the valley floor, locking onto the primary engagement. The Earl of Silver Mountain fought like a demon, his massive spear deflecting the stamping hooves of the 4 ice rhinoceroses. Yet, the noble remained completely oblivious to a deadly threat creeping along the western flank. A bald, imposing figure clad in heavy iron armor pressed forward on a dark warhorse, gripping a massive battle axe. The Silver Mountain infantrymen who attempted to block his path flew through the air like broken dolls, some split entirely into 2 pieces by the savage arcs of the axe. Die! The bald warrior vaulted from his saddle, executing a brutal ambush against the Earl of Silver Mountain's exposed back. Even though the Earl's combat instincts flared, allowing him to twist away at the final second, the massive weapon still found its mark. The battle axe, surrounded by a swirling cloud of foul black gas, slammed directly into the plate armor. The masterwork Leviathan armor refused to split, absorbing the worst of the cleaving blow, but the sheer kinetic impact sent the Earl flying across the dirt. He crashed into the earth, spitting a dark mouthful of blood into the snow. Seeing their lord fall, the desperate commanders atop the battlements ordered the main gates flung open. The heavy wooden portals groaned, and 200 heavily armored cavalrymen roared onto the field. The thundering of their hooves shook the sky, and the earth as the riders charged forward with lances lowered, spurs digging deep into the flanks of their mounts. Faced with a coordinated wedge of heavy cavalry, even the bald Grand Knight had no choice but to leap backward, retreating into the press of his own men. The Earl of Silver Mountain looked incredibly gloomy as he pushed himself up from the mud. He leaned on his silver spear, coughing violently to clear his lungs before fixing a lethal gaze on his proud opponent. Who are you? I did not expect to find a Grand Knight hiding within the Northern Territory, whose name I did not know. The bald man let out a low, mocking laugh. It is only natural for a Grand Lord like the Earl of Silver Mountain to remain ignorant of a nobody like me. But soon enough, every noble in this kingdom will know my name. Remember it well, for I am the gravedigger of your aristocracy. I am the warrior Yados. The gravedigger abandoned his horse, leaping high over the front ranks of the infantry. He swung his massive axe downward in a tremendous, heaven-splitting arc, aiming to cleave the lord from crown to groin. A mere rat. Die. The Earl of Silver Mountain showed zero fear. He raised his silver spear and charged forward to meet the blow. The collision of the 2 Grand Knights created a shockwave of ringing steel, forcing ordinary soldiers to scatter in terror. Anyone who lingered too close to the swirling weapons was instantly torn to pieces by the stray energy of their strikes. With the Earl occupied, the heavy responsibility of stopping the 4 ice rhinoceroses fell entirely upon the silver charging team, and the high-level knights defending the perimeter. These men formed the left and right arms of the Silver Mountain domain, and their martial prowess was extremely potent. Levi remained nestled on the hillside, watching the 2 tigers fight from a position of absolute safety. He possessed no desire to see Icewind City breached by a peasant horde. If the defensive line crumbled, he was fully prepared to descend and eliminate the giant beasts himself to preserve his trading network. Fortunately, the current situation remained stable. Although the bald vice president had successfully ambushed the Earl, the rebel commander was simply no match for a true northern lord in a prolonged duel. After a dozen brutal exchanges, the bald man's footing faltered, his movements growing heavy and desperate. This is the fundamental difference in breathing techniques. The bald man's combat skills are not inferior to the Earl of Silver Mountains, but the Earl commands a perfect grade legacy, while the rebel likely relies on an excellent grade template. Evaluating the clash filled Levi with a deep sense of confidence. Even without relying on the magic of the frost giant's sai, his top-tier defense, speed, strength, and the lethal accuracy of the Golden Cross slash would allow him to match the bald man on equal terms. Factoring in his advanced poisons and wizard seals, his chances of securing a victory stood well above 70%. If he activated the full power of the frost giant armor, those odds climbed to 99%. He refused to think of it as a 100% victory, preferring to remain conservative to account for the unpredictable chaos of a battlefield. Even so, he would never underestimate a Grand Knight, intending to strike with his absolute maximum force when the moment arrived. His eyes tracked the bald man's shifting movements through the dust. Yados could not be allowed to die on this field. His life was far too valuable. He needed to be captured alive and interrogated until he confessed the exact whereabouts of the wild boar knight. The duel neared its conclusion as the vice president realized he could not overcome his opponent. His breathing technique lacked the endurance of the lord's style, and his standard iron armor was vastly inferior to the custom Leviathan suit. A lightning-fast thrust from the Earl's mithril spear bypassed his guard, piercing deep into his abdomen and unleashing a torrent of dark blood. The successful strike filled the Earl of Silver Mountain with a sudden appreciation for the sheer brilliance of the armor forged by Master Tyra. The plate had saved his life, remaining unblemished by a Grand Knight's axe. Bleeding from his wound, Yados decided to abandon the field. He ordered the remaining ice rhinoceroses to launch a suicidal charge at the Silver Mountain Knight to buy him time, then turned and vanished into the thick ranks of his retreating army. Achieving the rank of a Grand Knight had convinced him that he could stand as an equal to the northern lords, but he had severely underestimated the raw power of the aristocracy's gear. The Earl's battle armor was far too resilient, clearly the masterpiece of a true blacksmith master. Deep hatred burned in the vice president's chest as he fled. If his opponent had been wearing standard steel, that initial ambush would have severed the lord's spine. Yados was not the grand strategist of this campaign. He had only traveled to the city gates to execute a swift beheading operation. Now that the assassination had failed, survival demanded a quick retreat to reform his plans. A dark shadow trailed the fleeing commander through the trees. Levi tracked the group from the periphery, waiting for the perfect moment to close the distance and unleash the frost giant's sigh. Before long, the vice president broke away from the main battle lines, leading a small, dedicated squad of bodyguards into the deep woods. Damn it all, that Silver Mountain Knight must have been hiding his true strength for years. Yato spat into the snow, his voice filled with bitter resentment. Suddenly, his advanced Grand Knight senses flared, detecting a massive physical aura closing in at incredible speed. The sharp hiss of arrows cutting through the winter air followed instantly. Yato spun around, his jaw dropping as his entire bodyguard detail collapsed into the brush, their throats pierced by black shafts. A tall figure wearing a white wolf mask burst through the foliage, moving with a velocity that defied mortal limits. A brilliant, cross-shaped sword light erupted through the dim forest, forcing Yatos to raise his giant axe, channeling every ounce of his violent black gas to parry the strike. Are you one of Silver Mountain's dogs? Die. The Grand Knight roared, his muscles bulging as he unleashed his full physical power. The collision of their weapons created a deafening ring of metal on metal. Levi's body began to expand, his bones popping and sliding with a loud crackling sound as white steam erupted from his armor, filling the forest clearing with a dense fog. Beneath the snarling white wolf mask, a cold smile spread across his face. The winter wind howled through the high branches, and the towering silhouette of a mighty frost giant materialized amidst the vapor. The magical phantom looked down upon the bleeding rebel commander, its ancient fingers snapping together with absolute indifference, as if it were staring at an insignificant ant. Chapter 117. Instant Kill, Level 2 Hell. 1. The shadow of the frost giant rose behind the white wolf mask, tall and imposing, a demon looking down on all living beings. This shocking scene fixed itself forever in the mind of Vice President Yatos. The blood inside his body began to cool down rapidly, coagulating with a sharp, crackling sound. Water vapor in the air condensed on the surface of his flesh, forming heavy layers of frost. Yet, a powerful life seed resembling a goat roared deep in his heart. Endless black gas shot out with a bang, acting like a warm current to protect his heart. The surge gave him a fleeting chance to live, and his stiff body began to recover. The momentum stopped there. Levi sang in a low voice. Scorching yellow-white flames carried a burning airflow, and the high temperature assaulted the rebel commander's face. Yatos struggled desperately, trying to avoid the incoming blast, but his limbs refused to obey. Watching danger approach without the ability to dodge created a terrifying helplessness. The armor turned scorched and black. The blistering heat made Yatos want to scream, but his frozen throat could not produce a sound. The pain felt like a ghost pressing down on his chest, unleashing a long-lost fear. After advancing to a Grand Knight, he possessed far more power than ordinary people, and he rarely experienced terror. Even though he had been at a disadvantage against the Silver Mountain Knight, his life remained secure, his injuries minor. The current situation forced the realization that he had met a truly powerful enemy. The opponent might not even be a knight. The strength resembled a legendary wizard, a wizard who specialized in close combat. Under the sudden attack of the spell, Yatos possessed no power to resist. From the very beginning of the encounter, he had fallen into a completely passive position. Panic set in. Yatos also held a supernatural trump card, a snuff bottle capable of summoning a Lord Lamp spirit to fight for him. The entity was a powerful evil spirit. Unfortunately, his body remained frozen, and his throat could not form the vocalizations required to command it. Hopelessness settled deep into his chest. Following the fire, a cross-shaped sword light as dazzling as the stars erupted through the clearing. Invincible high-level ripple power shattered the iron plates, and the blade of Frostmourne pierced straight through Yatos' chest. The goat-like monster of the life seed desperately channeled black gas to repair the tissue, but the effort failed. The poison of the man-faced spider's tear had already spread through his veins. The battle ended in that single moment, leaving Yatos on the verge of death. Levi pulled a dagger and several arrows, nailing the bald man's limbs securely to a nearby tree. Hey, have you heard of the Wild Boar Knight? The hoarse, deep question echoed from under the mask. The desperate Yatos stared back, his mind full of doubts. He knew death was rapidly approaching. He wanted to summon the Lord Lamp spirit, but his throat remained useless. The silence seemed like a refusal to answer. If you refuse to speak, go to hell. A low sigh escaped the mask. Levi crushed Yatos' heart, and the goat-shaped life seed burned to ashes in the flames. Levi panted, his chest heaving. Fighting against a Grand Knight demanded absolute focus, leaving no room to relax. To fully unleash the power of the frost giant's sigh, the distance between them had to be incredibly close. The terrifying frost had instantly frozen the warrior, preventing any counterattack. Levi let out a breath of cold air. The spell caused him no physical harm, but the chill still registered against his skin. Cleaning up the battlefield took little time. The surrounding soldiers were weak, lacking even the status of standard knights. As common outlaws, they carried nothing of value. Levi piled the bodies into a clearing and lit a fire to consume them. Even the vice president had nothing of worth on his person, yielding only a few gold coins. The loot was small, but better than nothing. The most valuable thing is his corpse. My seal of hell is about to reach level 2. I can command 2 living dead, keeping 2 grand knights to protect me. This is a luxury that only the king and the pope can enjoy. Delight washed away the exhaustion. Suddenly, a small object rolled from Yatos' robes, catching attention. It was a black snuff bottle. What is this? A frown formed beneath the mask. Danger senses remained quiet, suggesting the item was safe. Still, caution was necessary, since instinct was not completely accurate. A closer look revealed that the patterns carved into the surface looked familiar. They matched the artistic style found on the frost giant armor. Levi lifted the bottle, comparing the engravings directly to his chest plate. Although the exact illustrations differed, the craftsmanship was identical. This snuff bottle has been enchanted with a spell. It could be a wizard's item. The thought inspired extra caution. The forest was no longer safe to linger in. Preparing the seal of protection, Levi gathered the snuff bottle and Yato's corpse, retreating swiftly into the shadows. The main battle at the city walls lasted for a day and a night. Without Yato's to hold the line, the Earl of Silver Mountain and the heavy armor-breaking crossbows along the ramparts successfully brought down the 4 ice rhinoceroses. Chapter 118. Instant Kill. Level 2 Hell. 2. The destruction of the massive ice rhinoceroses shattered the offensive momentum of the Wilderness Brotherhood. The field commander scanned the line, realizing the vice president would not return to rally the flanks. A heavy iron bell clanged across the field, signaling a general retreat. The rebel horde melted back into the northern hills, leaving behind mountains of tangled corpses in the mud. Breaking a city defended by a resident Grand Knight, disciplined heavy cavalry, and high stone ramparts required an equal titan of steel. Without Yatos to split the defenses, the siege was a lost cause, forcing the Brotherhood to seek other paths. The victory cost the Earl of Silver Mountain dearly. Scores of veteran infantry lay dead in the trenches. Yet, the Lord commanded vast ancestral estates and deep coffers, allowing his house to absorb the heavy blow. The Earl retreated to the inner sanctum of Silver Mountain Castle to nurse his broken ribs and receive the dynamic tallies of the butcher's bill. A senior scout captain stepped into the dim room, bowing low. The search parties found no sign of Yatos, Lord Earl. The old noble grunted, adjusting his bloodied linen bandages. His brow furrowed. Explain. Spies within the rebel camp confirmed the vice president never returned to their lines. The man vanished into the woods alongside his personal vanguard. Furthermore, outriders discovered a massive swath of splintered trees and scorched earth along his path of flight. The signs were heavily obscured, but the raw violence left behind points to a duel between Grand Knights. Yatos likely encountered a rival titan during his retreat. The scout lowered his eyes, his voice dropping to a whisper. We believe he is dead. The captain found the conclusion almost impossible to believe. A legendary Grand Knight, an absolute pinnacle of martial power, had been systematically butchered in a nameless frontier forest without a single cry reaching the city walls. The Earl leaned back, his knuckles whitening against the arms of his chair. Double the patrols. Track every broken branch. We must uncover the identity of the executioner. The physical pain of his wounds burned, but a deeper anxiety gripped his mind. If Yatos lay rotting in a ditch, what hidden power inside Icewind City possessed the lethal capacity to slaughter him so swiftly? The mysterious figures of the Shining Tavern crossed his thoughts. An anonymous Grand Knight roaming the province could be a savior or a butcher, preventing the Lord from lowering his guard. In a fractured world, the blade that slays an enemy is rarely a friend. It is merely an independent predator seeking its own prize. Levi completely bypassed the panicked city gates. The urban markets had grown far too volatile, and with his primary objective secured, he sprinted back to the absolute isolation of his domain. The underground shelter smelled of sulfur and rendered fat. Levi spent hours preparing jars of volatile antiseptic, liquid mercury, and preserving salts, systematically treating Yatos' muscular corpse. The body needed to remain perfectly preserved until the necromantic energies of the seal of hell matured. Levi wiped the grease from his palms, nodding at the silent, pale figure standing in the shadows of the vault. He clapped a heavy hand against the iron pauldrons of his primary puppet. You will have proper company in the garden very soon, Magic Shark. Once the work was done, the young lord donned his full heavy plate, priming the internal mechanisms of the seal of protection until the defensive magic vibrated against his skin. Only when completely insulated against potential hexes did he draw the mysterious black snuff bottle from his pouch. He held the relic up to the candlelight, turning the dark material over in his gauntlets. The surface carried 0 inscriptions, offering no manual or guidance for an uninitiated practitioner. In this regard, the dead warlord proved far less useful than the late witch, Gullwing. A lingering regret brushed his mind. If only Yatos had survived a few minutes longer under interrogation, the secrets of the artifact might have been extracted. The small iron lid featured a fine, threaded seal that could be twisted open with a simple turn of the fingers. Yet, Levi possessed no desire to mimic the reckless choices of a tavern story fool. If a volatile evil spirit, or a lethal airborne curse, remained trapped inside the chamber, turning the cap would result in instant death. After hours of meticulous visual inspection yielded nothing but frustration, he shook his head. Security demanded absolute containment. He encased the wizard's relic within a series of nested iron, silver, and solid gold boxes, welding the seams shut. While the metal shielding offered some comfort, he refused to let the package remain inside the underground shelter. Slinking out into the dead of night, he buried the golden chest deep beneath the roots of an ancient oak on the edge of his territory. The chest would remain in the dirt until his physical power achieved the true rank of a Grand Knight, and his soul mastered the absolute authority of the Seal of Dragon Might. Only then would he risk opening the container by force. The path toward the supernatural was a slow accumulation of keys. The journals of Witch Gullwig, the records of Witch Roland, the Spirit Exorcism Manual, and now an authentic enchanted artifact, the clues were beginning to form a coherent map. The internal peace of the Blackwater Valley remained undisturbed as the summer progressed, allowing the young master to focus his entire intellect on the repetitive, draining exercises of the Seal of Hell. Outside the valley, the Holy Brilliance calendar marked the arrival of the month of the furnace, and the wider Emerald Kingdom descended into absolute madness. The newly crowned king ascended the throne amidst a chorus of weeping courtiers, immediately issuing a desperate royal decree that commanded every loyal noble to assemble their banners for a grand crusade against the treacherous Duke of Montenegro. The sovereign even implored the high clergy to deploy the radiant knights of the Holy City to smite the rebel host. The supreme bishops ignored the palace entirely. The church bureaucracy was far too busy orchestrating the systematic extermination of the heretical Wilderness Brotherhood to waste resources on an aristocratic civil war. Left unchecked, the Montenegro mountain army rolled through the southern provinces like a wildfire, swallowing the ancestral fiefs of minor barons and landed knights. The southern nobility had wallowed in decades of luxury and peace, leaving them entirely incapable of organizing an effective defensive line against the Duke's battle-hardened iron cavalry. Desperate for survival, the surviving lords unified beneath the banner of the new Emerald King, pooling their remaining coin to form the Southern Coalition Army. Supported by the royal regiments, they launched a bloody, grinding counteroffensive along the borders of the fertile plains. To the west, the ancient Tuva Empire fractured under an identical curse of internal rebellion. The sudden, mysterious disappearance of the Fist of the Empire shattered the regime's military authority. Loyalists deserted by the thousands, joining the ranks of the revolutionary vanguard. The total collapse of the imperial crown was no longer a matter of conjecture, it was a mathematical certainty. In the heat of the civil wars, the common people completely forgot the terrifying omens of the snow demons creeping down from the frozen wastes. Conditions inside Icewind City grew increasingly grim. A sudden, violent worker riot tore through the lower quarters, leaving the Earl of Silver Mountain physically and politically exhausted as he worked to restore order. An intensive investigation by the House Guard confirmed the hand of the Wilderness Brotherhood behind the uprising. The captured ringleaders were dragged to the central square and publicly beheaded, their skulls mounted on iron spikes along the parapets as a warning to the populace. The executions failed to stem the tide. Riots flared across the outer hamlets as Brotherhood cells struck isolated storehouses and trade caravans. Amidst the smoke of burning churches, a new name echoed through the prayers of the starving peasantry. The Lord of the Wilderness, an ancient entity, the high clergy branded as a premier heretic god, had entered the consciousness of the masses. In the crowded slums, the traditional devotion to the great Heavenly Father began to warp, replaced by low whispers honoring the great chaos above or the sovereign of the wilds. This theological shift explained the church's absolute obsession with the cultists. The high bishops cared nothing for the shifting titles of mortal kings. If the Emerald Kingdom collapsed and rose again as the Montenegro Mountain Empire, the altars would remain untouched, and the Heavenly Father would still reign as the solitary divinity of the land. But the rise of the Lord of the Wilderness threatened the very foundations of the church's spiritual monopoly. To the inquisitors of the Holy Light, a rival faith was an existential infection that required immediate, total cauterization. Through a series of discreet transactions and careful inquiries with frontier scouts, Levi finally uncovered the ultimate fate of his old nemesis. The wild boar knight had perished months ago, caught in a crossfire while executing a hazardous logistical mission under Yato's direct orders. Levi stared at the scout's report, letting out a long, disappointed sigh. The bastard couldn't even survive long enough to meet my steel. My vengeance is denied its proper conclusion. Though the pleasure of delivering the final blow was gone, his months of searching yielded a different prize. He successfully located old Toby, who had been surviving comfortably as a master smith within one of the Brotherhood's hidden mountain enclaves. Levi's agents extracted the old man safely, bringing him back to the valley along with a wealth of tactical intelligence regarding the interior hierarchy of the rebel network. Time had curved the old artisan's spine, so Levi barred him from returning to the exhausting heat of the main forge. Instead, Toby took up a comfortable position as the chief instructor, guiding the young apprentices through the secrets of tempering steel. His son, Little Milan, had matured into a highly competent master craftsman, capable of running the entire castle armory. The old smith could finally enjoy the twilight of his years in peace. Levi harbored no desire to pursue a private war against the remaining factions of the Wilderness Brotherhood. That bloody work belonged to the church, and he refused to offer his muscle to protect the clergy's interests for free. As the central authority of the crown withered, banditry exploded across the highways. Desperate outlaws, deserting soldiers, and rogue hedge knights spilled into the northern valleys, eventually crossing the borders of the peaceful Blackwater Valley. They found no easy plunder. Faced with the coordinated countercharges of the Red Blood Cavalry, and a master whose physical power rivaled a Grand Knight, the marauding bands were systematically annihilated within the tree line, their gear melted down into scrap iron. Even the local Abraham Church suffered a brutal raid, targeted by a fundamentalist splinter cell of the Brotherhood. The outer chapel was ransacked, the icons shattered, and the auxiliary buildings put to the torch. Zaraf abandoned his traditional arrogance, shamelessly riding to Black Snake Castle to beg for a defensive garrison. Levi offered a warm smile, immediately dispatching a contingent of well-equipped militia to fortify the priest's personal residence. The cooperative gesture left the fat clergyman highly satisfied. 3 nights later, A secondary band of masked riders bypassed the militia lines, slipping through the rectory windows to deploy a highly concentrated cloud of man-faced spider neurotoxins into the sleeping quarters. A dozen senior clergymen perished in their beds without uttering a sound, and the parish vault was cleared of its remaining tithes. The shock of the second disaster triggered a severe heart attack within Zeroff's massive frame. The fat priest spent a week confined to his mattress, drifting between fever dreams and bouts of intense panic. His devoted neighbor, Baron Levi, immediately sent a beautifully written scroll strongly condemning the lawless villains, encouraging priest Zeroff to face his heavy trials with a pious smile. In a world defined by madness, absurd tragedies occurred with every turn of the sun. Levi remained entirely insulated from the horror, thriving within the silent depths of his sanctuary. His proficiency expanded with each passing hour, his focus absolute. As the calendar turned to the month of the wheat field, the internal energy of the spell finally ruptured its constraints, forcing the seal of hell to ascend into the second level. Chapter 119. Level 7 Blood Whale, Black Snake Transformation. Levi held the core of the undead inside the shelter and chanted an incantation. With the level 2 seal of hell, 2 living dead could be controlled simultaneously. Lonely soul of hell, I grant you a new life. The core of the undead slowly fused into the skull of Yados. Mysterious power filled the muscles and limbs of the corpse. Blue ghost fire ignited within the empty eye sockets, casting an icy, frosty aura across the stone walls. Perhaps because snow demons were ice-type undead, the core born from their remnants carried this frozen trait. Levi looked at the massive frame of Yados, which stood as sturdy as the magic shark, and gestured toward the shadows. Magic shark, come and meet your friend. If 2 more could be gathered in the future, these guardians would become a transcendent version of the 4 heavenly kings. Let me see if you 2 brothers can fight. Levi commanded the 2 monsters to engage in hand-to-hand combat. The muscular giants collided in the center of the room, black gas swirling around their armored shoulders as they traded blows. Both operated as strength-type Grand Knights, their physical power perfectly matched. They ranked slightly below the Earl of Silver Mountain of the Northern 7 Flying Cavalry, and the veteran Grand Knight, the Duke of Montenegro. Still, combining the strength of these 2 brothers with the personal trump cards in the arsenal, a confrontation against the Duke of Montenegro could go either way. Of course, the attempt cannot be made now. The true power of a Grand Knight must be achieved before considering revenge against the Duke of Montenegro. The Duke of Montenegro remained entirely consumed by his war against the Southern Alliance, leaving him no time to bother with a minor lord. For a high-ranking figure, far more important matters required attention. Levi seized this perfect opportunity to develop his resources in complete silence. The underlying physical strength to stand at the absolute peak of the era was already there, but the corresponding popularity and political influence were missing. This suited the plan perfectly. A dead legend was useless, survival was the only goal that mattered. During the month of the Northern Wind in the year 1010 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the flames of war ignited by the Duke of Montenegro engulfed the entire country. The Southern Coalition army finally halted the advance of the Black Mountain host, forcing the neutral dukes to finally draw their swords. Once the true scale of the duke's ambition became clear, the surrounding lords had no choice but to act. Before long, these high nobles were violently removed from the chessboard. Unchecked tragedy struck the alliance. First, a prominent duke in the western region died mysteriously inside his locked manor, his twisted features suggesting a lethal attack by an evil spirit. Soon after, a southern duke went completely insane in the middle of a battle, hacking blindly at his own infantry and the Black Mountain vanguard before vanishing into the wilderness. An evil spirit had claimed his mind as well. Panic rippled through the ranks of the nobility. Both fallen lords were recognized Grand Knights. Their heritages were first class, backed by the ancient breathing techniques of the most powerful families in the land. Yet, even these titans perished or lost their minds to the unseen phantoms of the dark wave. The fact that both casualties had recently signed mobilization orders against the Duke of Montenegro removed all elements of coincidence. Whispers turned into a terrifying rumor that swept through the taverns. The Duke of Montenegro controls the power of a terrifying, evil spirit. The phantom invades anyone who dares to disobey his will, torturing them to death. Even the Grand Knights were defenseless. No one could fathom what kind of power could halt the advance of an evil spirit paired with the Iron Cavalry of the North. Fear degraded the morale of the Southern Coalition army, with rumors of mental manipulation spreading through the tents every night. Conversely, the Montenegro Mountain Army marched without a single incident, confirming the worst suspicions of the populace. The aristocracy began referring to their enemy by a new title, the Devil Duke. Some argued that the Duke of Montenegro had signed a blood pact with a legendary devil of hell to bewitch the hearts of men. Others claimed the entity sought to unleash total chaos across the mortal world, utilizing evil spirits to transform the kingdom into a living purgatory. To the common soldiers, these explanations sounded entirely logical now that snow demons and phantoms walked the earth. The unknown remained the ultimate terror. Most victims of an evil spirit would never even realize they were under attack until their hearts stopped beating. The Duke of Montenegro neither acknowledged nor denied the title of Devil Duke. He simply continued his campaign, conscripting more labor and driving every available resource into the meat grinder of the war. Historically, conflicts between nobles were small, transactional affairs settled with gold. The current war shattered those conventions. Every lord realized the Duke of Montenegro intended to dismantle the old order entirely. Captured soldiers faced a brutal choice: swear fealty to fight their former comrades, or face immediate execution. The high courts issued long declarations condemning the Duke's crimes, but the words carried no weight against the raw terror of his advance. The balance shifted further when the Aryan family, keepers of the giant iron crocodile lineage, merged their forces with the Montenegro Mountain Coalition, sending their famed Iron Knights marching toward the fertile south. This alliance served as a final signal. Within a single month, half of the northern aristocracy abandoned their neutrality to join the rebel host. The northern lords recognized that the wealthy families of the south would never send reinforcement armies until the snow demons were actively clawing at their own castle gates. Everyone understood the magnitude of the frost disaster, yet political gridlock prevented any collective defense. The northern aristocracy logic was simple: if the south refused to march north, the north would conquer its way south, forcing the entire population to face the incoming monsters together. This desperate strategy was the direct result of ignorance and political stagnation. Snow demons were tireless undead creatures. Unless systematically destroyed with fire, their ranks swelled with every village they butchered. If the Evernight kingdom fell completely, the entire continent would be consumed. The grim news regarding the Devil Duke reached the Blackwater Valley, tightening the chest with anxiety. Could the Duke of Montenegro have mastered the true secrets of necromancy? Damn it. If a top-tier Grand Knight can be snuffed out by an evil spirit, the Duke possesses a trump card that defies conventional warfare. How does he keep those entities from turning on him? These questions remained unanswered. Caution demanded absolute discipline, a total refusal to act openly, until the true rank of a Grand Knight was achieved. The three war beasts and the Eagle Harris took up constant scouting duties along the valley ridges, supported on the ground by Magic Shark and his new living dead companion, whom Levi named Demon Mountain. With the defenses anchored, Levi retreated into the deepest chamber of the shelter to focus entirely on his training. The daily responsibilities of a lord had diminished significantly. To maximize his cultivation hours, he adopted a completely hands-off approach to governance, operating like a major shareholder in a modern enterprise. A brief meeting with the head butler every few weeks was all that was required to maintain the estate. As the month of the northern wind neared its conclusion, a profound shift occurred within his chest. The spiritual manifestation of the giant blood whale floating above his heart opened its cavernous maw, drawing in a massive tide of vital energy. A low boom echoed through his torso as the whale expanded. Thick, dark energy surged from the blood whale seed, flooding his organs and limbs with raw power. Levi stretched his arms, exhaling a cloud of gray, turbid air into the dim room. Level 7. The proficiency panel updated instantly. The blood whale breathing technique had achieved level 7, unlocking the special effect of top-tier endurance. This level of stamina marked the absolute limit of human potential. Shattering this final barrier would trigger the physical transformation into an inhuman entity, a true Grand Knight. Top-tier defense, top-tier endurance, top-tier strength, and top-tier speed. With 4 maximized attributes active, the foundational template of an all-rounded warrior stood complete. The blood whale style was an excellent grade breathing technique, its internal structure utilizing 56 distinct movement patterns. Crucially, the system featured no arbitrary limit at level 7, allowing for further advancement. The revelation brought immense relief. Endurance-based techniques were exceptionally rare in the kingdoms, making their limit breakthroughs notoriously difficult to orchestrate, whereas strength-based variants were common and simple to progress. Complacency is a death sentence. The training must continue. Levi pushed away any rising vanity, refusing to slacken his pace. He understood too well that this world of supernatural forces was riddled with hidden predators. The terrors witnessed so far represented merely the crest of the dark wave. Snow demons and evil spirits were the lower-tier manifestations of this cycle, yet they already possessed the lethal capacity to slaughter Grand Knights and erase entire cities with a passing thought. The current strength was still insufficient. Survival and the ultimate exploration of the wider world demanded a relentless pursuit of power. He held no biases against the source of strength. Whether the power derived from a knightly lineage, a wizard script, or the blood of a wild beast, he would seize it without hesitation. The arrival of the deep winter months buried the Blackwater Valley beneath heavy snow, locking the river beneath a thick layer of blue ice. Aside from the routine weapon deliveries to the Earl of Silver Mountain, every hour belonged to the advancement of the black snake breathing technique. Supported by a steady supply of premium black snake secret medicine, the final milestones fell away, forcing the technique to its absolute level 7 limit just before the arrival of the new year. The black snake breathing technique rested at level 7, maximum, with a breakthrough available, anchoring his top-tier defense. Deep within his chest, the black snake seed stood tall and unyielding, resembling a colossal python coiling around the world. At the peak of level 7, the seed had shed its vague, misty composition. The imaginary outline of thick scales and a dense, powerful reptilian body registered clearly under internal inspection. The manifestation grows more concrete with each passing day. Levi turned his gaze toward the ancient parchment hanging on the reinforced wall of the bunker. The illustrated black snake, holding a burning candle in its jaws, coiled majestically across the canvas, its painted eyes illuminating the dark corners of the room. The current state of his internal seed mirrored a miniature version of that legendary guardian. An ordinary knight must utilize their life seeds to trigger a fundamental physical transformation, to ascend to a grand knight. This process alters both the volume and the density of the internal black gas, allowing the warrior to project the energy outward beyond their skin. With sufficient mastery, this gas can be separated from the body entirely, wrapping around a blade, or even condensing into a solid weapon. The assassin Pale Shadow excelled at this application, shaping his projected gas into ethereal talons, or lethal throwing daggers capable of piercing plate armor from a distance. In contrast, the combat techniques of Magic Shark and Yados were primitive. They could only coat their steel blades in a thin layer of energy during an exchange, a method far inferior to the skills of a true master. The records inside the Shining Tavern confirmed that specialized combat manuals existed specifically to train this energy projection, but such texts were exceptionally rare on the frontier. Even a wealthy magnate like the Earl of Silver Mountain had never acquired a dedicated black gas form. Uncovering those secrets would likely require a thorough dissection of Pale Shadow's remaining records. Now, the transformation begins. Levi focused his mind entirely on the pulsing black snake seed. Instantly, a torrent of dense black gas erupted from the core, wrapping around the spiritual spark until it formed a thick, impenetrable cocoon. Come then, let's see where the true limit of the black snake lies. Chapter 120. Advance to Grand Knight. 1. The black snake cocoon inside Levi's heart lay completely dormant. A terrifying aura radiated from within the dark shell, forcing the surrounding life seeds of the giant rhinoceros, the man-faced spider, the siren, and the blood whale to bow in silent worship. Something monstrous was brewing inside that black shroud, utterly suppressing the other forms. Levi sat perfectly still, anchoring his mind and waiting for the moment the black snake would shatter its enclosure. He had already stored a full month's worth of nourishment inside his whale sac, a specialized biological reserve that allowed him to complete this intense physical transformation without needing to eat or drink. The process followed a strict temporal window. At its shortest, the metamorphosis concluded in a single day, while the longest duration stretched to 7 days. If the internal restructuring failed to complete before the 7th day expired, the transformation would collapse entirely. This deep evolution demanded an immense amount of vital energy. Many ambitious knights fell short because they failed to accumulate a sufficient metabolic reserve before forcing the transition. As a result, their advancement fractured at the final threshold, and the sudden biological backlash drove them mad, turning them into broken, raving lunatic knights. Levi faced no such danger. The whale sac functioned flawlessly, providing a constant, stable stream of vital essence that guaranteed he would never suffer that tragic fate. 7 years of steady, unyielding effort had led directly to this sanctuary floor. He held absolute confidence in the outcome. Supported by the flawless mechanics of his proficiency panel, a standard evolutionary breakthrough carried zero risk of failure. If a mere nightly transformation could break his progress, the far more complex path of a wizard would be entirely beyond his reach. Furthermore, a failure to transform the black snake seed carried no immediate threat to his life, unlike the violent process of condensing a brand new life seed. It would simply harden his internal pathways, making any subsequent attempt at evolution exponentially more difficult to achieve. The path of a warrior was an uncompromising road. One false step could permanently shatter a man's potential, leaving him to stagnate for the rest of his days. Deep within the stone shelter, 2 massive, silent guardians flanked Levi's cross-legged form. Magic Shark and Demon Mountain stood as rigid as twin statues of iron and bone. If any intruder managed to breach the subterranean gates, these 2 heavy puppets would tear them to pieces without a moment's hesitation. Levi had personally forged matching sets of premium full-body mithril plate armor for his guardians. The quality of each suit easily rivaled the defensive attributes of the legendary Leviathan armor, granting the 2 dead warriors a physical defense that far surpassed the gear of ordinary living Grand Knights. High above the valley, the great snow eagle Harris soared through the freezing currents, his sharp eyes surveying the black water valley to track the movements of the estate in real time. Along the jagged ridge behind the main castle walls, the 3 massive war bears lay huddled together like a small mountain of fur and muscle, guarding their master's domain. Before entering seclusion, Levi had completed 3 custom sets of heavy barding for his beasts. He had spared no expense on the manufacturing, combining the shed scales of an earthly dragon beast with refined iron and traces of rare mithril. The giant bear armor provided incredible structural protection without imposing an excessive weight penalty that would restrict their natural speed or limit their terrifying strength. The 3 brothers wore their iron suits constantly now, an aggressive conditioning regimen designed to accustom them to the weight of the field. Having reached full maturity, their physical power matched the capabilities of elite high-level human knights. At this advanced stage of growth, their raw physical mass would no longer increase, since the northern giant bear typically capped its genetic potential at the peak knight tier. Only a rare biological mutation, similar to the phenomenon that birthed the mountain wolf king, could force a beast to break through into the grand knight realm, and such anomalies occurred only once in a generation. Still, the predators possessed a natural lifespan of 40 years. They were currently entering the absolute prime of their lives, and when the 3 brothers fought in tight coordination, no single warrior below the grand knight tier could hope to survive their claws. Protected by this multi-layered perimeter of steel and tooth, Levi felt entirely secure as he surrendered his consciousness to the dark cocoon. While Levi altered his flesh in the dark, the geopolitical balance of the outside world continued to fracture. The Devil Duke, the lord of the Montenegro mountain lineage, drove his heavy iron cavalry across the fertile plains, utilizing bound evil spirits to sweep away the defensive lines of the southern provinces. The veteran Northern Alliance repeatedly shattered the formations of the Southern Coalition army. The situation grew so desperate that an elite vanguard of the Montenegro host managed to penetrate the outer borders of the Green Dragon territory, the ancestral seat of the reigning royal family. Faced with total annihilation, the crown finally deployed its hidden trump card. The moment this secret weapon stepped onto the historical stage, it captured the attention of every noble house on the continent. A specialized military order materialized before the eyes of the surviving aristocracy, a violent faction taking direct commands from the throne. They were known as the Seven Godly Swords. The elite unit comprised 4 authentic Grand Knights and 3 Peak Knights. Driven by the pervasive cultural influence of the Church of Holy Light, the military organizations of the Emerald Kingdom traditionally favored the number 7. The supreme bishops commanded the 7 holy knights of the world, while the fiercest warlords of the borderlands formed the northern 7 flying cavalry. The crown followed this ancient precedent to christen its new vanguard. Many independent counts suspected the order was a hasty, desperate amalgamation put together by the royal council to counter the martial dominance of the northern lords. After all, both the holy knights and the flying cavalry consisted entirely of maximum-tier grandmasters. Interspersing 3 Peak Knights among the 4 Grand Knights of the Godly Swords felt slightly forced, a clear indication that the royal lineage was scraping the bottom of its reserves. Nevertheless, the 7 Godly Swords displayed incredible tactical lethality during their premier engagement. They operated as master swordsmen, led by the captain of the royal guard, a warrior named Zid who bore the title of the nation guarding divine sword. For decades, his reputation had remained obscured, buried beneath the legendary fame of the White Horse Knight, who had reigned as the absolute champion of the palace. With the White Horse Knight resting in a secret tomb, the second sword of the kingdom finally demonstrated his true power. The engagement concluded with the first major victory for the Southern Alliance since the outbreak of the Civil War, providing a massive boost to the morale of the Southern lords. The names of the individual swordsmen swept through the provinces. Inspired by the sudden success, several minor barons began forming their own specialized units, hoping to utilize the spreading chaos to secure military glory. In an era of total disintegration, a lord could leverage a successful campaign to elevate his pedigree, ensuring a premium share of land and war merits once the Duke of Montenegro was finally brought to justice. Chapter 121. Advance to Grand Knight. 2. The Green Forest 7 Sons, the Blue Sea 7 Heroes, and all sorts of strange names rose without end, though behind the grand titles usually stood ordinary knights. Chasing fame and fortune remained fundamental to human nature, especially for mortals whose lives lasted only 100 years. The average lifespan of commoners in this era rarely reached 50 years, which explained why most preferred to lead timid, mediocre lives. No heroic, epic figures could make major contributions and become legendary in such a short time. As people often said, there were only dead legends in this world. As the war gradually intensified, the royal family began to recruit from remote areas, demanding that vassals support the crown with both troops and financial resources. The isolated Blackwater Valley was no exception. Baron Blacksnake was a direct vassal to the king, and obligation demanded that the estate provide support for the royal family. The emissary from the kingdom quickly delivered the news of the conscription to the Blackwater Valley. Given its size and wealth, the estate needed to provide 10 to 30 cavalrymen, or several times that number of foot soldiers, to support the king during wartime. Alternatively, the crown accepted 50 to 100 gold coins per cavalryman. Before entering seclusion for the transformation process, Levi had left explicit instructions with his butler. If the higher UPS came to recruit soldiers, the treasury would pay the money accordingly. With his current wealth and strength, Levi would happily hand over the coin to avoid unnecessary trouble. In front of Black Snake Castle, the emissary frowned at the butler. "Where is Baron Black Snake?" The butler looked at the official knight, smiling apologetically. "My lord is occupied with urgent matters, and is exceptionally busy." He indicated that our territory lacks sufficient manpower for now, so we can only provide financial support. This emissary was a high-level knight, traveling with a small vanguard of cavalrymen, to prevent nobles with evil intentions from trying to evade their sacred obligations. The official spoke coldly. "This war is different from the past. His Majesty has declared that all vassals must personally lead their troops to battle." The butler stuttered. "But our lord." The envoy cut him off loudly. "Shut up. Your lord was conferred by His Majesty, and His Majesty granted this land. Go and call Baron Black Snake out immediately. Otherwise, we will punish him for desertion during wartime, and strip him of his title. Can you bear the consequences?" The butler kept quiet, desperately trying to formulate an excuse. Suddenly, the deep voice of the lord echoed from the gateway. "I will go." The emissary looked at the lean man, who appeared remarkably capable. "You are Baron Levi." "That is right. I will fulfill my obligations." "When do we set off?" The emissary nodded. "Very good. We will set off now. Bring your soldiers and gather at Uralkalam territory, preparing to head to the battlefield at the northern line of the lush forest. Not long after, Levi led a small detachment of soldiers toward Urokulam estates under the guidance of the emissary. Levi evaluated the official riding ahead. The high-level knight commanded a team of cavalrymen, who had achieved the rank of quasi-knights. When the stone walls of Black Snake Castle finally disappeared behind the horizon, the path wound onto a narrow road in the wilderness. Ahead, two stalwart figures clad in heavy armor blocked the way. The silent giants did not say a single word, watching the approaching emissary and his men through their iron visors. Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? I am the kingdom emissary, quickly move aside. The emissary face paled instantly. The two figures blocking the path made no effort to hide their immense power, radiating a sinister, freezing aura. These might be two grand knights. How is this possible? How could we meet two grand knights on the road? There were likely fewer than 100 grand knights in the entire Emerald Kingdom, yet two of them stood waiting on this secluded trail. Worse, the strangers looked entirely dead, their deep blue eyes staring forward in a way that made the hair on the soldiers' necks stand on end. The two grand knights suddenly exerted their strength, their boots shattering the dirt. The two giants swung their great swords and battle axes with a deafening boom. The high-level knight narrowly dodged the initial trajectory, but the cavalrymen behind him possessed no such speed. Enemy attack. Retreat. Levi shouted the command to his soldiers. The men had never seen Magic Shark or Demon Mountain before, assuming a random enemy band had ambushed them in the wilds. Under their lord direct orders, the militia quickly fled. The two attackers were far too terrifying, dwarfing even the northern giant bears bred in the valley. Levi retreated slowly, watching from a safe distance as the two brothers, Demon Shark and Demon Mountain, systematically tore the emissary and the cavalrymen into bloody pieces. In the end, none of the Royal Crown soldiers survived. Initially, I wanted just to pay the money peacefully. But why do you have to force me? My father was a powerful Grand Knight, and his brave soldiers all died on the battlefields of the Holy War. How can I repeat the same mistake? Money is fine, but to sacrifice lives is impossible. I am a Grand Knight now, and the world is large enough for me to go anywhere. Levi raised his hand, utilizing the seal of flame to burn the corpses to white ash. His philosophy remained absolute. He would never go to war for a king. Today, the advancement to Grand Knight had concluded successfully. A black snake had broken completely free from the cocoon at his heart. A mighty, extraordinarily large black snake seed coiled around Levi's heart, like a dormant dragon. The level 8 black snake seed radiated a powerful aura that brooked no competition. In front of this primal seed, the blood whale, the giant rhinoceros, the siren, and the man-faced spider all paled in comparison, fearing and worshipping the transformed black snake seed as their absolute king. Thick black gas wrapped around the blade of Frostmourne, turning the steel as dark as ink. The viscous fluid flowed across the metal, shining with the deep luster of hot asphalt. I have mastered the black gas entwined skill. Levi observed the transformation, feeling the immense power vibrating through his limbs. After becoming a Grand Knight, his physical capabilities underwent a tremendous upgrade, and the black gas covering his entire body provided a profound sense of security. The level 8 black snake breathing technique was already extraordinary. The proficiency panel marked the black snake breathing technique at level 8, unlocking the special effect of transcendent defense. Let us go home, Levi muttered to the empty path, turning back toward the valley alongside his two silent companions. Chapter 122. The Path After Grand Knight. 1. It was the first month of the new year, 1011, in the Holy Brilliance calendar. The flames of war continued to burn across the land. Levi watched the citizens celebrating in his territory, his heart entirely calm. Other than breaking through his physical limitations, these ordinary festivals could hardly bring him any real joy. After the dull celebrations concluded, boredom drove him to inspect every corner of the domain. Eventually, he led Magic Shark and Demon Mountain into the deep mountain forest within his territory. The time had come to test the true extent of his current strength. He now commanded the transcendent defense of a level 8 black snake breathing technique, the top-tier strength of a level 7 giant rhinoceros breathing technique, the top-tier speed of a level 7 siren breathing technique, and the top-tier endurance of a level 7 blood whale breathing technique. He wanted to see how he would fare relying solely on his physical body, completely stripping away his seals, the frost giant armor, any regular plate mail, and even his heaven-defying cross-sword skill. Magic Shark and Demon Mountain stood fully armed in the clearing. They were clad in heavy armor, wielding greatswords and huge axes, weapons designed for maximum offensive devastation. Levi stood before them wearing nothing but his underwear. Come, attack me fiercely. At his direct command, the two brothers unleashed a coordinated assault. The two huge creatures charged toward him, their heavy axes tearing through the air while a massive greatsword soared in a lethal arc. The forest filled with an immediate murderous aura. The black snake seed hammered inside Levi's chest, brewing a surging power that circulated thick black gas directly through his blood. The energy manifested visually. It seemed as though he wore a pitch-black devil helmet, his entire upper torso swathed in flowing darkness. Dense black gas rolled over his shoulders, while his lower body transformed just as dramatically. His legs looked as if they were cast in solid copper, shining with a stark metallic luster. This is transcendent defense. The realization brought a shock of adrenaline. The greatsword came down in a vicious cleave. Levi covered his palms with dense black gas and caught the magic shark's blade midair. He spun on his heel, channeling his top-tier strength into a brutal kick directly to the Magic Shark's abdomen. The impact forced the heavy puppet back several paces. Magic Shark was a pure strength-type Grand Knight, meaning his raw power still technically eclipsed Levi's own. If he had been an ordinary opponent, Levi's kick would have sent him flying through the trees. At that exact moment, Demon Mountain's huge axe came slashing down from the flank. Levi raised his bare fist, smashing it directly into the descending iron. The sound of metal clashing rang through the woods. The black gas on his knuckles trembled violently. The raw force of the giant axe dispersed the dark shroud covering his hand, sending an intense wave of pain through his fingers. It is still not enough to fight head-on against a weapon wrapped in black gas. Although the energy significantly strengthens my physical defense, a body of flesh and blood remains inferior to forged steel. Still, a brief confrontation is entirely manageable. Levi calmly parried and redirected the berserk attacks raining down from both Magic Shark and Demon Mountain. As the blows echoed through the clearing, he calculated his current tactical standing. His greatest advantage did not lie solely in his transcendent defense, but rather in the absolute balance of his physical attributes. Other Grand Knights might surpass him in a single category. For instance, while Magic Shark possessed superior raw lifting power, the puppet's speed, endurance, and defense were all inferior to Levi's traits. Achieving the status of a Grand Knight usually meant a warrior possessed no obvious weaknesses, yet standard masters were completely inferior to Levi, who had systematically cultivated every secondary style to its absolute peak. This was his true strength. He was an all-rounded warrior, a perfect platinum star across every combat metric. Eventually, Levi called a halt to the sparring match to conserve his guardian's energies. Although he managed to acquire 1 or 2 cores of the undead every month, the resource remained in incredibly high demand, and he could not afford to waste their animating power on vanity. The exercise had proven highly fruitful. On one hand, the battle allowed him to accurately gauge his physical evolution. On the other hand, the intense focus required to command the puppets during combat had yielded a noticeable increase in his proficiency with the Seal of Hell. Now that he had officially become a Grand Knight, he would be recognized as an elite powerhouse within the kingdom and across the 7 realms. He needed to carefully consider his next steps. First and foremost, he had to continue practicing his breathing techniques. Before he could truly step onto the path of a wizard, his knightly heritage remained the absolute foundation of his body. Furthermore, achieving the rank of a Grand Knight was not the final destination of his warrior lineage. Since he had already traveled this far, he intended to reach the absolute apex, transforming into a legendary knight if the conditions permitted. With the proficiency panel anchoring his progress, a legendary classification would hardly be his limit. Ordinary men managed to become legendary knights through raw talent and luck alone. With a reliable system guiding his muscles, achieving that legendary tier was inevitable, and it was entirely possible he might surpass the legendary realm altogether. Secondly, entering the Grand Knight tier unlocked the mastery of black gas combat. If he could learn to project and manipulate the energy with the advanced precision demonstrated by the Pale Shadow, his lethality would skyrocket. He resolved to expand his repertoire in this direction as soon as possible. Finally, there was the elusive wizard path that occupied his thoughts. So far, every clue he had uncovered pointed toward Witch Gulwig and Mistress Roland being authentic practitioners of the craft. Although both women had briefly surfaced within the mortal world, tracking them down across the vast continent remained an exceptional challenge. Most importantly, even if he successfully located their dwellings, he had no way of knowing whether they would greet him as friends or foes. The underlying risk was far too great. Apart from those 2 enigmatic women, his only remaining leads required investigating the 4 major ancient families, specifically the Constantine family and the Winchester family, whose bloodlines might still exist somewhere in the hidden corners of the world. Chapter 123. The Path After Grand Knight. 2. The last recorded appearance of the Constantine and Winchester families occurred over 100 years ago. Given the deep historical foundations of both lineages, complete annihilation seemed unlikely. More than likely, these ancient bloodlines remained a constant thorn in the side of the church, forcing them to abandon the public stage and retreat into the deep shadows of the world. Uncovering their hidden descendants would require a significant investment of time. A complex network of informants, maintained entirely through a one-way connection with a disguised avatar, constantly sifted through the frontier for relevant rumors. Despite these efforts, the search had yielded no actionable intelligence. Both families had engineered their disappearances with exceptional skill. For the time being, active pursuit was impossible, leaving no choice but to wait quietly. Then came the matter of the black snuff bottle recovered from the forest clearing. The object undoubtedly belonged to the realm of the supernatural. Although the intuitive warnings of the spider sensing remained quiet, the potential for a catastrophic miscalculation kept the bottle sealed. An ancient evil spirit likely occupied the interior chamber. The artifact would remain unopened until every necessary countermeasure stood ready. The mind drifted toward another immediate threat, the river spirit known as the Naiad that haunted the Blackwater River. Achieving the rank of a Grand Knight changed the tactical equation, forcing a serious evaluation of how to secure the home territory. If that entity accumulated enough power to eventually leave the banks of the river, it would transform into a localized time bomb. Magic Shark had successfully broken away from the Naiad's original assault. Given the current upgrades to physical defense and speed, a direct confrontation should not pose an immediate, life-threatening danger. The temptation to test the waters was strong, backed by the strategy of a swift retreat if the spider sensing triggered an alarm. Ultimately, caution won the day. It was better to play it safe. Reports of malevolent spirits were multiplying across the continent, meaning the subterranean networks of the Shining Tavern might finally possess fresh coordinates for acquiring evil spirit dust. A confrontation could wait until the soul mastered the absolute authority of the Seal of Draconic Might. That path offered genuine safety. The end of the month arrived quickly, aligning with the scheduled weapon delivery to the Earl of Silver Mountain. Levi retreated to the underground bunker, donning his reinforced traveling gear and securing his coin purse. Magic Shark and Demon Mountain shouldered the heavy crates of forged blades, following their master out of the valley toward the distant walls of Icewind City. The fate of the missing royal recruiter caused no lingering anxiety. The transformation into an authentic Grand Knight provided the raw power to traverse the provinces without bowing to the decrees of lesser men. The central government had degenerated into absolute chaos, leaving the royal council, with zero resources, to investigate the sudden disappearance of a single mid-level official. Furthermore, the recruiter had visited multiple northern fiefdoms before crossing into the valley. His path was a tangled web, ensuring no clerk in the capital could pinpoint the exact location of his death. At worst, once the Duke of Montenegro was finally suppressed, the crown might realize the Blackwater Valley had defaulted on its military levy, potentially dispatching a punitive force to collect the debt. If that day arrived, a substantial payment of gold would serve as the first line of defense. If coin failed to satisfy the magistrates, a direct demonstration of a Grand Knight's power would force the palace to reconsider its options. Should the king prove exceptionally foolish, wasting a full regiment to besiege the valley, abandonment was a perfectly viable strategy. The ancestral lands could be surrendered to the crown, while the master relocated to the outer kingdoms. The tenure as a local lord was always a temporary stepping stone. The true destination lay in the mysteries of the wizards, not the governance of an isolated ravine. Traveling the wider world would likely uncover superior avenues towards supernatural knowledge. The palace lacked the mobility to hunt a solitary Grand Knight across international borders. Even if hunters crossed the frontier, the blade of a master would cut them down. Provoking a rogue Grand Knight who possessed no fixed estate, no vulnerable family, and no structural weaknesses was an act of absolute political madness. The crown would learn to avoid the risk. The only genuine threat on the horizon remained the church. The high clergy wielded an unfathomable depth of power that completely dwarfed the authority of secular kings. Fortunately, there was no intention of challenging the orthodox faith or competing for the devotion of the masses, removing any cause for the Inquisition to intervene. On the whole, the systemic collapse of civil order worked to a hidden master's advantage. In a world defined by fire and betrayal, the movements of a minor baron slipped entirely beneath the notice of the high players. The great warlords were far too occupied to monitor the frontier. This distraction applied perfectly to the Duke of Montenegro, who had undoubtedly forgotten the existence of the Black Snake lineage during his bloody march toward the throne. The Duke had spent decades hoarding steel and gold in secret, assembling an iron host that comfortably outmatched the individual armies of the great southern lords. Yet, his strategic arrogance had united the royal family and the southern aristocracy into a desperate, resilient alliance. The geopolitical gap was closing now that more than half of the northern lords had formally merged their banners with the Montenegro Mountain Coalition. The Earl of Silver Mountain, however, remained resolutely independent. Upon reaching the snowy approaches of Icewind City, Levi ordered Magic Shark and Demon Mountain to entrench themselves within a secluded ravine in the wilderness. He assumed the burden of transporting the heavy crates into the urban center alone. Although both puppets wore full suits of sealed plate mail, the risk remained that a sensitive scout or a fanatic inquisitor within the garrison might detect the unnatural, metallic odor of preserved flesh. Inside the high solar of Silver Mountain Castle, the Earl sat opposite his preferred supplier. His advanced Grand Knight perceptions noted an immediate change in the craftsman posture. The blacksmith master radiated a physical density that far surpassed his previous limits. Without a visual manifestation of projected black gas, the exact tier of the smith's cultivation remained obscured. Yet, the ambient aura suggested the man stood upon the very threshold of ascension. The artisan possessed a rare, innate genius for the hammer, paired with an equally formidable talent for the refinement of the breath. The Earl of Silver Mountain offered a hearty laugh, his voice echoing against the stone walls. "Congratulations, master. Your path of cultivation has taken a magnificent leap forward." Levi maintained his disguise as Master Tyra, offering a modest smile. "Compared to the legendary prowess of the Lord Earl, my meager progress is hardly worth mentioning." The recognition was entirely expected, given the sharp instincts of a veteran commander. It caused no alarm. At the current level of physical development, the Earl no longer possessed the tactical leverage to dictate terms or enforce obedience. Furthermore, months of regular commerce had proven the Earl of Silver Mountain to be a rational, honorable businessman, a rare commodity among the predatory aristocracy of the North. He was a man worth maintaining as a stable trading partner. The Earl demonstrated his typical intelligence, dropping the subject of personal strength without prying into forbidden techniques. Levi leaned forward, adjusting his heavy cloak. "My lord, what are the recent intelligence tallies regarding the movements of the snow demons?" The question altered the atmosphere instantly. The Earl of Silver Mountain raised a hand, dismissing his personal squires and locking the heavy oak doors of the chamber. He turned back, his expression turning grim. Master, I believe it is time I showed you the reality of our situation. Levi watched the old soldier, his curiosity piqued by the sudden security measures. What have your scouts recovered? The Earl of Silver Mountain spoke in a low, chilling whisper. An authentic snow demon. Chapter 124. Evil Spirit Invasion. A rogue snow demon captured alive in the north. Levi pressed his lips together, absorbing the shock. The Earl of Silver Mountain nodded grimly and gestured toward the descending stone stairs that led into the castle prison. The subterranean dungeons of Silver Mountain Castle buzzed with far more activity than the quiet cells back in Blackwater Valley. Dozens of common criminals paced behind iron grates on the upper tier. Below them lay a secondary, heavily fortified level specifically designed to hold rogue knights and desperate peak masters. Moving through the damp corridor, Levi felt a familiar prickle of caution. A lower nobleman with lesser strength would have ended up chained to these very walls at the Earl's whim. The old aristocracy of the North, especially a commander of the Northern 7 Flying Cavalry, maintained absolute authority through cold, administrative iron. The Earl stopped at the most remote corner of the lower level. This particular cell differed from the others, constructed from dense, seamless boulders wrapped in a massive lattice of iron netting. A faint, silvery sheen glinted beneath the torchlight. Levi recognized the composition instantly. His advanced blacksmithing skills detected traces of rare mithril melted directly into the iron alloy. The concentration was low, yet its presence was undeniable. Inside the reinforced enclosure paced a grotesque, humanoid shape. Tattered cloth clung to pale blue skin. Entire sections of its flesh had rotted away completely, exposing the stark white framework of its ribs and limbs. The creature dragged its clawed fingers across the stone, throwing its weight against the barrier. Whenever its blue flesh collided with the mithril-laced netting, a hiss of green smoke erupted from the contact point, forcing the monster to recoil into the dark. Levi leaned closer, studying the facial structure. The features had disintegrated entirely, resembling the hollow, reanimated ghouls from the old Survivor Chronicles. Facial muscles had withered away, leaving light blue bone and jagged teeth completely exposed to the open air. Deep within the empty sockets, twin pinpricks of blue fire flickered in the dark, mirroring the exact, unnatural energy that animated Magic Shark and Demon Mountain. The premier threat of the northern wastes stood less than 3 paces away. A snow demon. To an untrained scout, it appeared to be nothing more than a common, lumbering zombie. The Earl of Silver Mountain broke the silence, his voice echoing low against the masonry. Master Tyra, what do your eyes tell you? Levi gestured toward the shredded tunic hanging from the creature's spine. The weave of the fabric belongs to the common citizens of the Evernight Kingdom. They were living men before the frost took them. The primary power source animating this flesh resides deeper, likely a condensed frost heart buried within the chest cavity. The Earl nodded, tapping his signet ring against his belt. Exactly so. My personal experiments confirm they harbor an absolute aversion to mithril products. I ordered a single tail of mithril melted into these defensive nets, and the small quantity alone keeps them at bay. The moment they force contact, the metal burns through their tissue like acid. He paused, watching the monster pace. However, if the mithril concentration drops below a certain threshold, their natural regeneration simply overrides the irritation. The higher the purity, the greater the destruction. I previously bound a fragment of unrefined mithril directly to a captured specimen's limb. The pure metal dissolved a massive cavern through its muscles within minutes. The Earl's expression hardened into a grim mask. If my vanguard utilizes standard iron weaponry on the field, the results are entirely different. Even if a knight cleaves the monster's legs completely from its torso, that mysterious internal energy allows the tissue to reattach and heal over time. The phenomenon defied the known laws of biology. The creature required neither food nor water, lacked any perception of mortality, and remained functionally immortal so long as the internal frost heart remained intact. Total physical obliteration was the only verified method of disposal. Even then, frontier scouts reported instances where elite variants slowly reconstructed their skeletal frames after being shattered by warhammers, though their subsequent combat efficiency plummeted. The revelation triggered a sharp realization in Levi's mind. His own heavy puppets, Magic Shark and Demon Mountain, operated on a nearly identical necrotic frequency. If the snow demons possessed autonomous cell regeneration, his 2 guardians might also master the ability to repair broken limbs on the battlefield. Levi turned back to the commander. What is your next tactical objective, Earl? The vanguard of the horde is undoubtedly drifting south toward our borders. The Earl of Silver Mountain ran a hand over his face, letting out a weary sigh. Uniting the fractured northern houses is an impossible task. Every lord protects his own treasury. My immediate focus remains locked on fortifying the outer walls of Icewind City. When the main migration breaches the valley, I will ensure my people have a wall between them and the cold. He looked directly at Levi. Fortunately, your workshop provided my inner guard with high-quality mithril equipment. When my elite knights deploy that gear against the horde, the tactical advantage will be absolute. The true bottleneck remains the raw supply of mithril itself. Levi offered a polite nod of respect. Icewind City is fortunate to have a commander who anticipates the storm. Upon leaving the castle gates, Levi found his anxiety regarding the northern migration dissipating. The individual snow demons lacked sophisticated combat intelligence, relying entirely on their resilient, undying biology to overwhelm defensive lines. A complete set of custom mithril plate mail would render their claws entirely useless. the mysterious threat of the North grew far less intimidating once brought into the light. Compared to the spectral horrors of an authentic evil spirit, these creatures were merely reinforced variants of common reanimated corpses, lacking even the basic infectious bite of a plague carrier. They were simply physical byproducts spawned by the shifting tides of the Grand Dark Wave. If the opportunity presents itself, a reconnaissance mission into the borders of the Evernight Kingdom might yield significant rewards. Collecting a substantial reserve of frost hearts would accelerate his proficiency accumulation with the Seal of Hell. The catalysts required for his other supernatural brands remained exceptionally rare, making it far more practical to drive the Seal of Flame and the Seal of Hell to their absolute evolutionary limits first. Backed by the raw physical power of Magic Shark and Demon Mountain, a cautious advance into the Northern Kingdom carried very little immediate risk. Levi navigated the crowded streets toward the hidden cellar of the Shining Tavern to review his standing commissions. While reviewing the merchant ledgers, he acquired 2 fresh texts, the Flying Fish Breathing Technique and the Mountain Troll Breathing Technique. The Flying Fish style represented a shallow bloodline methodology focused entirely on the development of extreme tactical speed. The instructional diagrams indicated the technique capped its evolutionary potential at level 5. In ancient mythology, the flying fish was described as a massive, supernatural predator capable of navigating both the deep oceans and the shifting currents of the underworld, sustaining its mass by consuming raw atmospheric vapors. The manual would serve its purpose perfectly. Once the style reached its natural limit, Levi could sacrifice the accumulated proficiency to shatter the developmental ceiling of his primary siren breathing technique. The siren style currently stagnated at level 7. Integrating the flying fish essence would provide 2 full points of evolutionary progress toward the next tier. The Mountain Troll manual offered an even greater surprise, containing a comprehensive series of 30 distinct kinetic illustrations. Ancient folklore described the mountain trolls as primeval monsters possessing the raw musculature necessary to alter landscapes. Much like the specialized man-faced spider technique, this style ranked near the absolute apex of shallow bloodline methods, allowing a practitioner to push his physical frame to the limit of level 6. The strength-oriented art would yield 3 distinct points of breakthrough progress upon completion. His primary giant rhinoceros style required exactly 3 points to breach its current developmental bottleneck. The alignment was flawless. At his current rate of metabolic processing, mastering the Mountain Troll manual would require no more than 3 months of focused discipline. Levi secured his new acquisitions, exceptionally satisfied with the afternoon's transaction. His research also yielded a critical lead regarding the location of the Frost 8 blood required for his advanced giant breathing technique. The intelligence originated from a displaced wandering knight who had recently returned from the northern front lines. While operating as a mercenary for the crown within the borders of the Evernight Kingdom, the soldier had encountered a remote tribal faction whose religious practices centered around a primitive totem known as the Great Ice Ape King. Levi paid the designated gold bounty without hesitation, mapping the exact geographic coordinates of the native encampment. The Icicle Islands, situated deep within the frozen territorial waters of the Evernight Kingdom. The destination was now locked into his long-term itinerary. Whether he sought fresh cores of the undead or the rare blood of the Frost Ape, his path led directly through the northern border. Unfortunately, the search for evil spirit dust and the elusive Turbolarian eggs remained entirely frozen. The market for Turbolarian biological matter was non-existent, leaving him empty-handed despite years of searching across multiple international trading rings. If the market remained dry, his only alternative was to redouble his daily physical conditioning and let his muscle memory carry the burden. The intelligence lines regarding the 4 ancient families similarly produced nothing but cold trails. Levi secured a small, private lodging house within the residential quarter of Icewind City. Within 48 hours of isolating himself in the room, his internal energy pathways adapted to the new frequencies, formally integrating both arts into his proficiency panel. The Flying Fish Breathing Technique sat at level 1. The Mountain Troll Breathing Technique similarly registered at level 1. Accelerating the Flying Fish style required a specialized chemical catalyst known as Rain Swallow Nest, a rare marine harvest native to the southern coastlines. Local folklore claimed the coastal rain swallows preyed exclusively on high-jumping pelagic fish, digesting the wings within their stomachs before using the regurgitated matter to construct their cliffside nests. The material commanded an exorbitant price among wealthy aristocrats as a culinary luxury, but the expense meant nothing to a successful blacksmith master. Several premium apothecaries within Icewind City maintained a steady supply of dried nests in their vaults. The Mountain Troll style required a far simpler compound, utilizing a fine powder ground from the mineralized shells of deep-water stone turtles. The material was common across most masonry guilds. So long as a breathing technique did not cross into the excellent tier or above, the associated alchemical secret medicines remained easily accessible within major trade hubs. Backed by a constant supply of both compounds, his daily cultivation speed accelerated significantly. Since the administration of Blackwater Valley was running smoothly under the guidance of his butler, Levi extended his stay within the city walls. Every afternoon, he occupied a quiet corner booth inside the main taproom of the Shining Tavern, keeping his ears open to the surrounding chatter. He sought any stray reference to the descendants of the Constantine, or Winchester bloodlines. Most days yielded nothing but common civilian gossip. The mercenary companies focused almost exclusively on the rising body counts along the southern battle lines, localized encounters with low-level woodland spirits, or the recent highway robberies committed by the Wilderness Brotherhood along the western trade roads. The weeks blurred into a steady routine. Levi never permitted his personal training schedule to slip. He cycled through the distinct energetic frequencies of the flame flow, the hellbrand, the black snake, the blood whale, the flying fish, and the mountain troll, concluding each midnight session with the visualization exercises of the golden cross slash. When his physical stamina depleted, he spent his hours observing the behavioral patterns of his captured Turbolarian and the giant bears. 1 month later, both the flying fish and the mountain troll arts had ascended to level 4. After concluding his regular monthly weapon delivery to the Silver Mountain Armory, Levi returned to his regular observation post inside the tavern. He activated his advanced vibrosensing, his inner ear filtering out the ambient clatter of wooden tankards to isolate specific frequencies across the room. The auditory enhancement had proven exceptionally useful over the past weeks. Through careful eavesdropping, he had located several misplaced coin purses buried in the snow drifts outside the market gates, anticipated the movements of 3 separate bandit parties along the highway to confiscate their stolen silver, and catalogued the exact number of secret mistresses maintained by the local magistrate, along with several scandalous rumors regarding the Earl of Silver Mountain's private lineage. The old Earl possessed an exceptionally striking countenance, making the salacious bedroom gossip entirely unsurprising. Levi adjusted his leather face mask, grateful for his permanent policy of anonymity. A hidden face remained the ultimate defense against the complications of the world. His attention locked onto a low conversation developing between 2 merchants in an adjacent private booth. "We need to clear our inventory and vacate Icewind City before the weekend. What is driving your panic? The walls are heavily garrisoned. Keep your voice down." A reliable source within the palace confirmed an authentic evil spirit managed to breach the inner sanctum of the cathedral last night. It targeted a senior church priest during his evening prayers. The body was discovered at dawn. The throat was crushed from the inside out, and the pressure had forced the eyeballs completely out of their sockets. The second merchant paused, his breath catching. "Are you certain it wasn't an assassination disguised as a spiritual attack? The political factions have been staging these incidents for months." "Impossible. No mortal assassin could bypass the high wards and the elite Templar guard stationed around the main altar." The head priest of the Icewind Church deployed his personal relics to purge the room. The entity attempted to possess the prelate directly, but sustained severe structural damage when the holy light activated. The spirit broke through the glass and escaped into the lower wards. It is currently looking for a fresh human host to stabilize its essence. That is the true horror of the situation. Once an evil spirit successfully occupies a civilian's consciousness, it shows absolutely no external symptoms until it decides to feed. The description matched the classic signs of an active spiritual infiltration. Levi set his wooden cup down on the table, a cold knot tightening in his stomach. An active entity was loose within the city streets, operating in close proximity to his lodgings. He stood up silently, leaving a copper coin on the wood. He navigated the crowded tavern floor and returned to his rented room at an accelerated pace, throwing his manuals and coin purses into his travel pack. The time had come to leave Icewind City behind. Chapter 125. Adolf and Chained Prisoner 1. Inside his small rented quarters, Levi paused with a half-packed travel bag in his hands, his initial panic subsiding. A new thought took hold. If the local head priest could inflict severe damage on the entity, then a confrontation was entirely possible. The highest clergy members within these regional hubs rarely surpassed the tactical capabilities of a standard Grand Knight. Despite the grand proclamations of the Church regarding divine omnipotence and the holy lineage of the Sky Knights, the priesthood relied strictly on secular training. No genuine holy magic existed in the world. The administrative prelates governing major urban cathedrals were simply veteran knights, or peak masters, who wore the robes of office to maintain order. Given the unreliable nature of tavern gossip, the exact threat level of the entity remained unverified. With a vast array of hidden tactical advantages at his disposal, maintaining personal safety within the municipal boundaries was fully manageable. The situation offered a direct avenue for acquiring the necessary supernatural dust. A breakthrough had to begin somewhere. Waiting indefinitely for the material to surface on the open market was an exercise in futility. Without that catalyst, the evolutionary progress of the seal of draconic might remained entirely frozen, leaving no viable method for neutralizing the river spirit or exploring the contents of the black snuff bottle. The best course of action required remaining in the area to gather more precise intelligence. The following morning, a walk through the market square revealed a massive shift in local security. The heavy iron portcullises at the primary gates had been lowered completely, sealing all entry and exit points. A private inquiry with the Earl of Silver Mountain confirmed the change. The cathedral leadership had issued a direct mandate to isolate the grid, hiding their specific reasoning from the military garrison. The underlying strategy was obvious. The clergy feared the possessed host would slip past the perimeter guards and escape into the surrounding territories. The quarantine further validated the presence of the spiritual threat. The High Office cared deeply about public perception, refusing to let the continent discover that a chosen representative of the Heavenly Father had failed to dominate a single malevolent entity. For a master of the black gas, the physical barrier posed no real obstacle. Slipping over the ramparts at midnight was a simple matter. At the geographic center of the city stood a towering, Gothic cathedral. Inside the secluded recesses of the theological archives, an elderly man, in plain gray vestments, shifted through a stack of ancient, leather-bound manuscripts. He pulled a heavy volume from a corner shelf, tracing his fingers across the faded ink. He whispered the classification to the empty room, identifying the entity as the chained prisoner, a restricted-level phenomenon. The gray-robed sage, Adolf, leaned back against his oak chair with a weary sigh. Age had clearly diminished his reaction time, allowing a basic restricted entity to slip through his grasp during the initial confrontation. The archival records indicated that a possession cycle by this specific class of entity lasted no longer than 7 days. Upon the conclusion of the first week, the spirit required a fresh physical vessel to avoid becoming permanently trapped within the original host's decaying consciousness. With the outer gates locked down, the entity remained confined within a limited perimeter, making a successful search inevitable over the coming days. Adolf pulled back his wide sleeves, exposing thick, heavily scarred forearms. He unhooked a massive greatsword from the structural weapon rack behind his desk, a relic from his early campaigns in the vanguard. Though his administrative elevation meant he rarely drew steel in public, his muscle memory remained intact. He rotated his shoulders, his joints popping loudly in the quiet archive. A dense wave of black gas flooded the length of the blade, transforming the silver steel into a shade as dark as ink. The hunt was turning into a standard game of evasion. In his youth, far more volatile spirits had fallen before his line. A localized entity was nothing more than an insult to his tenure. The historical archives of the church separated all verified spiritual anomalies into 3 distinct operational categories: restricted, dangerous, and calamity. The classifications reflected the overall lethality and the complexity required to neutralize the threat. The chained prisoner sat firmly within the restricted tier, representing the lowest level of spiritual aggression. These entities manifested limited offensive capabilities, required extended periods to compromise a host's vital systems, and could be systematically destroyed by a prepared Grand Knight. The dangerous tier represented a massive escalation in tactical difficulty. Neutralizing a dangerous entity demanded the attention of an elite peak master, carrying a significant risk of fatality. Standard Grand Knights were instructed to break contact immediately when encountering this tier, as survival rates in direct combat were exceptionally low. The absolute apex of the phenomenon was the Calamity tier, a classification reserved for primordial entities capable of altering regional ecosystems. These entities represented living natural disasters, requiring the intervention of legendary knights to contain. Historical deployments against Calamity entities had cost the high clergy entire regiments of Templars. A single manifestation could reduce an entire fortified city to rubble within a matter of days. Decades earlier, Adolf had operated as a premier Grand Knight within the High Order, holding the rank of Vice Captain for the legendary 7 Holy Knights of the World. As age slowed his physical recovery, he had transitioned into political retirement, assuming governance over the northern diocese. The presence of an active entity within his municipal sector was a direct stain on his record, motivating him to resolve the intrusion personally. Despite the administration's strict information embargo, specific details regarding the cathedral attack continued to filter through the local command structures. The intelligence remained confined to the warrior elite and the high nobility, leaving the general populace entirely oblivious. The common citizens assumed the sudden closure of the gates signaled a defensive mobilization against a vanguard from the Wilderness Brotherhood. The Templar squads, operating alongside the household guards of the Earl of Silver Mountain, initiated a systematic, house-by-house sweep of the residential quarters. Every individual displaying irregular behavioral patterns was detained for immediate transport to the cathedral cells, requiring a full theological clearance before being returned to their sectors. Chapter 126. Adolf and Chained Prisoner 2. Panic gripped the citizens, turning the bustling streets of Icewind City tense and quiet. Levi ignored the chaos and maintained his daily training routine. He prepared 20 sets of casting materials for the Seal of Protection and another 20 for the Seal of Flame. For absolute security, he slipped out of the city at midnight, retrieved Magic Shark and Demon Mountain from their wilderness hiding place, and smuggled them back inside. He rented a remote mansion on the edge of the residential quarter, ordering his 2 heavy guardians to stay by his side at all times. Levi waited in the dark, entirely unafraid. If the evil spirit posed a cataclysmic danger, the church authorities would have fled the city days ago. Their decision to lock down the gates meant the situation remained within their tactical control, even if tracking the entity proved tedious. 7 days passed in a blur of hidden preparation. Aside from his physical conditioning, Levi began patrolling the city streets, using his spider sensing to screen the crowds. An authentic supernatural entity should trigger his intuitive danger response, allowing him to locate the host. With his materials prepared, he intended to take the initiative, corner the creature, and subdue it. He searched the majority of the public quarters, but his internal warning system remained entirely quiet. Only 2 major landmarks remained unvisited. Levi looked toward the 2 most magnificent structures dominating the skyline, the Grand Gothic Cathedral and Silver Mountain Castle. The entity apparently understood that the most dangerous place offered the safest hiding spot. The realization created a dilemma, since powerful Grand Knights garrisoned both fortresses, making a stealthy search exceptionally difficult. As night fell, the The temperature plummeted. Levi crouched inside an abandoned stone house positioned down the street from the cathedral gates, his breath pluming in the freezing air. A thick black robe hid his form, and the white wolf mask covered his face. He watched the massive bell tower rising above the cathedral roofline, remaining perfectly silent. His spider sensing flared, sending a distinct ripple of danger through his chest. The sensation felt significantly weaker than the overwhelming pressure radiated by a powerhouse like the Fist of the Empire, but the threat was real. The intuition failed to specify whether the danger belonged to the roaming entity or the regional head priest. The spirit likely occupied the holy ground itself, meaning Levi could not simply storm the perimeter. Forcing his way onto church property would be an act of absolute suicide. Up on the high platform of the bell tower, the silhouette of the evening bell ringer slowly dissolved into the dark. Under the cold moonlight, the metallic shadow of a curved chain flashed briefly against the masonry. Levi closed his eyes to conserve his energy, determined to secure the necessary supernatural dust. Activating the seal of draconic might required a successful harvest, otherwise the brand would remain permanently dormant. Deep within the church refectory, a young clergyman finished his heavy evening meal and patted his stomach with a satisfied grin. He turned his head, spotting the ugly bell ringer shuffling down the stone corridor. The laborer looked sallow and emaciated. The clergyman smirked, calling out a mocking taft. "Maxie, the rumors say you secured a midnight rendezvous with a wealthy noble lady last week. Tell us, is it true, or was the woman simply born blind?" A handful of nearby scribes joined in the laughter, mocking the laborer's distorted features. Unjust and malicious behavior manifested easily, even beneath the vaulted ceilings of a holy sanctuary. Maxie simply rubbed the back of his neck, offering a foolish, compliant smile without uttering a word. The moment he turned his back to the room, his expression contorted into a mask of pure rage. An ethereal, glowing chain erupted from his open jaws, stretching nearly 10 meters through the corridor and swaying through the midnight air like a dancing serpent. A sharp cracking sound echoed through the hallway as the spectral link drove straight through the clergyman's spine. The victim stumbled forward, spinning around to stare at his attacker in absolute horror. "You deserve to die," a hoarse, grating voice hissed from Maxie's lips. The laborer's physical form changed rapidly, his skin losing all vitality. A slender, 2-meter-tall apparition manifested behind his shoulders, its entire form bound in heavy spiritual chains. The entity radiated a pale, cold white luminescence. Maxie's jaw moved mechanically, whispering a final curse before his eyes rolled back. His physical vessel collapsed to the stone floor, completely lifeless. The chained prisoner drifted downward, attempting to slip its essence into the dying clergyman's chest. Before the transition completed, a deafening roar shook the corridor, sounding like the challenge of a feral beast. Adolf charged around the corner, his gray vestments fluttering wildly as a dense wave of black gas exploded across his frame. He swung the massive holy light greatsword in a lethal arc, his exposed muscles bulging with power. "Die, foul spirit," Adolf shouted. The chained prisoner failed to parry the sudden ambush, the heavy blade biting directly into its center. The impact fractured the entity's luminescence, causing its outline to fade significantly. "Your reflexes have dulled," the old priest sneered. "Hidden in the dark like a rat has drained your strength." The entity offered no verbal reply, its primitive instincts identifying Adolf as a lethal threat. The pale form drifted backward, passing directly through the structural stone wall. Adolf lacked the ability to phase through masonry, so he drove his armored boot into the heavy oak doors, shattering the frame as he pursued the target into the courtyard. "You cannot escape me," Adolf roared. The chained prisoner continued to glide through successive perimeter walls, but the old commander refused to lose the trail. Moving like a human bulldozer, Adolf smashed through brickwork and wooden fences, his beard standing on end as the black gas swirled around his bare torso. He looked far more terrifying than the phantom he hunted. Inside the abandoned house down the street, Levi detected a sudden violent movement through the floorboards. Before he could draw his weapon, the translucent, chain-bound figure crashed through the ceiling, rushing directly toward his position. The entity froze midair, an instinctive terror stalling its advance. It fought its own momentum, veering sharply to the side to glide past the masked intruder. The sudden arrival caught Levi by surprise. His spider sensing had signaled an approaching hazard, but he never expected the target to manifest directly in his lap. He rose to his feet, preparing to launch a pursuit, when a loud explosion rocked the room. The eastern wall collapsed into a cloud of flying debris and mortar dust. Levi lunged sideways to avoid the falling stones, spitting grit from his mouth. An elderly warrior stood in the wreckage, his upper body completely bare and covered in dark soot, looking as though he had just crawled from a collapsed mineshaft. He gripped a greatsword the size of a tavern door. The veteran stared at Levi in momentary confusion, then ignored him entirely, leaping through the shattered window to stay on the spirit's heels. "Stop running, you wretched ghost," the old priest bellowed into the night. "Do you truly lack the courage to face a dying man?" Levi stood in the ruined room, the pieces of the puzzle clicking into place. A cold smile formed beneath his white wolf mask. "That spirit belongs to me." With a powerful leap, Levi launched himself into the street, his top-tier speed easily eclipsing the veteran priest's acceleration. The chained prisoner drifted through the alleyway, suddenly realizing its path was blocked. Behind it, the soot-covered elder pursued it relentlessly. In front of it stood the masked human, the very vessel its instincts had warned it to avoid. Levi remained perfectly silent, offering no warnings or grand proclamations. He lunged forward, his massive hand completely enveloped in a dense, viscous cloud of black gas. The dark energy coated every inch of his fingers, transforming his hand into a suffocating, demonic claw that tore through the midnight air. Chapter 127. Eternal Golden Vertical Pupil. 1. The cold wind whistled through the streets of Icewind City like an unsheathed blade. The translucent chained prisoner dodged backward, barely escaping the sweep of a massive, dark-robed hand. Levi lunged forward, but his fingers gripped empty air. The spirit lashed out with its long, shimmering chain, hooking a stone chimney. It pulled itself upward, gliding gracefully toward the rooftop. A cold smile touched Levi beneath his mask. His legs flexed, launching his entire frame upward like a cannonball. He hit the shingles with a resounding boom. The phantom sank directly through the roof, utilizing its weightless form to pass through solid barriers and hide within the dwelling below. Chasing a ghost through solid wood was tedious work. Levi drove his heel downward, shattering the rafters. He plummeted straight into the structure. Unlike the abandoned buildings along the alley, this bedroom was occupied. A man and a woman scrambled apart beneath the blankets. The man shrieked, throwing his hands up. "What are you doing?" The woman burrowed deep under the quilt, refusing to show her face. Levi ignored the couple entirely. His focus locked onto the pale entity as it drifted toward the far partition. The golden cross slash unleashed a brilliant arc. Black gas surged down the length of Frostmourne, coating the steel in a viscous dark shroud. The blade cut through the dim room like a lightning bolt, a rainbow piercing the sun, radiating a light so intense it defied a direct gaze. A massive explosion rocked the dwelling. The cross-shaped shockwave, heavy with crushing dark energy, hacked the structural walls into 4 distinct pieces. The strike tore through the phantom, rendering its form highly unstable. It flickered like a candle flame trapped in a gale, its ambient aura plummeting. Had the cathedral priest not been close behind, the seal of flame would already be burning. Pure fire and compacted black gas shared the same destructive frequency against spiritual matter. The entire structure groaned and collapsed into a pile of timber, but the masked swordsman had already cleared the perimeter. The displaced man stood in the ruined courtyard, staring at the empty street before letting out a ragged breath. The woman emerged from the wreckage, shivering. The man wiped the dust from his face, leaning against a broken beam. "It is all right. For a terrifying moment, I believed your husband, Richard, had uncovered us." A soot-covered elder vaulted over the collapsed fence, a door-sized greatsword balanced on his shoulder. Black gas swirled around his bare torso as he ran. Adolf roared at the shivering couple, his gray robes trailing in the wind. "Fulfilling your desires in the open during the middle of the day is an absolute disgrace. Secure your garments at once." The old commander kept his pace, though confusion clouded his mind. An unknown master of the black gas was operating within the municipal borders, moving with a velocity that defied belief. It could not be the Earl of Silver Mountain. The physical build and movement patterns were entirely wrong. Further down the avenue, the battered entity found itself pinned against a high stone wall. Realizing escape was impossible, it turned, unleashing a low, grating howl. The scent of rusted iron filled the air. A 10-meter expanse of translucent links whipped through the darkness, targeting Levi's throat. The dark mist surrounding Levi thickened, turning his silhouette into a wriggling vortex of shadow. A massive arm thrust out from the cloud, grabbing the spectral weapon midair. A violent sizzling sound echoed through the alley. The spiritual links began to smoke and dissolve against the dense concentration of Levi's energy. The reaction mirrored the effect of unrefined mithril against the skin of a northern snow demon. The black gas was an absolute counter to the entity's biology, explaining why the creature had fled the moment their paths crossed. It lacked the defensive mass to survive a prolonged engagement. Levi twisted his torso, leveraging his top-tier strength to yank the chain. The entity gasped, dragged across the cobblestones toward his hand. Frostmourne swung again, tracing a complex, undulating pattern through the dark. The ripple slash activated, the advanced vibrational force causing the shroud of black gas to bubble and expand with ferocious intensity, transforming the weapon into a demonic blade. The steel bit deep into the phantom's chest with a sharp cracking sound, sliding through the spiritual tissue like a white-hot iron through fat. A localized blaze erupted within the wound. The apparition faded further, its internal pressure collapsing. Levi maintained the pressure, delivering a relentless sequence of heavy vertical strikes. Within moments, the entity's consistency resembled wet paper, tearing apart at the slightest touch. It lunged forward with spectral claws, attempting to breach the dark layer protecting the swordsman's flesh, but the effort was entirely futile. The barrier was simply too thick. The creature was merely drowning in a sea of compressed energy, completely outmatched by raw physical density. Levi drove his hands into the center of the entity, channeling his black gas to rip the remaining form into fragments, compressing the residual energy into a tight sphere before crushing it completely. The pale luminescence vanished, and the heavy wave of malice hanging over the street dissolved into nothingness. The sudden quiet felt unnatural. Levi lowered his blade, staring at the empty alleyway. The lack of experience left him uncertain. It was his first successful exorcism, and he had no baseline to measure the result. A small mound of chalky white powder rested on the cobblestones, resembling pale funeral ashes. The sight brought a rush of satisfaction. Evil spirit dust. The heavy sound of footsteps approached, and the dark aura around Adolf receded, revealing the weathered frame of a veteran soldier. He stopped 10 paces away, leaning slightly on his greatsword, coughing into his fist. He remained perfectly still, refusing to provoke the figure in front of him. His long military career told him he was entirely outclassed by this masked stranger, who moved with the fluid lethality of his own lost youth. The old priest lowered his weapon slightly, keeping his voice formal. The diocese appreciates your intervention in this matter. The warrior in the white wolf mask tilted his head, studying the veteran in absolute silence. Adolf offered a strange smile, recognizing the silent dismissal. He turned on his heel, retreating toward the high spires of the cathedral without another word. Once the old man cleared the sector, Levi scooped the pale residue into a secure leather pouch. The volume of the harvest was substantial, potentially offering enough raw catalyst to elevate the seal of draconic might to its secondary tier. He navigated the back alleys, returned to his rented villa, and signaled Magic Shark and Demon Mountain. They vacated Icewind City before the midnight bells could ring. The collateral damage from the engagement would undoubtedly bring the Earl of Silver Mountain's investigators to the sector by morning, and a Grand Knight had no desire to answer questions regarding property destruction and illegal entry. Chapter 128. Eternal Golden Vertical Pupil. 2. After all, the brief intervention had done the local citizens a massive favor. Upon returning to the familiar security of Blackwater Valley, Levi meticulously reviewed every aspect of the clash with the Phantom. Overall, the engagement progressed exactly as anticipated. In fact, the entity proved significantly weaker than initial calculations suggested. Perhaps this particular specimen represented the lowest tier of spiritual manifestation. Levi mentally checked his emotions, warning himself against arrogance simply because a minor phantom had fallen. Still, the victory provided an excellent baseline. The outcome proved that Grand Knights possessed the necessary tools to combat spiritual anomalies, especially a defensive specialist who prioritized safety. The inherent tactical advantages were clear. Because the dense shroud of defensive black gas layer ran far thicker than standard variations, deploying the seal of protection against a restricted tier entity was entirely unnecessary. However, such a casual approach likely did not apply to ordinary Grand Knights. Neutralizing a basic specter required no extraordinary physical strength. Success demanded an abundance of dense black gas to securely bind the target, coupled with a massive defensive threshold to remain entirely immune to spiritual counterattacks. As expected, stacking armor layers yielded the absolute peak of combat efficiency. The stacked armor style remained the premier path. Levi felt a deep sense of validation that his developmental methodology was correct. Following the midnight skirmish, the lingering dread of spiritual entities gradually dissolved. A healthy measure of caution remained, but the paralyzing uncertainty was gone. Phantoms were ultimately manageable adversaries. Once mastery over the seal of draconic might solidified, the river entity, Naiad, would be next. Testing the absolute limits of the creature that had once nearly dismantled Magic Shark was a high priority. Maintaining close proximity to an active phantom carried too much inherent risk. Even if the entity remained bound to the immediate banks of the Blackwater River, completely erasing the hazard from the territory remained the safest option. Levi organized the necessary alchemical components, laying out the catalysts required to manifest the seal of draconic might. Having memorized the complex sequence of manual gestures, his fingers shifted through the motions with flawless precision. He drove his open palm forward into the empty air of the training chamber. A sharp detonation echoed through the room. A surge of foreign, archaic energy flooded his pathways. The preserved blood of the earthly dragon beast within the casting crucible ignited instantly, transforming into a roaring, temperatureless illusion of flame. Deep within the center of the phantom blaze, a pair of indifferent, golden vertical pupils slowly unfolded. The ancient eyes radiated an unyielding, burning light, immediately followed by the concussive release of a massive mental energy field. A low, resonant frequency vibrated through the chamber, sounding precisely like the hunting roar of a true dragon. Under the crushing weight of that draconic pressure, instinctive submission gripped the immediate surroundings. The entire underground shelter shuddered against the invisible spiritual shockwave. Good heavens, the sheer output was staggering. A purely psychological assault had directly interfered with physical matter. The seal of draconic might clearly represented an extraordinary tier of power. The technique was far from simple. Levi stared at the dissipating silhouette of the great serpent, a rare sense of awe coloring his expression. The ancient legends regarding the primeval dragons carried absolute weight. That singular golden gaze possessed a soul-stirring majesty, embodying the presence of a natural sovereign, absolute in its dominance, and entirely invincible. Once his focus settled, Levi pulled up his internal proficiency panel. The newly mastered methodology now occupied a permanent slot within the interface. The indicator read, Seal of Draconic Might, Level 1, with 1 point out of 1,000 required for advancement. The resource requirements were immense. Accumulating a single point of proficiency demanded an entire set of casting materials, meaning Level 2 required 1,000 full sets, followed by tens of thousands for the subsequent tiers. Levi calculated his current inventory of evil spirit dust. The total harvest yielded by the chained prisoner would likely provide only 1/10 of the progress needed to breach the first threshold. Upgrading the skill would require hunting down 10 distinct spiritual entities. The current tier would have to suffice for immediate operations, as the initial baseline should provide ample utility. Hunting down random spirits was highly impractical given their scarcity. Furthermore, the overall danger fluctuated wildly between tiers. Encountering a high-level anomaly, such as the entity that terminated the White Horse Knight, carried a massive probability of catastrophic failure. Consequently, the prioritization of the seal of Draconic might slipped down the itinerary. Rather than risking his life searching for volatile phantoms, his energy was better spent refining the raw density of his black gas. Still, acquiring a dedicated countermeasure against the supernatural brought genuine satisfaction. A few weeks of focused practice would ensure his efficiency before he advanced on Naiad's territory. Levi immersed himself back into his rigorous daily training cycle. Meanwhile, back within the municipal borders of Icewind City, the political ripples from the midnight battle continued to expand. The cathedral leadership issued a public proclamation, declaring that the clergy had successfully utilized a newly formulated batch of holy water to purge a hidden malevolent presence from the streets. The iron gates swung open once more. The civilian population celebrated the news, deeply impressed by the apparent strength of the church's divine mandate. Throughout the day, prominent merchant families flooded the cathedral vaults with massive donations of gold coin, while lines formed to purchase small vials of the celebrated holy water. The administrative prelates successfully converted the security crisis into a highly lucrative financial campaign. Inside the fortified walls of Silver Mountain Castle, the regional commander and the gray-robed prelate sat across from one another in the central study. Adolf leaned forward, a subtle smile touching his weathered features as he asked if the Earl had been the anonymous swordsman who terminated the entity. The Earl of Silver Mountain shook his head, looking completely exasperated. Adolf, our camaraderie spans decades, and your early campaigns formed the foundation of my own ambitions. There is no cause for deception here. My house does not fabricate its achievements. Adolf frowned, letting out a heavy breath. If the vanguard did not belong to the garrison, the situation grew far more complex. Judging by the concentrated density of that black gas, the stranger's combat capacity mirrored the Earl's own peak capability. The unknown warrior operated at a level only slightly below Adolf's own youthful prime. The revelation caught the Earl by surprise, prompting an inquiry into the swordsman's exact performance. The old priest nodded grimly. Initially, the sheer mobility suggested a grand knight who specialized entirely in agility. However, when the heavy chain strikes of the phantom failed to make any impression on his defensive shroud, his identity as a master of iron defense became undeniable. Most impressive of all was his raw physical power, complemented by a highly sophisticated, devastating sword style. Adolf leaned back, warning his friend that a master of the highest order was operating silently within the northern sectors. The most concerning aspect was his total anonymity. Had the phantom not forced a confrontation, the administration would remain completely oblivious to his presence. Fortunately, the individual demonstrated no immediate malice, actively assisting the diocese by eliminating a public threat. The gray-robed sage sighed, muttering a prayer to the Heavenly Father. Had his own physical frame been 5 years younger, his fists would have delivered a far more direct sermon to the intruder, proving that Icewind City was not a playground for vagrant spirits. The veteran continued to recount chronicles of his historical assignments, a narrative the Earl had already memorized over their long association. The Earl of Silver Mountain remained silent, his brow furrowing as a separate memory resurfaced. A few months prior, Yatos, the vice-commander of the Wilderness Brotherhood, had vanished from the borderlands, with local intelligence suggesting a confrontation with an unidentified master. Could that same anonymous blade have dismantled the bandit leader without assistance? The Earl stared out the window, quietly hoping the Northern Territories were not harboring an unguided monster. Chapter 129. Giant Rhinoceros Breaks Limit. 1. Adolf watched the Earl of Silver Mountain lose himself in thought, and the old prelate let out a heavy, gravelly sigh. He adjusted his collar, shaking his head. I am old, Adolf muttered, his voice dropping an octave. There is no point denying it anymore. He turned toward the corridor, waving a dismissive hand. Forget it, we should not disrupt his routine. The critical takeaway is clear. This anonymous warrior harbors no malice toward the province. He paused near the door, his jaw tightening as he spat onto the stone floor. The local priests possess a staggering amount of audacity. Holy water. What absolute garbage. It was our blades, the iron of the knights, that broke the entity. We should hold the recognition. The gray-robed commander stalked out of the room, his heavy boots echoing down the hall. The Earl of Silver Mountain watched his friend disappear, a weary smile touching his lips. Among all the administrative clergy members occupying the northern dioceses, this particular head priest possessed the most volatile personality. He was also one of the few individuals within the church structure the Earl considered a genuine friend. In his early campaigns, Adolf had operated as a premier grand knight, a force of nature on the battlefield. It is a profound tragedy, the Earl murmured to the empty room, looking out over the frozen courtyard. A master of that caliber refuses to claim his legacy on the continental stage, choosing instead to bury his identity deep within the secular world. He cleared his desk, pushing the church reports aside, and pulled forward a dense ledger detailing the migration patterns of the northern snow demons. The rising border threat demanded his absolute concentration. The month of Germinal arrived in the year 1011 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, bringing a bitter, biting chill that stalled the traditional warmth of spring. The emerging grass and the mountain trees sprouted far later than the historical averages, locked beneath a stubborn layer of morning frost. Across the continent, the brutal war between the northern territories and the southern kingdoms raged without interruption. The conflict expanded daily, engulfing major agricultural sectors and burning border towns to ash. The Duke of Montenegro found his forward legions completely checked by the combined forces of the Southern Coalition Army and the Royal Standard Guards, yet the warlord maintained his positions, refusing to concede an inch of territory. Thousands of miles to the east, the bloody civil war tearing through the Tuva Empire concluded in absolute chaos. The entrenched rebel factions successfully overwhelmed the capital defense grid, seizing total control of the administrative organs. The younger brother of the late sovereign ascended the throne as the new lord of the empire. In a decisive political shift, the new monarch immediately abolished the historical office of the Fist of the Empire. Under his direct mandate, imperial legions systematically dismantled every secret society, military academy, and political organization that fanatically worshipped the former commander. The administration worked tirelessly to erase every remaining monument, record, and physical trace of the warlord from the national archives. The Fist of the Empire himself vanished completely from the global intelligence networks. No scout or informant could verify his location. Speculation flooded the border taverns, with many veterans insisting the unparalleled god of war had transcended mortal limits to become a living legend. Other strategists assumed the commander had assumed a false identity, slipping across the sea to offer his blade to a foreign court. His devoted followers refused to entertain the notion of his demise, fully convinced that Storm's birth was functionally immortal. Deep in the western forests, the Wilderness Brotherhood reached its breaking point. The tactical disparity between their peasant levies and the disciplined Templar regiments proved too massive to overcome in open fields. The partisan leaders abandoned their fortified camps, reverting entirely to small-scale guerrilla maneuvers, launching midnight raids on isolated rural chapels before melting back into the brush. They faded from public view, operating in the shadows to quietly propagate the forbidden faith of the Lord of the Wilderness. The current quiet was an illusion. Chaos would eventually reclaim the territories. In the isolated sanctuary of Blackwater Valley, Levi received no fresh intelligence regarding his most persistent adversaries, the Bird of Death's voice. He had actively hoped the Cabal would dispatch an endless sequence of assassins to his borders, preferably sending the elite operative known as the Pale Shadow. A direct confrontation would provide a perfect opportunity to study the inner mechanisms of the Assassination Guild. Following 4 weeks of intensive spiritual conditioning, Levi managed to accumulate 50 proficiency points within the Seal of Draconic Might. The phantom pressure generated by his hand gestures manifested with a slightly sharper, more concussive edge than his initial attempt. He locked the remaining 50 sets of alchemical casting materials inside a reinforced iron chest, preserving them strictly for active combat deployments. Mastering the basic somatic components of the seal posed very little difficulty. The true bottleneck rested entirely on the availability of the rare catalyst dust, preventing him from accelerating his progress through sheer discipline alone. To achieve meaningful advancement, his daily focus had to remain centered on his physical conditioning. The continuous training yielded immediate results. His efforts pushed the flying fish breathing technique to its 5th tier. After systematically integrating its core pathways with the internal logic of the siren breathing technique, the physical limits of his cardiovascular system shattered, carrying him 3/5 of the way through the complex evolutionary breakthrough. Concurrently, the 6th tier of the mountain troll breathing technique, which had sat at its absolute ceiling for months, successfully forced an evolutionary leap within his primary strength methodology. The internal interface updated immediately, displaying the progress. Giant rhinoceros breathing technique, level 7, with 1 point out of 50,000 required for the subsequent threshold. The active attribute manifested as top-tier strength. It will require a massive investment of time, Levi thought, stretching his arms as his joints popped with the density of heavy timber, but the methodology will eventually reach the absolute peak of the 8th tier. When that threshold breaks, a genuinely extraordinary power will manifest. The prospect is fascinating. His thoughts reverted to his brief glimpse of the Fist of the Empire. The Imperial commander had undeniably accessed an extraordinary tier of physical existence. The capacity for a standard mortal to clash directly with a primeval, earthly dragon beast on equal terms defied the basic laws of biology. Though Levi possessed immense physical force, his current ceiling remained significantly inferior to the mass of an adult earthly dragon beast or the ancient ice rhinoceroses that roamed the tundra. His raw output mirrored the collective mass of the 3 legendary brothers. Even when analyzing 2 distinct methodologies rooted entirely in muscular enhancement, a massive qualitative chasm remains, Levi mused, pacing the stone floor of his training hall. Magic Shark and Demon Mountain operate with the full physical envelope of Grand Knights, yet their combined mechanical output fails to match the destructive pressure unleashed by the Imperial commander. The disparity must stem from a spark of extraordinary energy. My current developmental realm is simply too low to manifest that specific quality. He stopped before his weapon rack, his fingers brushing the pommel of his primary blade. It is time to initiate contact with the river phantom, Naiad. If the tactical situation degrades, a rapid retreat over the ridge is perfectly viable. There is no dishonor in surviving. His intuition warned him that the aquatic phantom would prove significantly more volatile than the chained prisoner he had dismantled in the city alleys. He spent the afternoon assembling his specialized tactical gear, optimizing his kit for an engagement with a spiritual anomaly. The mithril sword demonstrates immense lethality against the standard undead variants, Levi recalled, tracing the grooves of his battle blade, yet the metal appeared to lack an inherent counter-frequency when striking pure spiritual entities. During the midnight skirmish in Icewind City, he had deliberately tested the steel, Without a thick coating of his personal black gas protecting the edge, the physical impact of the mithril passed directly through the phantom's tissue without causing any structural disruption. The success of the Golden Cross / relied entirely on the density of his compressed aura, not the rare composition of the blade. Mithril requires an energy catalyst to harm a spirit, he thought, staring at the forge fire. I am curious if standard silver possesses an organic affinity against their biology. The historical lore from my previous life frequently mentioned arcane hunters utilizing iron edges to settle human disputes, while relying strictly on silver blades to purge monsters and phantoms. In various ancient cultures, silver remained the traditional defensive metal for neutralizing nocturnal predators, spirits, and vampires. A simple field test will resolve the question immediately. Levi pulled a block of unrefined silver from his storage crates, tossing it into the crucible to forge a specialized short sword. He paused as the metal began to liquefy, a new thought interrupting his work. If silver fails to disrupt the entity's baseline, gold might offer a completely different energetic frequency. The unique property of mithril against the restless dead proved that different metals interacted uniquely with supernatural phenomena. I might as well cast a golden blade to ensure every tactical contingency is covered, Levi muttered, reaching for his coin reserve. Chapter 130. Giant Rhinoceros Breaks Limit. 2. Levi returned to the underground shelter and hauled 10,000 gold coins and roughly 100 pounds of raw gold from his heavy iron savings chests to forge a bespoke knight's sword. Utilizing his fine craftsmanship and the wind axe special effect, a perfect, master-level weapon soon materialized upon the anvil. Just this raw material alone is worth 10,000 gold coins, Levi muttered to himself, turning the gleaming blade in his hands. In this entire world, who could possibly be more extravagant than me? Furthermore, any warrior lacking top-tier strength would never be able to swing this weapon at all. The heavy gold construction made it entirely too cumbersome for a normal man. Now that the armory contains the mithril iron sword, the silver sword, and the golden sword, why not fashion a peachwood sword as well? Levi thought, recalling the folklore from his previous life. The ancient exorcists had always favored peach wood to banish restless ghosts. I am remarkably resourceful, Levi thought, smiling at his own ingenuity. He immediately carved a peach wood blade, following the exact proportions of his steel arms. Caught up in the creative momentum, he fabricated a wide variety of longswords from different materials, storing them away to test against supernatural entities in the future. For this specific excursion against Naiad, he selected only 3 experimental options: the silver sword, the golden sword, and the peachwood sword. With his weapons secured, Levi compiled a massive cache of alchemical casting materials, strapped on his successive layers of heavy plate armor, and packed enough concentrated rations into his whale sack to sustain himself for 3 full months. He summoned his 2 ultimate defenders. Magic Shark and Demon Mountain took the vanguard positions, assigned to lure Naiad from the depths and anchor her in place, while Levi maneuvered to launch a decisive assault from the rear. This tactical layout should suffice, Levi thought, taking a deep breath. It would defy all logic if this configuration failed to subdue a single spirit. To maximize his advantages, Levi scheduled the confrontation for the middle of the day. Past observations indicated that Naiad was fully capable of manifesting under the sun. The following morning, a dense, freezing mist clung to the shoreline. The Blackwater River had only recently thawed, and the dark water surged past in a sluggish, icy current. Levi navigated the familiar terrain, arriving at the isolated bend where the original owner of his body had once fished as a boy. The bank stood completely deserted, enforced by a strict lordly decree forbidding any smallholder from approaching the water. A sudden wave of childhood nervousness fluttered in his chest as he stared at the ripples. Even with the successful destruction of the city phantom under his belt, the lingering trauma of his early encounter remained. Yet, he reminded himself, all these entities shared the same fundamental vulnerability. Levi exhaled slowly, steadying his pulse. The black snake seed within his core rumbled to life like a high-powered engine. Waves of dense black gas erupted across his frame, creating a preemptive defensive barrier to absorb any sudden ambush. At the same time, he readied the frost giant's sigh. While a standard elemental spell might pass straight through a spirit, the magic was an authentic supernatural force and deserved a proper field test. The 2 heavy guardians stood like stone monoliths on the muddy shore, entirely devoid of fear. Levi positioned himself a few paces behind them, his hand resting on his hilt, waiting for the trap to spring. The river current swept past, minutes stretching into an hour. Could the entity be away from the river today? Levi wondered, scanning the dark water. Or perhaps she is hesitant to surface after observing 3 armed combatants on her shoreline. Just as he considered withdrawing to reformulate his approach, his spider sensing flared violently. The hairs on his arms stood straight up. This specific registration of danger felt vastly more intense than the pressure generated by the chained prisoner in Icewind City. However, the threat still fell far short of the overwhelming weight radiated by the fist of the Empire. Whether due to his own physical advancement or the entity's baseline limitations, he knew her raw output remained inferior to the Imperial commander. Thick black smoke billowed from Levi's skin like demonic flames, coalescing into a viscous, undulating shroud that gleamed with a distinct metallic luster. The spider sensing exploded with a secondary, urgent warning. Levi's muscles locked. Behind you. A sudden, unnatural weight pressed against his shoulder blades, exactly as if a freezing corpse had draped itself across his back. His advanced vibrosensing remained completely useless against the anomaly. The phantom's movements failed to displace the air or create the slightest mechanical vibration. "Get off me," Levi roared. The black flames coating his back expanded by a full foot, roaring outward in a sudden surge of heat. At the same instant, a brilliant, silver-white illumination ignited around his armored frame. The second tier of the seal of protection manifested as the bright silver protection. The burning black smoke seared the entity, threatening its cohesion. The creature shrieked, struggling against the absolute barrier of the bright silver protection before detaching itself to float across the muddy bank. Levi spun on his heel, finally confronting the source of his childhood nightmares. Naiad hovered over the water. Her skin hung in swollen, tattered ribbons, riddled with deep decomposition holes that constantly leaked clear river water. Dense, tangled clumps of river algae and black water plants crawled from the open wounds, accompanied by the nauseating stench of dead fish and rotting prawns. Her face was completely bloated from prolonged submersion, distorted into a terrifying, otherworldly mask. The ambient temperature plummeted, casting an unnatural chill over the shoreline that numbed the skin and set the nerves on edge. Levi snapped his fingers without a moment's hesitation. The towering silhouette of the frost giant materialized behind his shoulders, mirroring the manual gesture. Within a fraction of a second, a 10-meter radius centering on Levi's position, including the levitating form of Naiad, locked in a solid sheet of ice. The surface of the black water river froze solid in the span of a single breath. Yet, Levi noted with a grim frown, the flash freeze failed to impede the entity's mobility. Naiad unleashed a piercing shriek, unhinging her jaw to spew a torrent of frigid water. Massive tendrils of green algae and thick seaweed erupted from the ice, weaving together into a complex web as she lunged directly at his chest. The failure of the frost spell brought no surprise. Levi had anticipated this outcome, recognizing that standard elemental sorcery had its limitations. Destroying a spirit required a highly specific category of magical energy. Chapter 131. Giant Rhinoceros Breaks Limit. 3. Good. Levi threw out a palm strike, his voice dropping to a low mutter. Dragon Might. Golden flames erupted in the void behind him, and a pair of golden vertical pupils unfolded in the glare. A massive wave of mental energy shook the frozen bank, sending dust flying up from the ground to roll backward in a heavy cloud. Countless water plants shattered into green mist, and the rushing form of Naiad flew backward through the air. Evil spirits were creatures of imagination, but spiritual power was real, and the seal of Dragon Might was forged specifically to hunt them. The effect was overwhelming. Naiad drifted upward, her form noticeably lighter and unstable. The previous clash with the chained prisoner had proven this meant her strength was failing. There was no time to waste. A relentless barrage of attacks was the only way to claim her life while she was weak. The second strike of the seal took shape. A heavy boom echoed over the river. The third strike hit. The fourth strike followed. 5 solid repetitions of the seal of Dragon Might caught the creature completely off guard, shattering the water plants across her torso the moment they manifested. Her translucent form fractured into jagged pieces. The attack range of the technique spanned a wide radius, sending out a spreading spiritual fluctuation that guaranteed a hit. Naiad turned to flee, recognizing she was entirely outmatched. She floated backward, desperate to submerge herself in the safety of the black water river. Allowing her to escape was out of the question. Finding her a second time would be nearly impossible. Levi exploded forward, the siren seed activating at absolute capacity to grant top-tier speed. He launched himself like an arrow leaving a bowstring. Before Naiad could touch the water, a large hand coated in thick black gas snapped shut around her neck. "Get over here." The grip tightened, channeling a surging torrent of black gas into her form. Naiad unleashed a piercing wail that rattled the mind, fighting back with vicious intensity. Her ghostly claws tore into the dark defensive barrier, trying to force a path into Levi's flesh to possess his body. Dream on. The dark shroud clamped down on her claws, but a sharp, biting pain flared across his chest. The layers of physical plate armor, the leather undergarments, and even the enchanted frost giant armor offered no protection against the intrusion. Only the black gas could absorb the supernatural assault. The black snake seed pushed to its absolute limit, and the giant rhinoceros, siren, blood whale, and man-faced spider seeds exploded in unison. 5 distinct variations of black gas merged into a single tide, crushing down on Naiad. The agony made the entity wish for death. She writhed in the iron grip, her ghostly claws continuing to score deep lines of pain across Levi's torso. Cold, pitch-black marks appeared on his skin. Even with the advanced protection of the black snake, Naiad possessed far more destructive power than the weak city phantom, and the barrier finally fractured. Despite the intense pain, Levi refused to let the effort go to waste. Massive quantities of energy battered the spirit, and the seal of Dragon Might discharged in rapid succession. After 10 continuous impacts, Naiad turned entirely transparent, resembling a sheet of wet paper that would break at the slightest touch. She slumped in the warrior's hand, stripped of the strength to resist. The terrifying phantom was completely subdued. "Now let us see what you really are." Levi pinned her with one hand, using the other to draw the newly forged silver sword. He drove the blade into her chest, but the metal slid through without causing any visible damage. "Silver is useless. Let us try the peach wood." He drove the wooden weapon forward, but it passed through the vapor with no effect. "Damn it." The golden sword. He drew the golden knight's sword, the polished surface reflecting a legendary, brilliant light. The moment the edge pierced her form, Naiad convulsed in excruciating pain, her figure trembling violently as it faded further into the air. So gold restrains them. A grim laugh escaped his mask. He flooded the golden blade with his personal black gas, delivering a rapid sequence of strikes. Under the dual onslaught of the precious metal and the compressed dark energy, the helpless phantom dissolved entirely. A substantial mound of chalky white powder settled onto the frozen ground, sliding between his fingertips. Levi knelt immediately to scoop the residue into his containers before the river wind could scatter the harvest. He weighed the pouch, comparing the volume to the ashes collected in the city. It is more than 5 times the amount. If the volume of dust corresponded directly to the entity's baseline power, Nayad was several times stronger than the chained prisoner. The disparity explained why the city phantom had failed to breach his black snake defense, while this river spirit had managed to crack his barrier even after being weakened by the draconic pressure. A sharp ache in his chest interrupted his thoughts. Levi signaled his 2 silent guardians and returned to the security of the underground shelter. He unclasped his heavy plate and lifted the tunic to inspect the damage. Several dark claw marks were burned into his flesh, looking exactly like ancient skeletal fingers. The wounds did not bleed or disrupt the surface tissue, but the internal throbbing was intense. The treatment for spiritual injuries was entirely unknown, and the basic text in the spirit exorcism manual offered no guidance on the matter. The Winchester family likely held the answers to these complications. For the moment, the marks did not impede his movements, so he pushed the concern aside to focus on his progress. The expedition had yielded significant results. The childhood terror that had haunted the valley was permanently eradicated, securing the borders of his territory from a hidden menace. Furthermore, the massive volume of evil spirit dust would easily provide 600 proficiency points for the Seal of Dragon Might. Most importantly, the confrontation had revealed a critical vulnerability. Gold. Chapter 132. The Pot of Equal Value, Meditation Technique. 1. Money makes the world go round. The ancients did not deceive me. Levi had only wanted to experiment, but the results far exceeded his expectations. Gold could harm evil spirits. Although the damage output was relatively weak, the discovery marked a significant breakthrough. He had effectively uncovered the structural vulnerability of these malevolent entities. Possessing this knowledge provided a massive tactical advantage. He could rely on his immense defensive threshold to systematically wear an evil spirit down to nothing. A low damage output mattered little when survival was guaranteed. In that case, I will have to forge a set of golden innerwear. No, it should be called the Golden Holy Garment. Levi had no intention of wearing such a conspicuous layer on the outside of his gear. He preferred to conceal it beneath his primary plates. The specialized garment would remain relatively thin, hammered down until it reached the consistency of fine gold paper. This added layer would provide immense confidence during future supernatural encounters. The previous project had consumed 10,000 gold coins to produce the golden blade, drawing heavily from his savings. He committed the remaining coin reserve to the fabrication of the defensive lining. Leveraging his master-level smithing proficiency, he began to systematically arm himself against the dark. 10 days later, Levi stood in the center of the underground vault draped in gold and silver, resembling an ostentatious merchant who had suddenly come into capital. No, the raw metal is entirely too dazzling. It looks like a collection of fine jewelry, and will easily transform me into a target. A coat of paint should resolve the issue. Levi applied a thick layer of black pigment across the surface of the golden lining. The resulting black holy garment presented a much more subdued appearance. He wrapped the golden blade in several layers of heavy canvas to mask its composition. Carrying an unshielded golden sword through the public sectors would invite immediate robbery. An equipment set of this value requires proper designation. The black holy garment shall be called the golden robe. Originally, Levi considered naming the piece the golden armor, but the title lacked a certain aesthetic refinement. The golden sword shall be known as the remnant sound of gold. From this point forward, 2 distinct blades would occupy his belt. His left hand would draw the mithril sword, Frostmourne, which remained his primary option for martial combat. His right hand would wield the golden sword, the remnant sound of gold, acting as his dedicated secondary weapon. Mithril would claim the lives of men and standard monsters, while gold would dissolve the composition of evil spirits. The 2 weapons maintained a flawless division of labor. After all, the structural density of gold was remarkably average, rendering it entirely unsuitable for heavy clashing against steel armor. Perfect. Given my current capabilities, I can officially classify myself as a spirit exorcist. The combination of dense black gas, the Seal of Dragon Might, and the remnant sound of gold provided a comprehensive toolkit against the supernatural. Even if he crossed paths with a highly volatile entity in the future, he possessed the mechanical strength to wage a proper war. Gold is magnificent. It provides an exceptional sense of financial security, while simultaneously guaranteeing my absolute physical protection. A soft sigh escaped his mask. The necessity of generating more coin remained absolute. In the future, he might even construct an entire golden sanctuary for himself. That would represent the ultimate immunity against spiritual infiltration. Now that my personal combat capacity has stabilized, I can proceed to exhume that black snuff bottle. It is time to discover exactly what occupies the interior. The vessel most likely contains a trapped spirit, though it could easily be a stray hazard left behind by a whimsical wizard. I should permit a full month to pass before initiating contact. The frost giant's sigh must conclude its internal cooling period first. Levi maintained his strict isolation for the next 4 weeks, focusing entirely on his daily physical conditioning to push his thresholds further. The dark ghostly claw marks scored into his chest by the river phantom gradually faded from his flesh, lifting a heavy weight of anxiety from his mind. Once the recovery completed and the cooldown period for the frost spell reset, he organized his tools. Let us begin. I am prepared to unseal the snuff bottle. Every contingency had been systematically addressed. Although a measurable degree of risk remained, exploring the object was necessary to cultivate a deeper understanding of the hidden wizarding world. He initiated the experiment based entirely on his current physical parameters. While his raw muscular force might still fall slightly short of a legendary titan like the Fist of the Empire, his technical proficiency and specialized seals easily bridged the gap. If the bottle contained a sealed phantom, he possessed the exact tools required to break it. Furthermore, his spider sensing had remained completely dormant whenever he handled the vessel. Taking all variables into account, the potential rewards justified the risk. He ascended the ridge behind the underground shelter, navigating to the precise coordinates where he had buried the artifact, and cleared the dirt away. Levi readied the somatic components for the Seal of Protection and the Seal of Dragon Might. His tactical plan was absolute. The exact nature of the contents mattered little. The moment the seal broke, he would establish the protective barrier around his form and discharge the draconic mental wave into the immediate airspace. Breathe. Levi inhaled deeply, completing a final equipment check. The frost giant's sigh was primed, the specialized toxins were secured, and both Frostmourne and the remnant sound of gold rested in their brackets. He adjusted the fit of his heavy frost giant armor and verified the black paint on his golden robe. Behind him, Magic Shark and Demon Mountain stood frozen in their tactical positions, awaiting orders. Deep within his chest, the black snake seed pulsed rhythmically against his heart. The 7th-tier variables of the Siren, Giant Rhinoceros, and Blood Whale styles sat primed for deployment, alongside the level axes of the man-faced spider technique. Every channel stood ready to launch an immediate assault. Thick black gas flooded Levi's muscular frame, wrapping his limbs in an undulating shroud of dark energy that resembled a localized blaze. The intensity of the pressure caused his dark hair to rise straight up, mimicking the absolute focus of an ancient warrior. Magic Shark stepped forward, clamping his heavy fingers around the neck of the snuff bottle, waiting for the signal to twist the mechanism. Levi maintained a strict distance of 3 meters from his guardians, ensuring an open path of retreat if an unpredictable area attack manifested. Open. Magic Shark rotated the small lid, breaking the internal vacuum. An immediate, scratchy voice drifted from the opening, sounding thoroughly annoyed. A contorted, shifting shadow spilled across the stone lip, expanding into the dim light of the cavern. Did I not explicitly instruct you? It is highly preferable to utilize a formal incantation to summon the primary consciousness, rather than relying on this crude, manual disruption. Furthermore, was our historical transaction not concluded to your satisfaction? Chapter 133. The Pot of Equal Value, Meditation Technique. 2. The vessel released the vague shadow of a bald head. A dragon roar shattered the silence. Shock, astonishment, disbelief, and fear twisted the features of the bald phantom. The entity reeled, realizing the person standing before it was no longer its familiar trading partner, the bald bandit leader Yados. An unfamiliar warrior in a white wolf mask held the line. Layers of black aura flames erupted around his silhouette, transforming him into a demon god straight from the abyss, a nightmare knight risen from the deep. The physical pressure radiating from his frame completely eclipsed the power of Yados. Worse than the warrior was the void behind him. Golden eyes bathed in golden flames burned with an eternal light that demanded absolute submission from every living creature. A giant dragon, a pure-blooded dragon manifested in the dark. Ancient lore placed the most potent pure-blooded dragons among the legendary creatures, matching the baseline of true demigods. They were arrogant, powerful beings, high and mighty. Aside from the gods of the astral world and the rulers of the multidimensional plane, only the wise, erudite, and powerful legendary wizards could command their respect or evoke their fear. Though this manifestation was merely an insignificant shadow, it struck terror into the bald man. What are you doing? The phantom stammered, raising its hands. Let us talk things out, please. The mental wave of the dragon seal slammed into the target, detonating through the airspace and erasing a large portion of the spirit's outline. Bright silver light cloaked the white wolf mask as Levi lunged forward, his heavy hands enveloped in black flames. He drove his fingers around the phantom's neck, anchoring its fate in an iron grip. The pitch-black blade of Frostmourne stabbed through the vapor. Levi instantly switched weapons, drawing the canvas-wrapped golden sword to drive the point through the spirit's core. The bald phantom shrieked in agony. Stop stabbing me, stop stabbing me. I am not a restless corpse, so mithril has no effect. I am not an evil spirit, so gold cannot harm me. Levi opened his mouth, unleashing a dense cloud of man-faced spider breath that blanketed the alley in toxic green powder. At the same instant, he triggered the frost giant's sigh. The towering blue titan materialized, snapping its heavy fingers to instantly lock the entire courtyard in thick ice. Sir, this is entirely unnecessary. It is completely unnecessary. The bald phantom gasped, its voice trembling as the black gas began to dissolve its remaining vapor. I am merely an artifact spirit. Why must you treat me with such hostility? We shared no historical grievances, nor have we crossed paths before tonight. Why deploy such vicious methods to destroy me? The entity writhed, nearly blown apart by the successive combination of the black gas, and the draconic mental waves. Levi paused, observing the talkative phantom with a look of surprise beneath his mask. An evil spirit capable of coherent, fluent speech was entirely unprecedented. This creature must represent a high-level classification of evil spirit, Levi reasoned, his fingers shifting through a new sequence of hand signs. A few more repetitions of the draconic seal should clarify its nature. "Sir, what are you doing?" the bald shadow wailed, watching the hands move. "If you release that energy again, I will dissolve into nothingness." Levi halted the casting, keeping his black hand clamped securely around the phantom's throat. Throughout the entire sequence, his spider sensing had remained completely quiet. Even the restricted chained prisoner had triggered a minor warning in his chest, yet this entity failed to register as a threat. The creature either harbored zero malice, or lacked the fundamental strength to execute an attack. "Offer a convincing argument," Levi commanded, his tone dropping to a low, menacing rumble. "If the explanation satisfies me, your consciousness may survive the night. Otherwise, prepare to vanish permanently. The tools at my disposal are more than adequate to erase your existence." All right, let us discuss this reasonably," the bald phantom replied weakly. "I am simply an artifact spirit." The entity studied the masked warrior, its pale eyes wide. "You demonstrate an intimate familiarity with the sacred seals. You must be a direct descendant of one of the 4 great clans. My historical knowledge regarding those bloodlines is limited, but the baseline concepts remain familiar. To deploy the seals with such fluid precision, especially the manifestation of the giant dragon, proves your inherent talent for spellcasting is exceptional." The phantom sighed, its form flickering against the ice. "In truth, I operated as a practicing wizard before my essence was bound into this wretched vessel. If you refrain from erasing my consciousness, I will formally recognize you as my master and grant you access to authentic meditation techniques. Furthermore, you practice the path of a knight. I possess the secret medicinal formulas required to force an advancement into the Grand Knight realm. My previous associate only achieved his rank with my direct guidance." Levi offered a cold, mocking sneer. "Do you take me for an absolute fool?" Despite his dismissive tone, a violent surge of excitement flooded his chest. The threshold of the true wizarding world sat within his immediate grasp. Still, maintaining absolute composure was critical. "I cannot force your belief," the phantom muttered, slumping in the iron grip. Levi tightened his fingers around the shadow, his voice freezing over. "Since you claim the title of a wizard, answer a single query. Identify the Witch Gull Wig." "Of course I recognize the name of the Witch Gull Wig," the bald phantom answered without hesitation. She ruled the vast realm of frost, established the foundational principles for the School of Ice, and sat closer to the snow goddess than any mortal in history. Levi kept his expression entirely neutral behind his wolf mask, though his mind raced with the implications. The sorceress who had hammered the ancestral plate armor for the Melon family centuries ago was clearly an extraordinary figure. She remained functional across the eras, holding immense renown throughout the legendary realm of the unbelievers. Chapter 134. The Pot of Equal Value, Meditation Technique. 3. "Where is Witch Roland?" Levi asked, keeping his tone perfectly flat. The bald phantom shifted its weight, answering with careful precision. "Madame Roland is an exceptionally powerful wizard from the realm of life, a recognized master of the life school of thought. Sir, you clearly believe I lack true knowledge of the wizarding world and seek to test my honesty. However, the subjects you choose to query are entirely too prominent. Both individuals are celebrated titans across the realms." Silence filled the stone vault. Levi stared at the floating vapor, processing the reality that the only 2 clues he had unearthed through immense effort belonged to high-tier figures far beyond his current reach. Yet, this hairless specter undeniably possessed authentic connections to the arcane societies. "The decline of the 4 great clans must run far deeper than my historical records indicate," Tutton murmured, observing the masked warrior. "For an heir of those bloodlines to lack such foundational knowledge is a tragedy. If you possess the capacity for speech, continue speaking." Levi closed his fist with sudden force, channeling a spike of energy into the phantom's throat. The bald shadow let out a high, strangling shriek. "I cannot draw breath," the specter gasped. "You operate as a bound artifact spirit," Levi countered, his voice dripping with skepticism. "Why would an insubstantial entity require respiratory function?" "The compressed energy of your dark shroud is actively crushing my core," the phantom explained, its pale light flickering wildly. The sensation mimics absolute suffocation. Following a prolonged sequence of physical pressure, the captive shadow hovered near the floorboards, its luminescence severely depleted. Levi adjusted his stance, tracking the spirit with a cold, unblinking glare. "Deliver the foundational meditation technique, the specific mental art, and your consciousness may return to the safety of the vessel." The bald form swayed, its voice dropping to a helpless whisper. "According to the foundational principle of equal exchange, you must supply the designated currency before the matrix can release the secrets of the meditation art. Please stay your blade. The parameters are not of my making. The original architect of this wizard tool encoded these absolute restrictions into the core enchantments. I hold no desire to obstruct your inquiry. In truth, I would gladly surrender the knowledge for free simply to guarantee my survival." Levi crossed his arms, evaluating the flickering entity as he pondered the claim. "What exact compensation does the mechanism demand?" "A soul," Tutton replied. Only the raw essence of a living soul can sustain the structural integrity of this wizard tool. The original creator designated spiritual energy as the mandatory medium for transaction. Naturally, a higher tier of biological development yields a vastly superior spiritual value. Will a standard human soul suffice? An ordinary laborer is entirely useless to the matrix, the Phantom explained. The configuration requires the refined vitality of an active knight. The spiritual core of a grand knight represents the ideal premium. A single master soul possesses enough raw energy to fuel the operations of this wizard tool for several decades. Detail the specific utility of this artifact, Levi commanded, stepping closer. Identify the true architect who fashioned the vessel. Avoid fabrication. A lie will yield no benefit to your situation. If your compliance proves absolute, my personal capabilities are more than adequate to ensure your container remains fully charged. Could you perhaps loosen your grip? The entity pleaded, its form distorting. The pressure is threatening to dissolve my consciousness entirely. No, Levi replied, his tone freezing over. If you persist with these trivial delays, I will disintegrate your vessel and your spirit simultaneously. Abstain from such measures. I will clarify everything, Tutton stammered, raising its pale hands in submission. My mortal designation was Tutton. This specific arcane container is designated as the pot of equal value. A full wizard specializing in the school of soul engineered the vessel centuries ago. I operated as his dedicated apprentice until he betrayed my loyalty, trapping my consciousness within this matrix to serve as a bound artifact spirit. The procedure stripped away my physical desires and limited my operational capacity, transforming me into an ancestral heirloom for his bloodline within the secular territories. The shadow drifted lower, recounting its history. To ensure his descendants never developed an unhealthy reliance on the artifact, the wizard instituted the absolute rule of equal exchange. The restriction forced his kin to actively hunt the martial knights of rival houses, utilizing the harvested souls to maintain the container's energy levels. He stored various critical lineages within the internal matrix to secure his family's position in the mortal world, embedding their proprietary breathing techniques, specialized medicinal formulas, and other methodologies designed to accelerate the physical advancement of their martial guards. The archives even contain a minor selection of resources tailored for aspiring wizard apprentices. Tutton paused, its expression turning grim. As long as his descendants fulfilled the requirements of equal exchange, they could systematically extract the inherited knowledge from the vessel, granting the family a permanent advantage over their peers. If a child of the line demonstrated genuine arcane potential, they could utilize the embedded materials to initiate their magical journey. The wizard intended to return personally to guide his chosen heirs into the realm of the unbelievers. However, human designs are inherently fragile. Despite his meticulous calculations and comprehensive contingencies, the master crossed into the realm of the unbelievers and never returned to the borderlands. He likely met his end within the deeper territories. In the subsequent generations, a few descendants successfully unlocked their latent talents, yet they waited in vain for his arrival. Without his direct intervention, the lineage eventually entered a permanent decline. Even the most sophisticated defensive contingencies cannot preserve a house populated by incompetent heirs. Ultimately, the Wilderness Brotherhood launched a campaign that annihilated the family remnants, and the pot of equal value fell into the personal treasury of the bandit vice president. I manifested as a hostile spirit to manipulate his actions, trading pieces of advanced medicinal knowledge to facilitate his physical breakthroughs in exchange for lives. I directed him to terminate rival knights, using their residual essence to sustain the artifact's primary functions. The Phantom lowered its head, its voice trembling with desperation. Every detail I have provided is absolute truth. The true meditation art remains sealed within the core. Do not destroy me. Though my current existence is severely restricted and desperately lonely, the artifact spirit methodology grants me functional immortality. The centuries are dull, yet I harbor no desire to face absolute oblivion. What specific consequence manifests if I shatter this vessel or subject it to a localized blaze? Levi inquired, pointing the tip of Frostmourne toward the black snuff bottle resting in Magic Shark's palm. Please, refrain from such tests, Tutton cried out. I am merely a bound spirit. My energy is sufficient to confuse an ordinary knight, but I possess zero defensive capability against the raw physical power of a grand knight. Levi evaluated the entity's panic, skepticism coloring his assessment, yet he chose to lower his blade for the moment. The potential rewards presented by the shadow were entirely too significant to ignore. The genuine meditation art represented the ultimate objective of his research. With that methodology secured, he would finally establish a permanent foothold upon the path of a true wizard. I will permit your essence to persist for the time being, Levi stated, his voice carrying a dangerous undercurrent. Ensure your compliance remains absolute. Now clarify the exact parameters. If I intend to extract the meditation art from the repository, how many nightly souls must I deliver to satisfy the matrix? The bald phantom shifted uncomfortably, looking thoroughly aggrieved as it murmured the requirement. The transaction demands the spiritual essence of 3 distinct grand knights. The meditation art constitutes the most valuable asset preserved within the pot of equal value, and the fragmented souls of ordinary warriors lack the necessary energetic density to unlock the archive. The spirit mumbled under its breath, casting a resentful glance at the warrior. Originally, a single master soul might have satisfied the threshold, but your recent deployment of the draconic seal drained a massive portion of my reserve power. Very well, Levi replied. Detail the exact methodology for delivering a soul to the container. You need only ensure the vessel accompanies you to the field of battle, Tutton explained. Release the lid within 7 minutes of terminating the target. My essence will naturally emerge to siphon the residual soul energy, channeling the power directly into the internal core. Understood. Ensure your explanations remain accurate. If any segment of this process proves fraudulent, your consciousness will vanish from this world permanently, stripped of even the privilege to exist as a bound spirit. Levi gestured toward the open stone lip. Return to the interior. You will be summoned when your utility is required. Do you wish to learn the specific activation phrase to manifest my shadow? Tutton asked, lingering near the opening. The incantation allows you to call my consciousness forward without manually disrupting the vacuum seal. The precaution is unnecessary, Levi countered, his tone dismissive. Return to the vessel immediately. As you command, the phantom murmured, its pale form dissolving back into the darkness of the container. Chapter 135. Level 8. 1. Naturally, Levi was skeptical about the words of the artifact spirit Tutton. His understanding of the wizarding world was minimal, and he could not verify whether what he heard was true or false. However, Levi had some understanding of this snuff bottle, which was known as the pot of equal value. There was a spirit in this snuff bottle. If the lid was closed, it could not come out by itself. It could only be opened by magic or manually. Levi did not choose to use the summoning spell because he was worried that Tutton would deceive him. Tutton could utter some spell that could kill Levi. Besides, summoning it manually did not take much effort. Just as Levi had thought, this snuff bottle was indeed a wizard prop. Until now, Levi had never seen an evil spirit that could speak. Whether it was the weak chained prisoner or the powerful Naiad, they remained silent throughout the battle. Therefore, Levi's initial analysis was that evil spirits should not be able to speak. From this point of view, he felt that Tutton should not be an evil spirit. However, he was not 100% sure. Levi's understanding of the evil spirits was still too little. However, it was evident that Tutton knew a lot. Let us wait a little longer. It is better to be careful when coming into contact with things related to the wizard. The price for meditation art is the souls of 3 grand knights. There were only so many knights in the Emerald Kingdom. He had already taken care of 2 of them. It was a pity that Levi had obtained the pot of equal value too late. Otherwise, Magic Shark and the Demon Mountain would be 2. Levi was not particularly anxious. The path of a wizard could not be completed in a day or 2. He was only 21 years old and still had a lot of time. No one else would dare to imagine that a 21-year-old could have the strength of a Grand Knight. After getting rid of Naiad, he also uncovered the secret of the snuff bottle. Now Levi had resolved 2 potential dangers. Tutton was even weaker than the evil spirit. He said he was a wizard apprentice while alive, and Levi was a little suspicious. After all, the strength displayed by the other party was too weak, even for an apprentice. He could not be so weak, right? Yet his black gas entirely controlled him. However, it was hard to say. After all, the other party was only an artifact spirit. He could do nothing but act within the rules set by the creator of the wizard tool. In the next few days, Levi rested. During this period, he had been on high alert to deal with Naiad and the snuff bottle. Therefore, he gave himself a few days to rest and forge. After all, he still had some orders to complete, which could earn him money. For Levi, heavy physical work forging was already a form of relaxation. This was the realization of a great cultivator. Levi had also refined some poisons to replenish himself. He planned to go to Evernight Kingdom next to get more cores of the undead and frost ape blood. The Great Ice Ape King should also be an ice ape. Regardless of whether he could find the Great Ice Ape King or not, Levi had to make a trip to the Evernight Kingdom for the cores of the undead. He could quickly cultivate the seal of hell to its limit as long as he had enough cores. This should be the most accessible seal. Levi was looking forward to the changes that the seal of hell would bring. In the territory of Blackwater Valley, after dealing with Naiad, the ban on the Black River was lifted, and the fishermen could fish again. Without the threat of the evil spirit, Levi heaved a sigh of relief. After all, the spring plowing was about to begin, and the Blackwater River was still essential. After some preparations, I will head to the Evernight Kingdom. Before we set off, I must improve my strength. After all, it was an unknown place to Levi, and it was also the place where the legendary Dark Wave was gradually returning. Although Levi had the strength of a Grand Knight, he still felt it was not enough. Thinking of this, Levi opened his proficiency panel. Seal of Flame, Level 2. Seal of Protection, Level 2, 12 out of 5,000. Seal of Hell, Level 2. Black Snake Breathing Technique, Level 8, 13,789 out of 100,000. Special Effect, Transcendent Defense. Blood Whale Breathing Technique, Level 7, 23,567 out of 50,000. Special Effect, Top Tier Endurance. Giant Rhinoceros Breathing Technique, Level 7, 12,388 out of 50,000. Special Effect, Top Tier Strength. Siren Breathing Technique, Level 7, Maximum. Breakthrough available. Current progress, 3/5. Special Effect, Top Tier Speed. Bone Shrink Transformation. Vortex Beast Breathing Technique, Level 2, 2,367 out of 5,000. Giant Breathing Technique, Level 2, 1,011 out of 5,000. Golden Cross Slash, Level 6, 6,763 out of 30,000. Special Effect, Advanced Vibration, Advanced Waves. Among Levi's current skills, Putting aside those already at their limits, the only ones that Levi could work on were breathing techniques, seals, and the golden cross slash. Ever since the 6th level, the difficulty of cultivating the golden cross slash had doubled. Levi had been working for a year and a half, but had only made 1/5 of the progress. Of course, this was also related to his spending most of his time cultivating breathing techniques. In short, advanced waves were already enough to kill gods. Levi was not in a rush to pursue the supreme skill, the revolving force, anyway. In terms of seals, cultivating the 4 seals required a large amount of casting materials. Their cultivation progress depended not on Levi's hard work, but on objective circumstances. Therefore, Levi was helpless. Chapter 136. Level 8. 2. In the end, he could only place his hopes on breathing techniques. Due to their slow speed, Levi was not interested in cultivating the giant and the vortex beast breathing techniques without the secret medicine. The black snake breathing technique had only been at level 8 for a few months, and he needed close to 100,000 proficiency points to reach level 9. Levi estimated that it would be good enough if he could break through to the next level before the end of next year. Moreover, according to Levi's speculation, for an excellent breathing technique like the black snake breathing technique, level 9 should be the maximum. If he wanted to break through again, he might have to obtain a perfect grade breathing technique. The siren breathing technique still needed 2 more points of progress to break through the limit, and the giant rhinoceros breathing technique had just achieved a breakthrough not long ago, so it was still quite far away from level 8. In the end, Levi gaze locked onto the blood whale breathing technique. Since that is the case, I will focus on cultivating the blood whale, and temporarily put everything else aside, he muttered, checking his supplies. I must try to push the blood whale breathing technique to the limit within 3 months. Levi returned to the shelter and prepared a lot of food, water, and jerky. He ordered Demon Mountain to guard Black Snake Castle, while Magic Shark kept watch over the shelter. Besides the transactions with the Earl of Silver Mountain, Levi spent the rest of his time cultivating the blood whale breathing technique. He wanted to see what level his strength would reach if he could cultivate both breathing techniques to level 8. In the month of grass of the year 1011 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the serfs of Blackwater Valley were busy plowing. The blacksmiths were occupied with forging while soldiers were actively training. Everything was running in an orderly manner. The outside world was still in chaos. More territories in the south were drawn into the flames of war. Relying on the support of the Duke of Montenegro, especially the fertile Tule Hill, and the rich mineral resources of the Stormy Hill, the 2 nobles, the Earl of Blood and the Earl of Silver Silk, plundered the south. The combined military power of these 2 counts was already more substantial than some dukes in the south. However, the royal family was already gathering a large-scale coalition army. This time, the royal family and the southern nobles would send an army deep into the northern territory and take down Montenegro Mountain City. If the Duke of Montenegro were defeated in this battle, his crimes would cause the entire Montenegro Mountain family to disappear from history. Of course, if he succeeded, the Montenegro Mountain family would be unprecedentedly glorious. This was a huge gamble. It was unclear where the Duke of Montenegro confidence came from to go against the south and the royal family. In the entire north, only the Earl of Silver Mountain did not join the northern coalition army of the Duke of Montenegro. This was because, like Blackwater Valley, the Icewind territory was also a fief directly under the royal family, and was not infeft by the Duke of Montenegro. While Levi was still in seclusion, under the pressure of the royal family, the Earl of Silver Mountain had no choice but to personally lead an army and join the advance to attack the Duke of Montenegro. Presumably, it would not be long before a great battle broke out in the northern territory. The flames of war are about to reach the northern territory, Levi murmured after learning of the situation, his brow furrowing slightly. Even the Earl of Silver Mountain is involved in the war. Next, no one will care about the snow demons. It does not matter. Why should I worry about this? Just protect your own life. Fight, fight. I will go far away when the snow demons arrive and the northern territory gets destroyed. He would protect Blackwater Valley if he could. After all, it could still earn gold coins yearly. Of course, to Levi, the money the Blackwater Valley earned was better than nothing. He used most of the money earned to expand production and the army. Now, the number of red blood cavalry was close to 150. The part-time militia had reached 500 people. The population of the entire territory had also expanded several times. Even though most of these people were enslaved people he had bought, Levi paid close attention to the quality of his soldiers. The team leader of the cavalry, Sam, had also advanced to a quasi-knight and hoped to become an official knight in the future. Besides that, Levi also started cultivating the giant rhinoceros breathing technique. In addition to the siren breathing technique, there were 2 non-bloodline breathing techniques for the talented soldiers of the Blackwater Valley to choose from. Even the great nobles rarely had such conditions. Over the years, the territory had accumulated more than 10 people who had mastered breathing techniques. These people would be the future elite soldiers. Of course, the premise was that the Blackwater Valley could survive the future calamity. Levi was not very worried about the war in the northern territory. Worrying was useless. This kind of momentum was unstoppable. No matter the outcome, it did not make any difference to Levi. It was neither a good nor bad thing. The result he was looking forward to the most was that the 2 sides would fight forever. The flames of war would continue for a few years, and no one would care about a minor figure like him. he would successfully advance to a legendary knight or become a wizard. When he became a wizard, they could fight however they wanted. It had nothing to do with him anyway. If there had to be a winner in this war, it would be better for the South and the royal family to win. After all, he and the Duke of Montenegro were irreconcilable enemies. There was still room for negotiation on the side of the royal family. In the following days, Levi continued to cultivate. He also took advantage of his trips to Silver Mountain Castle to deliver goods at the end of the month, to inquire about the war between the North and the South at the Shining Tavern in Icewind City. Judging from the current situation, the scale of the Alliance army in this northern expedition was almost comparable to the Millennium Holy War in the kingdom history. In any case, from the current situation, Levi could not see any hope of the Duke of Montenegro winning. Maybe he could control the evil spirits, but while the evil spirits could kill the people, the most important thing was to execute the decapitation operation. It was not easy to play a decisive role in the overall situation. That rascal Montenegro Mountain, you must not die in this northern expedition, Levi muttered to himself, anger flashing in his eyes. When my breathing techniques reach their maximum, it will be your death. Levi had a bellyful of hatred for the Duke of Montenegro to vent. He wanted to take revenge for Sir Fred. That day was not too far away. Although the Duke of Montenegro was mysterious, his true strength was inferior to the fist of the Empire. Levi conservatively estimated that his current strength should be like the Duke of Montenegro. After all, he had many trump cards, and his breathing techniques were comprehensive. However, the Duke of Montenegro had two things that he feared. One was Montenegro Mountain, known as the Devil Duke. It was rumored that he could control evil spirits, but this was very uncertain. Secondly, the Duke of Montenegro was mighty. He might have several grand knights under his command, not to mention his vast army. He would have torn the Duke of Montenegro into pieces if he was not afraid of this. Whatever, Levi thought, turning back to his training ground. Cultivation is more important. The blood whale breathing technique has reached its maximum level. Next is the transformation. With the experience of the black snake transformation, this transformation should be very smooth. In the past 2 months, Levi had given up on other breathing techniques and skills and focused on the blood whale breathing technique. His hard work had finally paid off. At the end of the month of flowers, the blood whale breathing technique reached the maximum of level 7. Blood whale breathing technique, level 7, maximum, breakthrough available, special effect, top tier endurance. Like the black snake seed, the blood whale seed needed to transform to reach level 8. Let us begin, Levi whispered, closing his eyes to focus. This time, we should be familiar with it. In Levi's heart, the blood whale, about the same size as the black snake, opened its mouth wide and breathed in black gas. The black gas spread out and wrapped around the blood whale layer by layer. Ultimately, it became a black cocoon, constantly trembling as if nurturing new life. Levi officially began the transformation of the blood whale seed. The black snake seed took a few days to transform successfully the last time. This time, cracks appeared on the blood whale cocoon on the second day of the transformation. A faint, empty, and lonely whale song sounded in Levi's mind, and a happy expression crossed his face under the mask. The breakthrough was complete. Blood whale, level 8. Chapter 137. Transcendent endurance, vast as the Great Lake. 1. The whale song was melodious. The black cocoon at Levi's heart slowly broke open. A lifelike blood whale seed, matching the exact image on the breathing technique inheritance diagram, materialized within Levi's chest. The moment the blood whale appeared, the hibernating level 7 giant rhinoceros seed and the level 7 siren seed trembled under a sudden wave of pressure. The level 6 man-faced spider seed reacted the same way, shifting uneasily. The blood whale has turned around, Levi muttered. The black snake with a candle, circling Levi's heart, raised its head and stared down at the new arrival. The ancient serpent possessed an imposing stature that easily matched the whale, and it unleashed an endless wave of prestige. The blood whale grew uneasy under the scrutiny, its posture faltering until it finally lowered its proud head before the dominant snake. The level of the black snake breathing technique remained a step above the rest. Phew, black snake can still suppress it now, but the strain is becoming noticeable. At most, after pushing the giant rhinoceros breathing technique to level 8, the entire process must slow down for a while. The black snake must reach level 9 first. Only then can the other techniques safely advance to level 8. Levi adjusted his posture, his mind weighing the internal balance. Otherwise, a conflict between so many separate life seeds born from different breathing techniques would be no laughing matter. The proficiency panel allowed him to bypass the bloodline curse and cultivate multiple methodologies simultaneously, yet his intuition warned him of the danger. With so many volatile life seeds entrenched in his heart, a supreme leader was absolutely mandatory to maintain order, or chaos would tear his chest apart. He reviewed his status panel. Blood whale breathing technique, level 8, maximum, special effect, transcendent endurance. The result matched his expectations, confirming that the 8th level represented the absolute ceiling for the blood whale methodology. The limitation aligned perfectly with the parameters of a shallow-grade breathing technique. Even excellent breathing techniques fell into 3 distinct classifications. The black snake and giant methodologies operated as first-class techniques, capable of reaching the peak of the 9th level. Achieving that threshold would transform a warrior into a top-notch expert among Grand Knights, matching the legendary caliber of the Northern 7 Flying Cavalry. Second-class breathing techniques, including the blood whale style, maxed out at the 8th level. Mastering such a technique produced an ordinary Grand Knight, equivalent to the baseline strength of Magic Shark or Demon Mountain. The lowest tier belonged to third-class options like the Vortex Beast breathing technique, which could only reach the limit of the 7th level. Relying on that methodology alone made it completely impossible to ever achieve the rank of a Grand Knight. Perfect breathing techniques represented an entirely different realm, theoretically advancing to the 10th level. According to Levi's calculations, the boundary of the 9th level secured a position as a top-tier Grand Knight, while the absolute edge of the 10th level likely mirrored the terrifying power of the Fist of the Empire. Anything beyond that threshold belonged to the legends. Regardless of the long-term limitations, achieving the 8th level of the blood whale breathing technique granted him the authentic combat power of a true Grand Knight. Levi studied the newly unlocked attribute, Transcendent Endurance. Your stamina has completely exceeded the natural limits of mortals. Your bursts of physical power will sustain themselves far longer than any opponent, and your upper threshold for pain tolerance has dramatically increased. If a normal man's endurance resembles a small pond, your reserves mirror a vast lake. As long as the waters do not dry up, you will never fall. A dry smile touched Levi's lips after reading the description. Only one word truly captured the essence of the trait: enduring. Had the blood whale breathing technique existed in his previous world, every man alive would have dedicated themselves to its mastery. Dismissing the stray thoughts, Levi decided to put the properties of transcendent endurance to an immediate practical test. Evaluating stamina required analyzing two specific scenarios: prolonged engagement in active combat and long-distance escape. He initiated the combat test first. Magic Shark and Demon Mountain possessed extraordinary stamina parameters, operating with the tireless efficiency of mechanical constructs. They could fight endlessly without experiencing fatigue, provided their physical frames remained intact and their power sources held a charge. Levi possessed very few cores of the undead in his current inventory, yet he reluctantly retrieved a brand new crystal to power Magic Shark for the exercise. "Come on," Levi commanded. Magic Shark lunged forward the instant the words left Levi's mouth, driving a heavy fist toward his chest. Levi abstained from drawing his weapons, opting to rely entirely on his open palms to parry the assault. Deploying the Golden Cross slash against his own guardian would border on bullying given his current physical output. The two Grand Knights clashed in the center of the isolated wilderness, the impacts echoing through the trees. The status indicator updated steadily as the bout progressed. Seal of Hell Proficiency +1. Seal of Hell Proficiency +1. The Guardian struck with unyielding rhythm, fueling the steady advancement of Levi's Seal of Hell. Concurrently, the internal energy of the core of the undead drained away, slipping from its initial maximum down to 90%. Half an hour passed without a single pause in the exchange. After 30 minutes of maximum intensity combat, an ordinary Grand Knight lacking a specialized endurance attribute would have completely exhausted their breath, their muscles locked with fatigue. Levi felt entirely different, his respiration remaining perfectly steady. The prolonged exertion felt exactly like a brief warm-up, leaving him energized and ready to unleash his full power. So this is the reality of transcendent endurance, Levi thought, stepping back to signal an end to the exercise. The utility of this effect is staggering. He halted the sparring session to preserve the remaining energy within the core, deciding against a formal test of his maximum running distance. The brief encounter had fully demonstrated the core advantage of the trait. The attribute effectively transformed him into a relentless fighting machine, entirely immune to standard fatigue and insulated from physical pain. Grand Knights possessed immense destructive power, but even the strongest masters had to actively avoid the concentrated edge of an enemy vanguard, or flee for survival during a large-scale military rout. Chapter 138. Transcendent Endurance, vast as the Great Lake. 2. Even a Grand Knight would quickly exhaust his stamina in a protracted battle. Eventually, fatigue would claim him, and he would be killed. Even a legendary warrior like the Fist of the Empire could only flee when confronted by an entire army, let alone an ordinary Grand Knight. It was the martial equivalent of how a massive swarm of ants could eventually overwhelm an elephant. The baseline physical disparity between a Grand Knight and a common mortal stood at roughly 10 times. Although individual mortals were weak, a unified mass remained relatively formidable. Levi could now turn this paradigm entirely to his advantage after obtaining his transcendent endurance. Even if thousands of soldiers surrounded him on the battlefield, as long as his defense remained unbroken, and he suffered no severe injuries, he would possess more than enough stamina to sustain the fight. Of course, this operational capacity was strictly limited to hacking a single, bloody path out of an encirclement. Defeating a whole military troop single-handedly was a separate matter. Levi reckoned that not even a legendary knight, let alone a Grand Knight, could ever achieve such a mythic feat. The sheer mechanics of thousands of fully armed soldiers attacking a single target with thrusting weapons would exhaust any man to death. The concept of thousands of soldiers and horses completely avoiding a powerful enemy was a fantasy that belonged strictly in literary works. To achieve true battlefield dominance, a warrior required the esoteric power of a wizard. If a man could summon the wind and rain, call down thunder and lightning, and deploy those calamity-level spells to attack indiscriminately across a large geographic area, he should be able to destroy thousands of troops by his own hand. Yet such an individual could not be an ordinary wizard. If the frost giant's Sai possessed zero cooldown, and offered unlimited firepower, Levi could barely sustain a solo war against an army of thousands. He still held the defensive advantages of the Frost Giant armor, transcendent defense, and transcendent endurance, which provided an edge that some official wizards did not possess. Unfortunately, these tactical scenarios were nothing more than comforting illusions. From the historical data recorded in his manuals, even a true wizard could not cast spells with unlimited firepower. Every mystical art required advanced preparation through silent meditation, the stabilizing framework of a spell model, and the consumption of specific casting materials. A spell could only release after burning through immense reserves of mind power and the environmental power of ether. Even if an enchantment was fixed directly onto a physical item, like the Frost Giant armor, which could be quickly recharged using a precious ether stone, the mechanism could only trigger the spell once a day. However, Levi did not cultivate transcendent endurance for the sake of fighting against the entire world alone. He maintained specialized armies under his personal command to handle large-scale warfare, understanding that every field required specific expertise. His chosen enemies would always be individual Grand Knights, not thousands of ordinary soldiers. In short, with the integration of transcendent endurance and transcendent defense, his proficiency panel now displayed two distinct attributes that had successfully reached the transcendent level. Facing a Grand Knight of the exact same rank, Levi already occupied an invincible position. "This is exceptional," Levi muttered, adjusting the straps of his gauntlets. "With this level of strength, I should not find myself as passive as I was during that chaotic flight from the Tuva Empire when I cross into the Evernight Kingdom." Memories of fleeing in a panic whenever the fist of the Empire closed the distance flashed through his mind, recalling a thoroughly sorry state of affairs. His current output might still fail to match the raw power of the Imperial commander, but he finally possessed the martial strength to wage a proper defensive battle. Saving his own life was no longer a problem. Unknowingly, he had already ascended to the absolute peak of the knightly path. All of this progress traced back to his 10% of personal sweat, and the 90% of absolute assistance provided by the proficiency panel. He had to admit that without the mechanical intervention of the system, even if he were the most naturally gifted prodigy in the world, he could never have attained such an achievement. It was not a matter of his baseline talent being poor, but rather the reality that mortals possessed strict structural limits. To break past those boundaries, a man had to become something entirely inhuman, or leverage a cheat like the panel. The pleasure of systematically increasing one's strength is truly intoxicating, Levi thought, turning to his travel gear. It is time to pack up and prepare to depart for the Evernight Kingdom. After delivering a sequence of logistical instructions to his butler and the cavalry leader Sam, Levi utilized the cover of absolute darkness, while the small holders in his territory remained asleep. He buckled his two distinct swords to his belt, secured the black snuff bottle inside his tunic, and summoned Magic Shark to his side. The heavy guardian hoisted a massive canvas luggage bag onto his shoulder, and the master and servant slipped quietly out of Blackwater Valley. Traveling with the tireless assistant made the long journey feel far less burdensome. Furthermore, with the Grand Knight level construct protecting the perimeter along the path, Levi could conduct his daily cultivation with a perfectly easy mind. High up in the midnight sky, soaring through the clear air between the clouds, Harris the Snow Eagle trailed their exact coordinates. The raptor would provide an unparalleled view of the shifting terrain as they approached the borders of the Evernight Kingdom. Levi chose to leave Demon Mountain behind, recognizing that with his current personal output, bringing a second heavy companion along offered very little practical difference. The primary motivation for bringing Magic Shark along was to rapidly increase his proficiency with the Seal of Hell within the Dark Territories. Leaving Demon Mountain to garrison Black Snake Castle ensured that a powerful Grand Knight-level entity remained behind to prevent opportunistic enemies from invading and stealing his home. The living dead summoned through the mechanics of the Seal of Hell could operate at vast distances from their master, but they lacked the cognitive capacity to execute complex tactical instructions. They could only carry out basic combat actions mechanically. Levi did not require any intellectual nuance from the Guardian. He simply needed the brute to crack the bones of any trespasser trying to compromise the valley. If an enemy Grand Knight attempted an invasion, the combination of Demon Mountain, the three monstrous bear brothers, and the Red Blood Cavalry would be more than enough to eliminate the threat. Now that the three bears were custom-forged iron barding, their defensive parameters were immense. Even a Peak Knight stood zero chance against their coordinated weight, and their raw brute force could severely injure an unarmored Grand Knight with a single swipe. Moreover, the Red Blood Cavalry stood ready to act as a decisive tactical trump card. Chapter 139. Transcendent Endurance, vast as the Great Lake. 3. This time, no opportunists would strip the valley bare. The current defensive perimeter of Blackwater Valley matched the strongholds of established earls, many of whom lacked the personal combat threshold of a Grand Knight. Furthermore, the Duke of Montenegro remained entirely consumed by his own survival, marshalling his forces to contest the impending northern expedition launched by the royal family and the Southern Coalition. The Duke had no troops to waste on a minor border territory. To a man of such grand ambitions, Baron Levi amounted to nothing more than an insignificant footnote. The security of the valley allowed Levi to travel with a relatively easy mind. To eliminate all unnecessary risk, he had systematically transferred his most valuable assets to the hidden mountain shelter within the Montenegro range. If the surface territory fell to an enemy assault, the land could be abandoned. A physical fief was far too large to conceal, and he refused to let a collection of stone walls anchor him to a single location, trapping him in a perpetual guard rotation. The underground vault still contained a massive fortune in gold coins, meticulously accumulated through months of trade. The fear of a rogue vanguard discovering the vault and plundering his wealth remained a valid concern. If the shelter fell, his entire financial foundation would vanish, forcing him to rebuild from nothing. The following morning, the distant spires of Icewind City materialized against the gray sky before the sun could breach the horizon. Moving with exceptional speed and drawing upon his newly enhanced endurance, Levi navigated the frozen terrain with Magic Shark keeping pace beside him. A suitable guide for the expedition had already been secured weeks prior. Traveling through the Evernight Kingdom required a specialized translator. The regional tongue belonged to an entirely distinct language family, blending the structural characteristics of the Emerald Kingdom with the dialectical patterns of the Tuva Empire to forge a unique vernacular. Historically, the early nobility and common settlers of both empires had marched a massive population into the northernmost frontier to reclaim the frozen wilderness. Over the generations, the extreme geography, the immense distance from imperial oversight, and a persistent cultural drive for independence allowed the settlers to slowly coalesce into the sovereign Evernight Kingdom. Aside from those early colonial lineages, very few indigenous groups remained. The isolated Icicle Islands harbored a community of true natives, a population that had occupied the frozen coastline since ancient times. To ensure safe passage across the dangerous landscape, Levi had negotiated a contract with a wandering knight operating out of the Shining Tavern. Recent updates from the frontier indicated the Evernight Kingdom had grown exceedingly perilous, torn apart by structural warfare, and plagued by the migration of snow demons. The seasonal climate was legendary for its brutality, subjecting travelers to an perpetual, unforgiving winter. Under such conditions, standard mercenaries refused the work. Levi committed 100 gold coins to secure a guide willing to navigate the routes and handle local negotiations. Inside the crowded warmth of the Shining Tavern, Levi purchased a cup of snowflake ale and slipped into the private room reserved for the meeting. His agent waited at the wooden table. Amusement flared behind the wolf mask as the identity of the guide became clear. The contracted traveler was an old acquaintance from the road. Levi pulled out a chair, studying the knight with a soft chuckle. "Wild dog, our paths cross once more. I never suspected you possessed the intellectual discipline to become a master of regional dialects. Do you genuinely speak the northern tongue?" The wild dog knight stared at the familiar white wolf mask, his expression caught between an awkward smile and a sigh of absolute resignation. "Sir, you truly roam the world without restriction. You simply materialize wherever your interests lead. Rest assured, I have worked the northern borders for several decades and maintained total fluency in multiple dialects. I offer no deception." "Very well, collect your gear and prepare for immediate departure," Levi replied, adjusting his travel cloak. Wild Dog slouched in his seat, exhaling a heavy breath. "My original plan involved a permanent retirement after concluding that final contract in the capital, but the heavens clearly harbored other designs. It is a thorough disappointment." Levi refrained from probing into the mercenary's personal misfortunes. He escorted the guide through the city gates, leading the way into the open country where Magic Shark waited in a secluded grove. Wild Dog froze, his eyes widening as he took in the massive silhouette of the construct. The guardian stood well over 2 meters tall, built like a defensive stone wall. Heavy plate armor encased his frame from head to toe, leaving only 2 narrow slits in the visor that revealed a pair of dull, dark blue eyes. The guide swallowed hard, his voice dropping to a tense whisper. "Sir, what exactly is the meaning of this?" Levi tapped the mercenary's shoulder to steady his nerves. "Maintain your composure. This warrior is one of my senior associates, designated as Magic Shark. He accompanies our expedition." A past battlefield trauma robbed him of his speech, so avoid addressing him directly. "He possesses a remarkably volatile temperament." A wave of shock washed over Wild Dog. The presence of such an imposing enforcer confirmed his suspicion that the masked traveler belonged to an incredibly influential lineage. Yet, walking ahead of such an oppressive entity brought a distinct sense of dread alongside the security. The sheer weight of the armored giant radiated an overwhelming aura of martial dominance. Throughout all of Icewind City, only a handful of individuals could project a similar level of physical pressure, and the Earl of Silver Mountain stood foremost among them. The realization struck the mercenary like a blow. The silent giant had to be a grand knight. The thought terrified him, though he kept the speculation to himself. His curiosity regarding his employer's true identity deepened with every mile. A senior warrior of that caliber usually occupied the highest ranks of nobility, yet Magic Shark carried the heavy canvas luggage like a common laborer. A grand knight serving as a personal porter, Wild Dog reasoned, watching the giant stride forward. Such luxury belongs exclusively to the firstborn son of a reigning Grand Duke. Furthermore, the masked employer possessed an extraordinary threshold of personal power. The physical pressure radiating from the white wolf mask felt nearly identical to the strength of his silent guardian. During their historical trek to the Holy City, Wild Dog had witnessed the white wolf engage in mortal combat. At that time, the youth fought with the efficiency of a high-level knight. Now, judging strictly by the dense aura cloaking his frame, the warrior had reached the absolute peak of the knightly path. Chapter 140. Transcendent endurance, vast as the Great Lake. 4. Who is he? The question consumed Wild Dog's thoughts. I can confirm he is a prodigy who cultivates the noble breathing techniques, and those techniques require ambergris. As far as my historical knowledge goes, the royal family breathing methodology relies strictly on ambergris. Wait, the realization is obvious. He must be an illegitimate son of the old Emerald King. White Horse Edward, White Wolf Gerald. The naming conventions align perfectly. Add to that a personal guardian of Grand Knight caliber, and the entire puzzle falls into place. Enlightenment washed over the mercenary. He felt he had unearthed the absolute truth, gradually convincing himself of a reality that sat 1,000 miles away from the actual facts. With a taciturn, imposing expert like Magic Shark marching beside them, Wild Dog abandoned the chatty, jovial demeanor he had displayed during their historical trek to the Holy City. The presence of such massive raw power inevitably forced him into a state of quiet reserve. The small party maintained a steady march northward. The mercenary proved his competence on the road. No bandits or predatory beasts managed to disrupt their progress, ensuring an exceptionally smooth journey. On the rare occasions when ignorant rogue scouts attempted an ambush, Magic Shark moved forward, systematically crushing the trespassers into the dirt. The raw display of physical violence stunned Wild Dog every time. The absolute, terrifying pressure radiating from the giant belonged exclusively to a true Grand Knight. The borders of the Evernight Kingdom approached rapidly. Levi and his companion required only 10 days to cross the threshold. Had they traveled without the necessity of slowing down to accommodate the mercenary, the two Grand Knights would have reached the boundary within 7 days at most. As the path climbed further north, the temperature plummeted. In the mortal lands, the month of flowers had arrived, blanketed in fresh blossoms. Along this frontier, the horizon offered only endless snowy ridges, barren highlands, and a desolate, frozen expanse. The cold deepened with every mile. Fortunately, the three travelers possessed the hardened constitutions of trained knights, rendering the biting wind an insignificance. 2 weeks later, the jagged skyline of Snow City, the capital of the Evernight Kingdom, materialized against the gray sky. The settlement was neither the largest nor the most architecturally magnificent urban center, but it presented the most extraordinary, shocking spectacle Levi had ever witnessed. Thick, blue ice formed the entire foundation of the metropolis. The massive outer walls, the dense clusters of inner dwellings, the towering spires of the cathedral, and the sprawling royal citadel were all carved or piled directly from solid glaciers. Your Excellency must feel a similar shock, Wild Dog remarked, gesturing toward the open vista. My own reaction matched yours during my first trek into this basin. Even during the warmest cycle of the seasonal calendar, the temperature here mirrors the depths of winter in Icewind City. Do you observe the colossus rising tens of meters above the central square? That is the monument to the snow goddess. Levi studied the tall, slender female form sculpted from deep blue ice. The giantess stood expressionless before the palatial gates, staring blindly across the avenues to welcome travelers from every horizon. Despite the artificial nature of the monument, an undeniable, magnetic charm radiated from the frozen stone. The sensation recalled the sacred portraits preserved within the cathedrals of the Holy Brilliance Church and the temples of the Storm Church. The merciful Heavenly Father, the dignified, domineering Lord of Storms, and this cold, solemn snow goddess likely monitored the shifting affairs of the mortal world through these physical vessels from their positions within the astral planes. Maintaining a low profile remains my absolute priority, Levi thought, stepping into the shadow of the gatehouse. I must locate the threshold of the realm of the unbelievers as soon as possible. He trailed the mercenary through the main gates. Compared to the bustling avenues of Lantis, the capital of the Holy City, Snow City felt profoundly lonely. Only a few wandering knights navigated the icy thoroughfares. These mercenaries operated either as independent bounty hunters or specialized irregulars contracted by the crown to combat the steady encroachment of the snow demons. Levi and his guide registered at the checkpoint under the guise of bounty hunters. Along the main avenues, the heavy wooden doors of the residences remained tightly barred, and the shutters of numerous merchant stalls were pinned shut. As they advanced down the street, a column of fully armed cavalry rode through the gates behind them. The riders looked utterly exhausted, their cloaks tattered, and their armor riddled with deep gouges. Their weapons gleamed with a distinct silver luster, flashing with the unmistakable properties of refined mithril. The commander of the vanguard held the rank of a middle-tier knight. He sat slumped in his saddle, his eyes hollow and listless, completely numbed by the horrors of the front. This force represents the dedicated vanguard organized by the crown to hunt the snow demons across the outer wastes, Wild Dog observed, his eyes tracking the battered column. The state of their gear suggests they suffered a severe defeat in the field. Although an individual snow demon possesses relatively average strength parameters, the creatures are entirely immortal and maintain vast numerical superiority. Even a highly disciplined elite vanguard can face absolute annihilation if their lines fracture for a single moment. Do you genuinely intend to enlist in the hunting cohorts? The mercenary turned to the masked warrior, anxiety tightening his features. The reality of White Wolf traveling to the frozen north specifically to engage the snow demons felt like an act of deliberate suicide. The monsters knew no fatigue, and unless a warrior systematically extracted the frozen hearts from their chests, they would never cease their advance. Even a master of Grand Knight caliber could perish in the frozen wastes if a single tactical oversight occurred. Furthermore, the ranks of the horde included terrifying anomalies. Over the years, scouting parties had documented individual snow demons, whose physical outputs matched the parameters of veteran knights and grand knights. Crossing paths with such a creature while isolated in a blizzard left a man with zero avenues of retreat. Yes, the objective remains unchanged, Levi answered, his voice steady beneath his wolf mask. Once you finalize the logistics for my induction into the active hunting cohorts, you will establish a base of operations here within the capital. When my work in the wastes concludes, you will guide my party across to the Icicle Islands. He understood the hazards perfectly. Yet, with the integration of transcendent endurance, transcendent defense, and his extensive selection of hidden seals, his capacity for personal survival remained absolute. To an ordinary mercenary, this territory represented a frozen graveyard dominated by the restless dead, a literal hell on earth. To his eyes, the wasteland offered the ultimate sanctuary for accelerating the growth of the Seal of Hell. Chapter 141. Transcendent Endurance, vast as the Great Lake. 5. Levi intended to push the Seal of Hell to its absolute limit, stockpiling a massive reserve of the cores of the undead before he departed the frozen realm. Wild Dog Knight scratched the back of his neck, his face tightening with an embarrassed grin. All right then, keep your wits about you, sir. I will await your return here in the capital. While you are out, I can monitor the local markets for any frost hearts on the side. Rumor says the royal family and the church buy up almost every single unit, so very few ever make it to the open market. The arrangement suited the mercenary perfectly. Guiding the White Wolf to the capital had already secured him 100 gold coins, and staying within the frozen city walls involved zero physical danger. He guessed that his employer had traveled to this frozen wasteland specifically to amass these strange artifacts. The ultimate purpose of the hearts remained a mystery, but he knew better than to pry into the secrets of a powerful man. Just do your best, Levi said, adjusting the straps of his gauntlets. We will reunite at the Shining Tavern here in the city. Do not wander off. I would prefer not to return from the wastes only to discover you have gone to meet the Heavenly Father ahead of schedule. Wild Dog puffed out his chest with a boastful grin. Rest easy, sir. This is not our first venture together. You know my character, and I am as reliable as they come. Levi nodded, offering a brief farewell before parting ways with the mercenary. During their weeks on the road, he had systematically studied the common dialects of the Evernight Kingdom, mastering enough of the vocabulary to communicate smoothly with the local populace. Learning the northern tongue presented far fewer obstacles than mastering the complex syntax of the Tuva Empire. The transition felt as natural as shifting between closely related regional dialects. Aside from requiring the mercenary to guide his party to the Icicle Islands later in the journey, Levi had no further need for a full-time translator. Keeping the man attached to his hip would only create an unnecessary liability during the upcoming hunts. Wild Dog was merely a low-level knight, far too weak to survive an active clash with the monsters. Left to his own devices, Levi navigated the icy streets toward the local branch of the Shining Tavern to list several proprietary bounties. His requests targeted the exact same rare materials as before, focusing on turbolarian eggs and undocumented breathing techniques. He anticipated a lengthy stay in the Evernight Kingdom, making it the perfect opportunity to test the local markets. The previous expedition to the Holy City had yielded incredible fortune, and he hoped the goddess of luck would continue to favor his path. When he stepped back out into the freezing air, his expression was bright. The tavern master had already delivered a foundational bloodline method, the silver mink breathing technique. Securing the manual for a mere 50 gold coins felt like an absolute steal. This speed-oriented bloodline technique utilized 24 distinct fluid postures. At the absolute center of the inheritance parchment, a beautiful, majestic silver giant mink dominated the artwork. Local folklore celebrated the creature as a legendary beast of the extreme north, rumored to slip through the void at a breathtaking pace. This will serve perfectly, Levi thought, rolling the parchment tight. The technique maxes out at level 5, which will grant me the final 2 attribute points necessary to force a breakthrough in my primary speed style. I can easily integrate this into my schedule over the next few days. His siren breathing technique sat exactly 2 points away from shattering its current limit, requiring an injection of external experience points to progress. The acquisition of the silver mink technique provided the exact catalyst he required. The goddess of luck clearly favors my efforts, Levi murmured, a sense of satisfaction warming him against the wind. My speed cultivation will hit its peak within 2 months. To his refined constitution, mastering a foundational breathing technique felt as effortless as drawing breath. Integrating a peak level 5 methodology within a 2-month window was a simple matter, especially since his schedule was relatively clear of competing physical demands. If he focused his efforts, a single month would represent the absolute maximum timeline required. In a thoroughly light-hearted mood, Levi rented a secluded stone townhouse in a quiet quarter of the capital to serve as his base of operations. He resolved to remain anchored in the city until the Seal of Hell reached its absolute maximum parameters. With his lodging secured, he marched down to the kingdom military headquarters to register his name for the upcoming hunting expedition scheduled for the following morning. The crown offered no advance hiring fees to independent wandering knights who volunteered for the frontline cohorts. Furthermore, every volunteer remained entirely responsible for providing their own weaponry and defensive barding. To incentivize outside mercenaries to reinforce the lines, the royal treasury provided a minor subsidy based entirely on the verified volume of slain snow demons. The small bounty meant very little to Levi financially, but the compensation remained highly attractive to desperate wandering knights who lacked a permanent home. The evaluation system relied strictly on the delivery of a frost heart. Each confirmed frost heart yielded a payout of 5 gold coins. While Levi held no interest in surrendering the artifacts for coin, the system successfully drew hundreds of destitute warriors to the frozen north. Leveraging the desperation of these foreign blades, the Evernight Kingdom barely managed to hold the line against the swelling tides of the snow demon disaster. Chapter 142. Fierce White Wolf. At night, Levi organized the gear for the upcoming deployment. Absolute confidence anchored his strength, yet deep-rooted habit demanded advanced preparation. The environment was entirely unfamiliar. Survival required constant vigilance against both the shifting snow demons and the desperate mercenaries navigating the borderlands. Levi reviewed his status panel. Seal of Hell, Level 2, 500 out of 5,000. A standard core of the undead yields 100 proficiency points, he calculated, checking his supplies. The absolute limit for the Seal of Hell rests at level 5, requiring 34,500 additional points. The total demands the termination of 345 snow demons. The threshold is well within reach. Aside from basic cultivation advancement, establishing a massive operational reserve of the raw crystals remained an absolute necessity. Triggering the level 5 Seal of Hell consumed 5 full cores of the undead, creating a substantial drain on resources. He needed to secure a minimum of 1,000 units before departing. Entering the Evernight Kingdom involved severe logistical difficulties, making it far wiser to harvest an abundance of materials in a single campaign. Uncertainty lingered regarding the absolute ceiling of the magic. The legendary ancestor of the Constantine family had successfully pushed the technique to level 5, but that historical benchmark did not necessarily define the absolute limitation of the enchantment itself. I must conclude this phase within a single month, Levi thought, setting his jaw. Then we chart our course for the Icicle Islands. The hours passed without sleep. Reaching the physical threshold of a Grand Knight dramatically reduced his biological need for rest, allowing his body to function perfectly on a few hours of sleep each night. Going multiple days without closing his eyes caused zero physical degradation. This was the absolute discipline of a dedicated cultivator. Achieving ultimate dominance left no room for idle slumber. He funneled his focus into his breathing techniques, waiting out the darkness. The blood whale style sat at its absolute maximum parameters, and with no secondary endurance methodologies available to force an immediate breakthrough, that specific branch of training had reached a temporary graduation. His ongoing schedule focused strictly on the refinement of the giant rhinoceros and black snake styles. If the daily training sessions proceeded without disruption, the giant rhinoceros methodology would achieve its level 8 transformation before the winter solstice. His immediate attention shifted to the newly acquired silver mink manual. Levi unrolled the brittle inheritance parchment, absorbing the intricate illustrations. He fell into the designated sequence of physical postures, aligning his breath with the geometric lines of the diagrams. A few hours of rhythmic exertion passed before a fresh indicator manifested on his panel. Silver Mink Breathing Technique, Level 1, 1 out of 1,000. My comprehension speed regarding these foundational styles has accelerated immensely, Levi noted, relaxing his posture. Years ago, mastering the basic Frost Wolf style required 2 full months of grueling practice. Now, the core pattern stabilizes within a few hours. The specialized medicine required for the Silver Mink style was highly accessible, relying strictly on the harvest of local mink claws. Acquiring the components within the northern wastes was a trivial matter. With a steady supply of the refined catalyst, pushing the methodology to its level 5 ceiling within a 2-month window would be simple. The hours of cultivation dissolved into the morning. Following a brief period of meditation, a dim gray light signaled the approach of dawn. Day length remained severely restricted within the high latitudes, leaving the sky over the capital blanketed in pitch-black darkness. The scheduled gathering time arrived. Levi secured his travel packs and marched toward the military cantonment, Magic Shark keeping perfect step beside him. A dense crowd of wandering knights already occupied the staging ground. The mercenaries checked their iron barding, adjusted their primary weapons, and tightened the straps on their travel rations. An undercurrent of raw excitement rippled through the ranks. The crown payment of 5 gold coins for every confirmed kill represented an immense fortune to these masterless blades, men who lacked specialized trade skills, inherited land, or steady seasonal employment. Eliminating a small cluster of the monsters would yield enough silver to purchase high-tier martial gear. The military selection process required all successful applicants to possess the baseline capabilities of a knight attendant. Theoretically, a common laborer wielding a specialized mithril blade could terminate a snow demon, but the lack of martial conditioning rendered the process highly inefficient. Furthermore, the kingdom lacked the resources to mass-produce refined mithril armaments. Rather than wasting precious alloy on untrained conscripts, the ministry restricted the distribution to verified combatants. At a minimum, a volunteer had to operate as a knight attendant to ensure an efficient harvest. Levi scanned the assembly, noting that regardless of the quality of their personal armor, every wandering knight carried a long sword tipped with a silver sheen. The property of mithril to disrupt the internal structure of the snow demons stood as absolute common knowledge throughout the northern provinces. However, despite the presence of the alloy, the purity levels of those blades remained abysmally low, rarely exceeding a single % of the total volume. Such diluted armaments inflicted minimal structural damage on the monsters, turning every engagement into a grueling battle of attrition. The metal performed slightly better than common iron, but it offered very little defensive security. These impoverished mercenaries had spent months pooling their meager coin simply to afford a thin plating of the protective element. A quiet sense of superiority settled over Levi as he evaluated the camp. His personal combat output placed him far beyond the collective strength of the cohort, transforming his presence into a crane standing among a flock of common chickens. His personal armaments occupied an entirely separate tier of quality. His primary blade, Frostmourne, boasted a refined mithril purity approaching 50%, the result of repeated, meticulous forge cycles in his private workshop. The raw material cost of the sword alone exceeded thousands of gold coins, an astronomical figure entirely beyond the comprehension of the surrounding mercenaries. His defensive capabilities were equally absolute, anchored by the 100% purity of his frost giant armor. Backed by such an extraordinary material advantage, clearing hundreds of targets across the wastes was a certainty. The horn sounded, signaling the final assembly of the regional hunting units. The combined force numbered exactly 200 blades. Knight attendants and quasi-knights formed the absolute majority of the 200-man vanguard. Only 20 verified official knights occupied the ranks, and the bulk of those individuals possessed only low-level martial outputs. Middle-tier combatants were exceptionally rare, and the entire contingent contained only a single high-level knight. The master warrior stood near the front, a burly combatant sporting a heavy iron nose ring, drawing the eyes of the entire assembly. Chapter 143. Fierce White Wolf. The team contained no peak knight, let alone a grand knight. Levi felt relieved. He had already used the siren breathing technique to alter his body shape. He stood 1.8 meters tall, with a standard, average build. He appeared unremarkable, and compared to the muscular, athletic men who cultivated strength-based breathing techniques, Levi seemed petite. However, no one dared to underestimate the man wearing the white wolf mask because of the aura he radiated. A burly man followed him, appearing just as dangerous. The other volunteers stayed far away, not daring to approach. In the eyes of the rookies, Levi possessed the rank of a high-level knight at the very least, and the massive figure beside him must be a peak knight. With such a combination, no one dared to offer a snub. This was the effect Levi wanted. He did not want to attract excessive attention, yet he refused to be viewed with contempt, as that would only cause unnecessary trouble. Not long after, the captain in charge of the hunting operation stepped out from the camp. He was a captain of the Queen Guards of the Evernight Kingdom, and held the strength of a peak knight. He had received orders to lead this mob to hunt the snow demons. He glanced at the crowd. His eyes paused momentarily when they caught the sight of the giant and Levi before he continued. He cleared his throat. Knights from afar and brave warriors. I am Knight Cater, the leader of this demon hunting operation. First of all, on behalf of the Snow Queen, the daughter of God, I express my heartfelt respect to every one of you. No matter where you come from or the purpose that brought you here, you stand today to wage war against the evil snow demons that threaten the survival of humanity. This action has already obtained the approval of the Queen. After successfully defeating and eliminating the snow demons, all the brave warriors who participated in the hunting operation will receive rewards from the Queen. Cater paced before the line. This time, we go to Snow Valley City, north of the capital. Many citizens of the kingdom remain trapped in the city and urgently need our help. Before we set off, I must warn everyone that in the wilderness between Snow Valley City and the capital, remnants of snow demons might linger and nests could be hidden nearby. Do not fall behind on the road. Do not act on your own. Do not split up. The nests contain many snow demons. Some might even hold the strength of knights or grand knights. Trust me, with your mithril swords of poor purity, you will barely defeat so many snow demons, no matter your skill. Before you grind them down bit by bit, they will have killed you 10 times over. He gripped his sword hilt. You are not allowed to act on your own. Snow Valley City has already fallen, and a large number of snow demons likely wander inside. If you want to keep your life, listen to my commands once you enter the city. Otherwise, do not blame me if you die. If you have any questions, you can ask me now. If you are afraid, you may withdraw. If you have no comments, we will set off immediately. Although the Wandering Knights represented a powerful force when gathered, the biggest problem remained their lack of discipline. Killing a terrifying entity like a snow demon required absolute obedience to the command structure. Knight Cater emphasized this point repeatedly, and Levi agreed with the necessity of the warning. After reorganizing, the team followed Knight Cater toward the city outskirts. Outside, the world turned into ice and snow. Everyone prepared enough rations to avoid starving in the wilderness. In a world of ice and snow, even a skilled hunter faces the awkward reality of having nothing to cook. Most of the luggage therefore consisted of dry rations. They possessed no shortage of water. If a man felt thirsty, he simply ate the snow. Levi brought only a small amount of rations. Before setting off, he had filled his internal whale sack to capacity. Under normal circumstances, he would not starve even if he went without food or water for 3 months. Even with frequent use of his breathing techniques, persisting for 10 to 15 days remained easy. It was more than enough for him to hunt monsters. Learning the blood whale breathing technique proved the best choice for Levi. In this era, without advanced technology or legendary storage items, the utility of a whale sack remained unmatched. The team marched forward through the cold wind. According to the description provided by Cater, reaching Snow Valley City at the current pace would take about 2 days. The situation in the city remained dire. Although the citizens and the army tried their best to resist, their equipment and strength lacked the necessary edge. In front of the indestructible snow demons, they might not hold on for long. "Buddy, my name is Bray. What is your name? We can take care of each other for this operation." A big man appeared beside Levi and smiled, revealing large front teeth. He looked slightly foolish. However, Levi knew that as a wandering knight, no one who attained the high-level knight realm could be a fool. The behavior likely served as a facade. "No need. I can take care of myself." Levi kept his tone cold and brief. With his strength, he did not need to form a team. Doing so would only drag him down. Chapter 144. Fierce White Wolf. Levi only needed this team to bring him to a place populated by many snow demons. He would remain there and kill them until the seal of hell reached its maximum level. All right. The big man scratched his head in embarrassment and walked away. He recognized that the only true powerhouses among the 200 people, aside from Knight Cater, were the masked man and himself. Bray felt no interest in Levi, but the burly man covered in armor beside him commanded his attention. The man might be a true Grand Knight. Bray would be safe if he could cling to a Grand Knight, even in a disadvantaged position. Unfortunately, Levi rejected the request. Cater observed the commotion on the other side. His heart stirred. Among this group, the only individuals he could not read were the man in the white wolf mask and the burly, athletic man standing by his side. These two people projected a massive sense of oppression. Cater worried that the man would play tricks along the way. However, his worries proved unnecessary. Levi followed his commands to the letter and never wandered off. The next day, when they remained only 1 day away from their destination, Levi and the others passed by an abandoned castle. The structure appeared to belong to a noble family. Now, whether one looked at the castle or the residential houses outside, the entire area sat abandoned for some time. 3 years ago, this place remained a prosperous territory, Knight Cater told the team. Until one day, snow demons appeared in the territory. Levi thought of his own Blackwater Valley. If the snow demon calamity remained unresolved, the fate of Blackwater Valley would be no better than this territory. The situation appeared more severe than he had imagined. At this time, the great nobles of the Emerald Kingdom continued to fight endlessly. In the afternoon, the team reorganized. Everyone rested, ate, and settled their physiological needs. After finishing the head count, Knight Cater discovered that a few people were missing. Why have they not returned after so long? Captain, maybe they went to take a dump. Bray possessed a chatterbox nature. Did you take so long to take a dump? Cater snapped. Everyone else, stay where you are and wait for orders. 2 of you, come with me to check out the situation. Knight Cater gestured. Me. Bray raised his hand first, and Cater signaled for him to join. Cater then looked at Levi. He worried that something had happened to those men, so he sought a strong person to accompany him. Levi thought for a moment and raised his hand. If snow demons were present, he could collect more cores of the undead. Cater nodded and signaled Levi to join. For some reason, he felt that bringing the man in the white wolf mask would be more reliable. Everyone else, wait here. We will go take a look. After bringing Levi and Bray along, Cater headed in the direction where the missing men had left. Levi left Magic Shark behind to wait for orders. Not long after, they arrived at a small gathering place. He could faintly hear the sounds of fighting. Levi immediately grew alert, but his spider sensing detected no warning. Presumably, no imminent danger existed. He placed his hand on his sword, ready to strike at any moment. Cater and Bray did the same. They walked forward carefully and entered the village. This should also be the territory of a small noble. You two, be careful. There might be snow demons entrenched here, Cater said. Tisk, 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 my blood is already boiling. Cater drew his mithril sword. Soon, an abandoned castle and an uninhabited village appeared before them. A wandering knight lay dead at the village entrance. A few snow demons with ragged clothes, withered bones, and blue flames in their eyes chewed on the carcass. This is the consequence of disobeying orders. Knight Cater cursed. Save him. Bray asked. Do not save them. There are only 3 at the village entrance. Who knows how many more snow demons hide inside? Those people are seeking death. Cater said coldly. Even if he remained a peak knight with a mithril sword of decent purity, he could only deal with 3 snow demons at once. If the count exceeded 3, his life would be in danger. At least a dozen snow demons likely occupied this small village. This formed a tiny snow demon nest. They were entrenched here, devouring any living beings that passed by. Suddenly, Levi sensed something rushing toward him through his advanced vibrosensing. It moved with great speed. He pulled out his blade, and a slender, leopard-like monster rushed out. The chest of the monster was empty, and its eyes burned with blue flames. Bray was the first to face the attack. The speedy monster latched onto his upper body, biting at his chest. Fortunately, Bray wore armor. Although the quality was average, it blocked the attack. Damn it. This is a snow demon mutated from a snow leopard. Knight Cater frowned slightly. It was not just humans that could mutate into snow demons. Animals could too. Chapter 145. Fierce White Wolf. 4. Creatures like snow demons acted in a manner similar to the living dead. The stronger the creature was in life, the more formidable it became after mutation. Ordinary people who mutated into snow demons, or night attendants, often fell to standard mithril weapons. If a snow demon had been a knight in life, however, its indestructible nature made it nearly impossible to defeat unless the mithril sword held extreme purity. The snow leopards in this region possessed the strength of a quasi-knight in their prime. Their natural speed and agility made them a nightmare to face, even for an official knight. The snow leopard caught Bray off guard. He roared in frustration and threw the creature from his body. He raised his heavy axe to strike, but the snow leopard vanished into the shadows with an agile leap. Calm down. Do not attract the other snow demons, Cater said. His brow creased as he scanned the village. It is too late. They are already here. Levi pointed toward the village entrance. 13 snow demons stood at the gates. Most were humanoid, but a small number were hounds or mutated beasts. They pulsed with a cold, blue light as they charged toward the trio with terrifying speed. Let us go. Do not linger in this battle. We must lure them to the main group and use our numbers to thin their ranks. Even if we manage to slay these snow demons here, we will waste precious energy and pay a heavy price. We remain one full day from our destination. We cannot afford to exhaust ourselves in this place. Even Knight Cater, a peak knight, feared these monsters. His caution surprised Levi. Cater unsheathed his longsword and slashed at the snow leopard charging at him. The blade cut the creature in half at the waist. It wailed in agony. Burn marks appeared along the wound, but they lacked the intensity to stop the creature. Within seconds, a blue light washed over the remains, and the bones knitted themselves back together. Cater wore a gloomy expression. He abandoned the snow leopard and retreated toward the road. After failing to land a killing blow twice, the snow leopard turned its focus toward Levi. Without a word, Levi drove his sword deep into the chest of the beast. The high purity of his blade burned the body of the snow leopard, causing it to thrash wildly. The creature lunged at Levi, but he caught it with a massive hand wreathed in black energy. Levi applied pressure. The skull cracked like dry kindling. He tore the snow leopard in half, then used his sword to pin the creature to the frozen ground. He stepped onto both sides of the severed body to pin it down. I want to see how you put yourself back together now, Levi sneered. He reached into the chest cavity and pulled out a stone that pulsed with a dark blue light. This stone was slightly larger than the previous ones he had collected. The quality appeared superior. It would likely provide a greater surge of energy. This was the Frost Heart. Levi pocketed the prize. He watched the remaining snow demons charge at him and stretched his muscles. He did not need high-level combat techniques like the Golden Cross slash to deal with these common threats. He utilized his basic sword skills and the Frostmourne to reap their lives. He stepped violently on a charging snow demon, crushing its skull beneath his boot. He grew increasingly efficient with the motions of extracting the Frost Hearts. He ignored the blows of the snow demons that attacked him. Surging black gas burned around his body like a furnace. These snow demons, transformed from ordinary people, could not penetrate his armor. He remained safe as long as his energy reserves held steady. With his transcendent endurance, a dozen ordinary snow demons could not exhaust his stamina. The struggle served as little more than a morning warm-up. Minutes later, the bones of the snow demons lay scattered across the frozen earth. Levi gathered the 14 Frost Hearts with a sense of satisfaction. These represented 1,400 proficiency points for the Seal of Hell. Cater and Bray stood stunned. They realized that compared to the snow demons, the man who called himself White Wolf Geralt was far more terrifying. Chapter 146. Book of Kundo, Level 5 Hell. 1. Let us go and take a look inside the village. Levi gestured toward Knight Cater and Bray, his voice calm. Knight Cater stood stunned for a moment before he numbers, nodding hurriedly. Then, a strange realization hit him. He was supposed to be the team leader. Why did he find himself taking orders from an outsider like White Wolf? The image of the stranger tearing a snow leopard apart with his bare hands flashed through his mind. His racing pulse had yet to settle. So snow demons can be killed like that. Bray rubbed his chin, giving voice to exactly what Knight Cater had been thinking. Levi walked ahead without waiting. His brief display of strength earlier seemed to have shocked the two men completely. Sir, you are not here to earn rewards. You are here to hone your skills, right? Knight Cater offered a bitter smile. Levi kept walking, his silence a tacit agreement. Knight Cater followed quietly behind the warrior. This man was no ordinary wandering knight. A true vagabond would never possess such overwhelming strength, nor would a mere traveler have the immense wealth required to forge a longsword out of pure mithril. The feat he had just performed pointed to one conclusion: the man was a grand knight. It was no wonder he had projected such a formidable presence from the very beginning. Even the iron-armored brute marching beside him had to be a grand knight, likely acting as a personal bodyguard for White Wolf. It had to be. Knight Cater could think of no other explanation besides a highborn scion of a great noble house venture out into the world for training. Levi led the way as the trio searched the village. They found no other snow demons, discovering only the frozen corpses of a few villagers. This is the price of disobeying orders. Without your powerful strength, Sir White Wolf, the rest of us would have been dragged into extreme danger. Knight Cater sighed, his voice carrying a subtle note of flattery. Eventually, they returned to the main group. Knight Cater addressed the gathered men, informing them that the reckless hunters, who had broken off to chase the monsters, were all dead. The grim news instantly quelled the restless energy of the remaining mercenaries. From that point onward, the march proceeded much more smoothly. By the following evening, the expedition finally reached the outskirts of Snow Valley City. Corpses littered the ground outside the city walls, the frozen, mangled remnants left behind by the feeding snow demons. Knight Cater grew solemn, quietly guiding the group through the gates. Levi walked alongside them, bones covered in thick frost choked every street and alley, a vivid portrait of hell on earth. Is there anyone left alive here? Levi felt a tight knot form in his chest. Though these victims were strangers to him, the sight of so many bodies frozen by the roadside weighed heavily on his mind. Before the arrival of the dark wave, ordinary citizens could barely survive under the harsh exploitation of the nobility. Now that the dark wave had returned, simple survival had become an impossible luxury. Sensing shifting movements in the distance, Levi slipped away from the main group without warning, accompanied only by Magic Shark. He intended to hunt the creatures near Snow Valley City for a time. Once he achieved his goals, he would return to Snow Capital City, collect the Wild Dog Knight, and set sail for the Icicle Islands. Cater watched White Wolf depart. He opened his mouth to speak, but the words caught in his throat. With White Wolf roaming the ruins, an inexplicable sense of security settled over him. One of the wandering knights watched Levi leave, muttering with clear dissatisfaction, "Team leader, that man is acting entirely without permission." Bray and Knight Cater turned to look at the man as if he had lost his mind. If you possessed a weapon forged from pure mithril, if you could rip snow demons apart with your bare hands, crush snow leopards underfoot, and slaughter more than 10 monsters alone, you could act by yourself too. I would not mind at all. In fact, I would celebrate you killing more monsters to save the people of our kingdom. Knight Cater sneered. The complainant shrank back, silencing his protests. Another mercenary mumbled under his breath, "Just a pure mithril weapon. If you gave me a sword like that, I could kill snow demons too." Knight Cater ignored the chatter. The world was always full of self-righteous fools. White Wolf and his massive companion were almost certainly grand knights. Armed with a high-purity mithril blade, Levi would remain perfectly safe, provided he did not allow hundreds of snow demons to surround him all at once. Of course, nothing in this frozen wasteland was absolute. Before the calamity, Snow Valley City had ranked among the top 10 settlements in the kingdom, boasting a permanent population of 100,000 residents. It had once served as the proud seat of Duke Bluefeather, a prominent noble of the Evernight Kingdom. During the first year of the plague, the city transformed into one of the primary breeding grounds for the monsters. Initial estimates suggested that 10,000 people, roughly 1/10 of the population, had turned into snow demons. These thousands of creatures had surged outward from the city, sweeping across neighboring territories and settlements. In the span of just a few years, less than 10% of the original populace remained alive. Supported by meager reinforcements from the kingdom, the surviving soldiers and citizens barely managed to hold the line against the monsters entrenched within the ruins. Most of the casualties had not even perished at the hands of the creatures. Starvation, disease, and absolute chaos had claimed the majority. Even though the military had hunted down thousands of the beasts over the years, conservative estimates suggested that several thousand snow demons still lurked deep within the ruins of Snow Valley City. If a pack ever exceeded 100, even a Grand Knight would find his life in mortal peril. After all, the snow demons were no ordinary foes. They were tireless, fearless, and terrifying undead monsters driven solely by the urge to slaughter. Chapter 147, Book of Kundo, Level 5 Hell. 2. Of course, the thousands of ordinary snow demons did not represent the most terrifying presence inside Snow Valley City. The true nightmare lay within the central district of Bluefeather. Those mutated creatures had once served as the retainer knights and dedicated guards of Duke Bluefeather. Even after transforming into undead monsters, they continued to roam the grounds, mindlessly protecting Bluefeather Castle. Deep inside that fortress, the former ruler of the city, a famous nobleman who had once possessed the power of a top-tier Grand Knight, also walked as a snow demon. Travelers had spotted Duke Bluefeather from a distance, sitting motionless upon his throne. The transformation had apparently left him far stronger and more terrifying than he was in life. A cold, blue flame cloaked his entire body. He frequently patrolled the castle grounds upon a skeletal warhorse, resembling a nightmare knight summoned directly from the depths of hell. Because of this, Bluefeather Castle remained a strictly forbidden area. No one dared to venture inside to investigate, and even Grand Knights avoided the place entirely. However, Knight Cater had not come to the ruins to exterminate the monsters. His mission focused solely on rescuing a group of trapped survivors. "I hope that man stays safe," Knight Cater thought to himself, watching the empty streets. He must avoid Bluefeather Castle at all costs. Levi marched down the snow-covered avenues alongside Magic Shark. Advanced vibrosensing pulsed through his mind, keeping him on high alert. Despite his immense strength, he knew he was walking through a nest of monsters. He was far from invincible, and caution remained his priority. A few survivors poked their heads out from the surrounding houses. Spotting a knight in armor, they scrambled into the open. An elderly man staggered forward, his body emaciated from starvation. It felt like a miracle that he had survived inside the ruined city at all. "Old Master Knight, have you come to save us?" the old man asked, his voice trembling with sudden hope. "Did the Queen send you?" "A rescue team is following behind us," Levi replied, keeping his distance. "You need to wait here for them to arrive." Levi intended to focus entirely on hunting the monsters, meaning he lacked the time and the obligation to escort civilians. Pointing them toward safety, however, required very little effort. "I understand," the old man muttered, nodding slowly. "Thank you, Sir Knight. Please be careful. The closer you get to the city center, the more dangerous those creatures become." The old man retreated into his shelter. For the average citizen, hiding in the ruins offered a much higher chance of survival than attempting to flee across the frozen wastes. Levi sighed as he continued on. If he possessed the resources, he would gladly save everyone. For now, he remained powerless to protect the weak. Still, clearing out the monsters would ultimately save lives in the long run. A sharp spike in his advanced vibrosensing cut his thoughts short. Something lay in ambush inside the dark alley to his left. Levi initially prepared for another monster, but as he stepped closer, a human figure emerged from the shadows. The attacker was one of the mid-level knights from the expedition group. Realizing his ambush had been compromised, the mercenary lunged forward without a word. His longsword came slashing down, but Magic Shark stepped into the path of the blade. The iron weapon shattered loudly. Magic Shark caught the inferior blade with his massive black palms and broke it in half. In the same motion, the iron-clad brute drove a heavy fist into the attacker's chest, launching him backward into a pile of frozen debris. Levi approached the gasping mercenary, looking down at him with a cold expression. "Who sent you?" he demanded. The mid-level knight could only stare in shock. After hearing Knight Cater mention that White Wolf carried a sword forged from pure mithril, greed had completely blinded him. He foolishly assumed the stranger only killed monsters because of the magical properties of the weapon. Relying on his familiar knowledge of Snow Valley City, he had slipped away to launch a surprise attack, hoping to murder Levi and claim the blade. Now, absolute terror gripped his heart. Before the man could utter another sound, Frostmourne flashed through the air, severing his head from his shoulders. Levi knelt down and efficiently searched the corpse. He recovered 3 cores of the undead and 60 gold coins. His fingers then brushed against something unexpected beneath the armor. He pulled out a thick, heavy booklet. The cover had been torn away, leaving the title missing. But as Levi flipped through the pages, a slow smile spread across his face. The text was titled The Book of Kungu. According to the opening passage, Kungu had lived hundreds of years ago as a legendary master of medicine and pharmaceuticals within the Gaia Empire. His vast knowledge had once caused even the scholars of the church to pale in comparison. The Gaia Empire sat far beyond the borders of the Emerald Kingdom, making it a mystery how a common mercenary had obtained such a prize. The pages recorded fundamental medical principles, pharmaceutical formulations, and detailed illustrations of rare plants, alongside several secret recipes. Unlike the deadly poisons detailed in the man-faced spider technique, these formulas focused strictly on healing and recovery. What truly amazed Levi was that this master had successfully deciphered the secret recipes for many of the sacred medicines tightly controlled by the church. A quick glance revealed hundreds of prescriptions inside the booklet, including treatments for common diseases plaguing the ordinary people of the world. Near the end of the text, the author noted that he had been forced to hide his medical discoveries due to severe persecution by the Church of Earth. The Church of Earth served as the national religion of the Gaia Empire, worshipping an entity known as the Mother of Earth. Rumors suggested this deity shared deep, mysterious connections with the Heavenly Father. Chapter 148. Book of Kundu, Level 5 Hell. 3. This Grandmaster named Kundu possessed incredible knowledge. Many of his documented prescriptions held immense value. Unfortunately, under the oppressive shadow of the church, such wisdom was never destined to reach the common people. Most of these remedies offered little personal use. A Grand Knight physique, while not entirely immune to every ailment, easily repelled common typhoid and typical mortal sicknesses. On the other hand, the formulas for treating external trauma provided distinct benefits. Refining a few batches in the future would provide a reliable safety net during travel. One particular formula for the sacred medicines matched the exact remedy previously purchased for Fred. The text identified it as the Sacred Blood Potion. Its properties allowed for the rapid acceleration of healing in major internal organs and bone fractures, mimicking the legendary recovery bombs of ancient lore. A familiar component caught attention within the recipe: the blood of the earthly dragon beast. Those creatures suffered a miserable existence. Their entire bodies remained highly sought after by apothecary masters everywhere. A brief moment of pity passed before the formula was committed to memory. Refining a few bottles of the Sacred Blood Potion for personal use made perfect sense, though selling them to earn coin remained out of the question. Stealing profit from the church invited immediate, dangerous scrutiny. Besides, a master blacksmith never lacked funds. The medicine would serve a strictly private purpose. A secure hiding spot provided the perfect sanctuary. Magic Shark stood guard outside while the remainder of the booklet was devoured with great interest. By the time the final page turned, the first light of dawn filtered through the ruins. The inner proficiency panel flickered to life. The pharmacy skill, which had remained stagnant at level 3 for a considerable duration, had finally broken through to level 4. A completely new attribute accompanied the advancement. Pharmacy, level 4, 346 out of 20,000. Medicine, level 2, 33 out of 5,000. The fourth tier of the pharmacy skill clearly did not represent the ultimate ceiling. Furthermore, this specific level unlocked no immediate passive advantages. The discovery brought a sense of calm. Experience with various life skills taught patience, yet the latent potential of pharmaceutical crafting stretched far wider than original estimations. Wizards clearly required pharmaceutical proficiency to concoct their mystic solutions. A significant portion of an apprentice's daily routine involved assisting a master in the brewing chamber. Establishing a powerful foundation now would undoubtedly smoothen the eventual transition into true wizardry. As for the medicine skill, the progression was left entirely to fate. True interest lay far from saving the world or mending the broken. Given a Grand Knight's extreme physical resilience, ordinary human medical practices offered nothing of value anyway. Satisfied with the progress, the booklet disappeared into storage, and a return to the snow-covered streets followed alongside Magic Shark. The Book of Kunga represented an incredible stroke of luck. Judging by the Grandmaster's analytical tone, the author likely possessed a hidden understanding of the arcane arts. Perhaps Kunga had lived as an apprentice, or even an independent wizard. The limited intellect of ordinary mortals in this era made it practically impossible to catalog so many unique herbs, crack complex equations, and reverse engineer the proprietary secrets of the church. The deeper sectors of the city were intentionally avoided over the subsequent days. Prior research warned of dense monster concentrations within the urban core, particularly around Bluefeather Castle. That central fortress remained an absolute dead zone. Every approach toward the walls triggered a violent reaction from spider sensing. Strands of hair stood on end, sending urgent warnings of a massive, hidden threat dwelling deep within the stone walls. While the malice felt less immediate than the crushing presence of the Fist of the Empire, the danger easily eclipsed the threat of the evil water spirit Naiad. Considering current Grand Knight status, a lingering sensation of dread confirmed that the castle housed something truly anomalous. Fortunately, the lesser monsters wandering the outer perimeter provided more than enough targets for the hunt. A Grand Knight's physical dominance, impenetrable defensive gear, and the tireless assistance of Magic Shark ensured absolute safety. Provided a swarm of several hundred monsters failed to coordinate an ambush, nothing in the ruins could inspire fear. The daily culling rate easily surpassed the efficiency of ordinary hunting parties. Common monsters posed no threat at all. Frostmourne remained sheathed. Pure black life gas, heavy armor, and raw physical power sufficed to pin the creatures down, allowing bare hands to wrench their skulls apart and extract the glowing frost hearts. No matter how frantically the beasts retaliated, their claws failed to mar the defensive plates. The initial day yielded over 100 successful kills along the outskirts. The original expedition goal demanded 1,000 undead cores, meaning 1/10 of the monumental task concluded within 24 hours. The second day accounted for only 60 monsters, primarily because the borders were growing increasingly vacant. The third day produced an even lower yield. The search radius naturally extended deeper into the urban ruins. Under the relentless assault of iron fists, the local monster populace dwindled noticeably. However, increased depth introduced significantly stronger variations. Initial encounters required a single, effortless blow to shatter the target, but the deeper variants resisted standard strikes. These specific creatures had evidently operated as night attendants during their mortal lives. Their physical tolerance against mithril weaponry exceeded initial calculations. A frown creased the brow. The escalation in difficulty outpaced original predictions. If a mere helper-level monster caused this much friction, handling an official Knight-level variant would prove incredibly tedious. Still, as long as a Grand Knight-level entity refrained from joining the fray, no real risk existed. An inexhaustible supply of undead cores permitted Demon Shark to wage continuous warfare without rest, causing the proficiency of the Seal of Hell to skyrocket. To maximize this growth, the Living Dead Companion took the lead in almost every skirmish. Precisely 10 days into the routine, the Dark Sigil evolved completely. Seal of Hell, Level 5, 1 out of 30,000. The progression had still not encountered a maximum limit. The 5th tier now permitted the simultaneous invocation of 5 Living Dead thralls. 3 vacant slots remained alongside Magic Shark and Demon Mountain. The absence of suitable Grand Knight corpses left those positions temporarily empty for now, though a vanguard of 5 elite warriors promised incredible battlefield control. The fact that the ability could grow even further sparked intense curiosity. The path forward remained clear. The absolute limit of the Dark Mark demanded to be found. Chapter 149, Level 7 Seal, Hell Apostle. 1. In the ruined streets of Snow Valley City, Knight Cater led his team onward, blades flashing as they cut down a cluster of snow demons. His vice team leader, Bray, moved in perfect synchronization, driving his weapon through a mutated monster that had once been a low-level knight. The creature shattered into frost. Bray, do you feel that the number of snow demons in this place has decreased? Knight Cater wiped the icy sweat from his brow, his breathing heavy. Bray nodded, lowering his weapon. Indeed. At first, we could not take more than a few steps without running into them. We did not even need to search. Now, we have to scout deep into the alleys just to find a single one. It makes no sense. Unless all the monsters in this city have gathered inside Bluefeather Castle. Cater frowned, looking toward the distant center of the city. That is possible. Yet, as he spoke, the striking image of the white wolf flashed across his mind. 10 days had passed since they last saw the mysterious warrior. The sudden drop in the monster population along the outer borders might very well be the handiwork of that lone fighter. 2 fully armed Grand Knights, paired with a longsword of near-pure mithril, could easily match, or even surpass the efficiency of their entire hunting team. After 10 days of continuous clearing, the outer perimeter stood mostly empty, allowing the expedition to rescue scores of cowering survivors. The salvage operation had proceeded far more smoothly than anyone had dared to hope, simply because the monster population, at the edge of the city, had plummeted far below initial expectations. For Knight Cater, the quiet streets represented a massive success. For the greedy wandering knights in the back of the formation, however, the lack of targets was a disaster. Many of the vagrants had not managed to kill a single monster since the march began. Some lacked the strength to compete, while others simply could not find any targets left alive along the path. The few scattered beasts they did encounter were instantly slaughtered by the experts like Bray. The common mercenaries had no chance of obtaining a single frost heart. One of the wandering knights stepped forward, his face twisted in frustration. "Team leader, why are we staying out here? Why don't we march directly into the heart of the city? If you want to die, you can walk in there by yourself." Cater turned on the man, his voice sharp with anger. "The danger lurking in the depths of that city is far beyond your imagination. Even a grand knight can perish in those ruins. Shut your mouth." The mercenary shrank back, silencing his complaints. Cater let out a cold, silent laugh. If those two mysterious grand knights had not cleared out the vast majority of the monsters along the border, this 200-man team would have lost far more than 20 people over the last 10 days. His primary objective was to escort as many living citizens back to safety as possible. He had absolutely no intention of complicating the mission by plunging into the high-risk urban center. The probability of finding survivors deep within the ruins was virtually non-existent, making any further advance a reckless gamble. To think such a powerful expert has appeared within the Evernight Kingdom, Cater mused, watching the shadows of the buildings. "I must report this directly to the Queen the moment we return." The reigning queen of the Evernight Kingdom was a rare female Grand Knight. She possessed a legendary fondness for recruiting powerful individuals to her banner, constantly seeking to befriend heroes from every corner of the land. Cater felt certain that Her Majesty would take a keen interest in White Wolf and the ironclad giant at his side. He only hoped the two warriors would not throw their lives away inside the ruins. Deep within the frost-choked alleys closer to the center, Magic Shark moved like a catastrophic war machine. Clad in thick iron plates, the silent giant charged directly into a pack of snarling monsters. Although his heavy blade lacked the flawless quality of Levi's Frostmourne, the metal still contained a 1/10 mithril composition, far outclassing the crude weapons wielded by the royal hunting team. Because of this, Magic Shark harvested the undead with terrifying speed. To conserve his physical energy, Levi had chosen to sit out the recent skirmishes entirely. Although he possessed 3 months' worth of condensed food energy stored within his whale sack, the intensity of his previous battles had already drained 10 days' worth of reserves. Now, only 1.5 months of energy remained. That reserve would barely last a month under normal conditions, and a single major confrontation could reduce that time frame to less than 2 weeks. Real food had run out long ago. Therefore, upon pushing the Seal of Hell to level 5, Levi ceased fighting personally. He deployed Magic Shark to systematically farm the snow demons, content to follow behind and harvest the glowing cores of the undead from the shattered remnants. A steady stream of insights flooded his consciousness, shifting the numbers on his inner display. The proficiency of the Seal of Hell climbed by 1 point, then another, anchoring the ability firmly at level 5. Up to this moment, Levi had personally overseen the destruction of more than 400 snow demons. According to his initial intelligence reports, he had single-handedly eliminated roughly 1/10 of the city's total monster population in just 10 days. Such efficiency was staggering. He and his thrall truly functioned as a self-contained army. The sheer control felt incredible, offering a level of safety and dominance that surpassed anything he had experienced before. However, the progression had deviated slightly from his original plan. The 5th level of the Seal of Hell had not triggered the absolute ceiling of the ability. Initially, he had intended to cull a few choice monsters, maximize the skill at level 5, and immediately head back to safety. Now, the open-ended progression forced him to remain within the ruins to accumulate more experience. Fortunately, commanding a tireless Grand Knight puppet like Magic Shark kept his harvesting rate exceptionally high. Once we push deeper into the urban core, I can resume personal combat if we manage to locate any preserved food supplies to replenish my whale sack, Levi thought, a faint smile touching his lips. Operating like a mystical mage and directing the living dead has a distinct appeal, even if my methods are somewhat unconventional. Whenever he engaged with games in his past, his preferred strategy always leaned toward accumulating massive defensive attributes. His secondary preference invariably involved summoning mechanics. Those who favored darker themes naturally gravitated toward classes like necromancy. The experience of commanding a loyal horde was undeniable. It is a pity I lack additional Grand Knight corpses, Levi mused, considering the state of his dark magic. Even though 3 summoning slots sit completely empty, I have no suitable vessels to fill them. Once I finally eliminate the Duke of Montenegro, I will bind his soul, transform his remains into a compliant corpse, and force him to perform the most grueling labor every single day. Then there is Pale Shadow. That assassin will not escape me either. One day, I will convert him into a walking thrall. The prospect of forcing his bitterest enemies into eternal servitude, making them experience an existence lower than beasts of burden, brought a sense of absolute satisfaction. Chapter 150. Level 7 Seal, Hell Apostle. 2. Levi reserved his vacant summoning slots for his truest enemies. No matter what, this Seal of Hell must reach its absolute limit. This opportunity cannot be wasted. The journey to the Evernight Kingdom had been long and arduous, and Levi refused to let the trip go to waste. 5 days later, the count continued. 298, 299, 300. Levi stood with an expression as calm as an ancient well. He trailed closely behind Magic Shark, watching the iron giant swing Frostmourne to cleave through the encroaching hordes. Handing the premium blade to the servant had increased their harvesting efficiency at least threefold. Beside the towering magic shark marched 3 freshly raised thralls. These weak, shambling figures followed strictly in the wake of the lead enforcer. They had once been wandering knights, who chose to look for trouble with Levi, and now their remains served to increase his proficiency with the dark mark. A large pile of undead cores weighed down Levi's pack. When Magic Shark fought alone, the consumption of those cores lagged far behind the rate of recovery. That imbalance slowed the growth of the seal of hell down to a crawl, since only a single servant generated experience. To break the bottleneck, Levi had converted the corpses of the mid-level knights into basic thralls, forcing them to accelerate his masteries. The tactical adjustment yielded immediate results. Though weak in combat, the extra bodies provided a steady torrent of insights, multiplying his cultivation speed several times over. As Magic Shark shattered the 300th monster, the dark mark upon Levi's flesh flared with renewed power, shifting the numbers on his inner display. Seal of Hell, level 6, 1 out of 40,000. The progression had still not encountered a maximum limit, even at the 6th tier. The discovery felt unbelievable. This current mastery of the seal already surpassed the achievements of the ancient Constantine ancestor. In all honesty, cultivating the dark mark presented far less difficulty than mastering physical breathing techniques. The only real bottleneck stemmed from the scarcity of proper casting catalysts. If materials were abundant, pushing the boundaries of the art required very little effort. Levi remained perfectly composed. If the path lay open, he would continue to drive forward. This seal had to possess a definitive boundary. If the ability could theoretically reach level 10,000, a commander could summon an army of 10,000 undead thralls, a sight that would make even true wizards tremble with dread. Perhaps level 7 represents the true ceiling. A month had been set aside for this expedition, leaving plenty of time to test the theory. Pushing the seal of hell to the 6th tier unlocked a total of 6 summoning slots, providing room for another piece of disposable cannon fodder. Levi kept a sharp eye on the frozen streets, searching for any abandoned remains that might serve as temporary vessels. Without realizing it, the small vanguard had marched deep into the urban center. As long as the castle walls are avoided for now, safety remains guaranteed, Levi muttered to himself. Advanced vibrosensing pulsed with faint warnings, matching the prickling tension of his spider sensing. Despite the vigilance, no high-quality knight corpses appeared along the path, forcing him to use the remains of ordinary citizens to fill the vacant slots. He required no combat performance from these lesser puppets. Their sole purpose involved generating passive experience points. Besides, commanding 6 full Grand Knights would likely break his current focus. Controlling the living dead demanded a continuous toll on a master's internal focus, draining mental clarity with every active bond. Spiritual energy was intangible, yet its limits were entirely real. True wizards systematically cultivated their mental fortitude, an advantage Levi lacked as a mortal warrior. Still, his Grand Knight physiology granted him far greater mental focus than an ordinary man. A quick mental assessment confirmed that his current capacities could comfortably sustain 5 Grand Knights at most. Managing a 6th would require him to reach the apex of a top-tier Grand Knight. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days slipped past, marking Levi's 25th day inside the ruins of Snow Valley City. The royal hunting team had long since gathered the surviving citizens and departed toward safety. Because Levi systematically purged the monsters ahead of their path, Night Cater's rescue operation had concluded without a single major hitch. The only individuals disgruntled by the outcome were the greedy wandering knights. They had traveled to the wasteland to harvest frost hearts for the royal bounty, yet many were returning without a single kill to their name. Despite their loud boasts of bravery, not a single mercenary dared to venture into the deeper districts. After watching a few reckless vagrants get torn to pieces by a pack of dozens of monsters in a matter of seconds, the survivors became entirely obedient. By this time, Levi had arrived at the outer walls of Bluefeather Castle. He pulled up his inner display to check the numbers. Seal of Hell, level 6, 30,000 out of 40,000. The goal sat tantalizingly close, yet the vast streets of Snow Valley City had grown completely barren, devoid of any wandering targets outside the central hub. Over 1,000 monsters had perished under his command during the month. According to local intelligence, that total represented roughly a third of the city's entire plague. Only 100 kills remained to trigger the breakthrough. Searching the outer blocks one by one had become far too tedious, making the central fortress the only viable option left. Levi looked up at the towering ramparts. As the ancestral seat of a duke, Bluefeather Castle projected an imposing silhouette against the gray sky. The internal structures clustered tightly together, forming a miniature city within the urban core. The dark stone fortress resembled a massive, dormant predator sleeping in the frost, while the muffled roars of a dense horde echoed from behind the iron gates. Chapter 151, Level 7 Seal, Hell Apostle. 3. Levi extracted the last of the undead cores from the fallen thralls. These weak puppets had served their purpose, and keeping them active now might only complicate the next phase of the plan. Moving with a light, silent tread, Levi led Magic Shark toward the outer ramparts of Bluefeather Castle. He pressed his palm flat against the cold stone wall, focusing entirely on the feedback. Advanced vibrosensing pulsed through the masonry, projecting a map of the immediate area in his mind. The sensory technique covered a radius of 30 meters. By measuring the vibrations, he could gauge the density of the monsters patrolling just beyond the barrier before deciding whether to breach the gates. He counted 5 distinct targets. The concentration was neither too high nor too low. It was worth a calculated risk, or at least a diversion using a disposable thrall to lure a small cluster into the open. Still, a reckless provocation might accidentally trigger a stampede, drawing every monster inside the fortress down upon them at once. Levi decided on a cautious trial. He injected a fresh undead core into the remains of a mid-level knight, and directed the walking corpse to slip through the splintered timber of the main gate. Within moments, sharp tremors signaled an immediate attack on the scout. Levi manipulated the bond, forcing the thrall to pivot and retreat into the open street. A pack of snarling monsters surged out in hot pursuit, their claws snapping at the air, but the moment they reached the threshold of the gateway, they froze. They milled about the entrance for a brief interval before turning back into the shadows of the courtyard. The behavior was puzzling. There was no logical reason for the creatures to restrict themselves to the fortress grounds. Determined to test the boundaries, Levi sent a second thrall into the ruins, followed by a brief probe using magic shark. Each attempt yielded the exact same result. The guardians pursued the intruders fiercely up to the threshold, but they absolutely refused to step past the gate. Levi cast a grappling hook over the battlements, scaled the stone face, and peered cautiously over the parapet. The interior grounds were teeming with the undead. The concentration grew significantly denser toward the central courtyard. The mystery of the barren outer streets was solved, as the entire plague had compressed itself within these walls. Hundreds of monsters stood packed beneath the tallest tower of the ducal estate. Every single one wore the light, distinct plates of the blue feather uniform, identifying them as the mutated remnants of the Duke's personal army. Levi spotted more than 10 elite variants wandering through the ranks. Their rigid posture and ornate gear distinguished them from the common horde. He counted 12 high-tier entities, ranging from experienced mid-level knights to warriors, who had achieved the absolute peak of mortal training. A sudden movement shifted his focus toward an even larger shadow. A massive creature paced through the court, its physical dimensions matching the imposing frame of Magic Shark. The flesh had entirely rotted away, leaving nothing but a massive skeleton wrapped in tattered cloth, yet it continued its rounds with professional discipline. 13 Knight-level monsters and a full Grand Knight variant guarded the grounds, explaining why the sector remained completely abandoned by living scouts. Unless a standard Grand Knight possessed a high-purity mithril blade, transcendent physical endurance, and specialized gear like the Frost Giant armor, surviving a confrontation with an undead warrior of that caliber was virtually impossible. These monsters retained all the complex combat reflexes they possessed in life, paired with absolute immunity to pain and fear. They were flawless, tireless killing machines. Yet, even a Grand Knight-level monster should not trigger the intense, primal dread radiating from his spider sensing. An unknown, far more sinister threat had to be lurking deeper within the stone halls. Levi weighed his options, staring down at the swarm. He required precisely 100 more undead cores to force the final breakthrough of the Seal of Hell, and he needed to secure a significant reserve for future casting costs. Since the remaining population of the city had bottlenecked inside the fortress, searching the empty outer districts would only waste precious time. The plan was simple: collect the necessary components and immediately retreat to safety. With transcendent defense, limitless stamina, exceptional physical power, and the flawless protection of his custom armor, survival remained highly probable. Backed by the offensive might of Frostmourne and his specialized magic signs, he could manage the risk provided he refrained from advancing into the dark heart of the palace. Levi dropped into the courtyard, keeping Magic Shark directly in front of him to serve as a vanguard. If an overwhelming force managed to compromise their position, the Iron Giant would buy enough time for an escape. The intrusion did not remain unnoticed for long. A dozen monsters caught the scent and charged forward, their feet clattering against the frost. Levi backed himself against a sturdy section of the defensive wall, eliminating the risk of a flanking maneuver from the rear, and braced for impact. Magic Shark transformed into a wall of iron, swinging Frostmourne in wide, devastating arcs that shattered the front line. Whenever a stray monster slipped through the defensive sweep, Levi met it with a heavy, black gas-infused strike, crushing the skull and pulling the core from the bone. Progress measured itself in steady increments, his mind tracking the steady accumulation of experience points. He monitored the mental link with Magic Shark, estimating the exhaustion of the creature's current core against the rate of destruction. As the energy began to flag, Levi guided his vanguard back through the main gate, leaving the frantic defenders behind. True to form, the monsters stopped at the threshold, refusing to pursue them into the street. Levi replaced the depleted core in Magic Shark's chest, his mind turning over the anomaly. The behavior contradicted everything known about the plague. These creatures typically functioned like a swarm of locusts, driven by a mindless urge to wander and consume every living thing in their path. Their fixation on this specific location suggested something held them on a leash. The castle might house a powerful artifact, but investigating the mystery invited unnecessary danger. The original objective remained paramount: maximize the dark mark, collect the cores, and leave the wasteland behind. Curiosity and greed were traits that killed a man. Maintaining the cautious rotation, Levi repeatedly breached the perimeter, using Magic Shark to systematically cull the edges of the swarm. The concentrated density of the target pool yielded over 100 cores in a single day, far outstripping the pace of his outer city hunts. On the third day of the siege, the dark sigil upon his skin pulsed with a deep, final warmth. The inner display shifted, locking the ability at level 7, maximum mastery, and revealing a unique passive title, Hell Apostle. The long cultivation had finally reached its absolute peak. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update tomorrow. See you then.